Maybe. He's contracted with his current team until the end of 2028, but F1 circles are buzzing with reports he could leave at the end of this season. The British Grand Prix this weekend, so we're going to hear more soon. Turns out the British and Irish Lions are really quite good. They've thumped a plucky Queensland outfit 52-12 in Brisbane. The Reds actually led 12-7 after 27 minutes, but the weight of talent eventually told as the tourists romped to another victory. Fremantle forward Michael Walters has retired after 239 games. The Dockers legend hasn't played a game in 2025 as he has not been able to overcome a knee injury. And a reminder, the NRLW season is here. You can hear the opening game on the ABC Listen app Thursday night as Cronulla play Parramatta. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to SBS, TNT, the Tour de France, Life in the Peloton podcast and Stan Sport for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily, and for more, you can find us on the ABC Listen app.
Every day, all around Australia, extraordinary people create moments that inspire. See them, hear them. All you have to do is nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
The moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside the mouth.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He pulled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. Off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The Roos came crashing down to earth last week after preceding that wins over Carlton and a positive WA two-step, and yet tonight they come up against the Western Bulldogs, a team they haven't beaten since 2019, on a night in which they celebrate their centenary in VFL AFL footy. It is a big night for the footy club. Can their performance live up to the occasion up against the red-hot Bulldogs, who have beaten up on the lowly teams in the competition this year? 8-0 with a percentage nearly at 200 against the bottom 9 teams. We're under the roof at Docklands, where I think we say in the sports media game, the crowd is building. It's not a large crowd at the moment, but hopefully a few more make their way in. North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs on deck. There's no late change. Robert Hansen Jr. is the sub for the Roos, and for the Western Bulldogs, it is Lockie McNeil. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is ABC Sport. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Great to have you back after the cricket duties, and it is a great night to follow everything on the radio or on the wireless with the AFL. Wimbledon taking place and the first test. A second test, I should have also said, the first day of the second test. But it's a great occasion for North Melbourne. I love the romantic side of taking that trip down memory lane. And I wasn't old enough to see the elephants at Alden Street, but I certainly remember watching Ron Barassi address the troops and trying to have my crack at the torpedo from Malcolm Blight, the Cracker Brothers, of course, the legendary Wayne Carey, and those 4 premierships in the 70s and the 90s. So hopefully it's a night which honours those of the past and maybe sets the club in the direction in which they want to go. And unfortunately, they've only really had Harry Sheasel who got to the start line. So McDonald, Parker, Darling, Wardlaw out, and the Bulldogs have been flying. No side has scored more than 100 points this season than the Western Bulldogs. So on paper, I'm a little fearful what we might get, but hoping the Kangaroos can make a positive note.
Hopefully they bring some of that Shimbona spirit tonight. We'll see how they go. The man that's played more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history, Brent Harvey, is going to join us, and his young bloke Cooper's in the team tonight playing his first game since 2023. It's Thursday night footy. Brett Delidio's here, the Richmond champion. Hello, Lids.
Corby, Clinchy, good to be here. It's I'm fearful, like probably a lot of other people coming in here tonight, that there might be a bit of a bloodbath, but the crowd's building. It's probably optimistic, I reckon, there, Corb. Murph couldn't get a car park, so every person who's here today has driven in. They're all brought their own car. They didn't carpool. They've all come here tonight.
There's 10-year-olds who've driven in today because I couldn't get into a car park. And I'm looking out there, and how many would be here now at the moment, Corbin?
15. If that.
So I've been turned around, and that was a good 20 minutes ago.
It's great to have you with us, the Carlton 300 gamer Mark Murphy, and childhood North Melbourne fan. So where would you want to be? Where else would you want to be tonight than here to celebrate the centenary of one of your childhood clubs after your first team fell out of the competition?
That's right. I was always coming tonight, Corbin. So luckily I can work in a bit of work and watching the old team go around. I was Fitzroy supporter when I was very young. Jumped on the North Melbourne bandwagon. Then went to Brisbane Lions, but always had a little bit of a soft spot for.
So everyone was playing good. You just went to them. So
well, essentially, I did. Yeah. So I was a young kid who just didn't see many wins, Lids. So like a few Carlton supporters at the moment, but Fitzroy supporter growing up, and then they were pretty handy North in the early 90s, and thought I'll jump on the bandwagon here. And favourite player was Glenn Archer. So first number that I wore at junior football was the number 11, and a favourite of mine. So looking forward to watching the Roos go about it tonight. It's going to be, they're certainly going to be up against it, aren't they? But stranger things have happened, Corbin.
Heaviest loss of the season last week for them. It felt like a step back, didn't it? Down in Launceston against Hawthorn, an 85-point defeat. The Western Bulldogs, meanwhile, so they've got a couple of top 4 hopefuls in the weeks to come. They're obviously hoping to try and enter that conversation themselves and be a top 4 team. They're 4th in the premiership market. It feels like we're not going to get too many answers out of the Dogs tonight, are we? I mean, the big question for them is how do they go against teams around their station? And so far they've been underwhelming. They've beaten up on the rest, and so it doesn't feel like that's whatever happens tonight. It's going to answer too many questions on a Bulldogs front. Little milestone too for Tom Liberatore, who becomes the 15th dog to play 250 games.
That's not a little milestone. 250 games.
It's a great milestone.
Huge.
A lot of games.
A great milestone. It's not 100 years, but it's pretty good. 250. It's probably in the shade.
I thought you were going to say someone who played 50 when you said little. I know he's not.
He's turned into an absolute favourite of, I reckon, every football supporter, hasn't he? Just by the way in which he goes about it. He plays the game the way it should be, and the right way. He puts his head over the football. It's fun listening to him talk when he gets interviewed. He's an absolute ripper when he gets asked some curly questions, and he's like a very good character.
He's a character, isn't he? And we need characters in our game.
Favourite North Melbourne memories? You can be your favourite player. It can be a particular game that you went to. Maybe a story from Arden Street. 0437 774 774. An appropriate theme for us tonight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Just repeating, no late change in your favourite North Melbourne memories. Clinch, you mentioned off the top, they had those sort of 2 great eras, didn't they? In the mid-70s, where they broke through really on the back of the original free agency, the old 10-year rule, where they were able to bring in guys like Barry Davis from Essendon and John Rantoul at the time from South Melbourne. Doug Wade came up from Geelong, and they formed this super team under Ron Barassi, and what a side that was, Blight and Schimmelbusch and everything else. They obviously backed it up, one in the replay in 77, so 2 flags in 3 years, and then they won 2 in 4 years in the late 90s, obviously won the Gold Cup in 1996, the centenary year in the competition, and then obviously in 1999, which felt like an appropriate premiership to add to what was a dominant era. Really, they were the team in 98. Kicked a boatload of behinds in the grand final. Crows went back-to-back. And in 99, it was almost Essendon were the dominant team. And Fraser Brown, pesky Fraser Brown in the prelim, kept the Bombers, of course, out of the big dance. Let's talk a little bit more about the North Melbourne Football Club. One man who's played more games than anyone else in the history of the competition is downstairs with our own Ben Cameron. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with one of our very own, a man who has played more games in the AFL, at least for now, than anybody else, which means, by extension, he has played more games for North Melbourne than anybody else. Brent Harvey, what does tonight mean to you, Boomer?
Oh, it's a big celebration. I think we got over 200 players, staff or officials and life members coming to our function, as well as the 75 and the AFLW celebrating their premierships. 50-year reunion, obviously, for the 75 team. So it's a huge night for our football club. It's worked well. They've asked my young boy Hudson to toss the coin tonight, which is huge. And, of course, Cooper, he's playing his first game in nearly 2 years. It's a big night for us. I'm more excited for Cooper than anything else, to be honest with you. But it's going to be a good catching up with all the boys and having a few quiet beers.
Nice little bit of symmetry there that your young lad is going to be running around for North. He's been playing well in the VFL. We've been keeping tabs on him. What can we expect from him tonight? What do you want to see?
Well, he's been playing down back in the VFL, but I'm not sure where he's playing tonight. He's a natural forward, I think. So if he plays forward, I'd like a little bit of pressure, obviously, to keep him in the team. But what he does well, he has shots on goal. So if he kicks straight, you might see a couple of goals from him. That's probably what he needs to do to hold his spot.
Dennis Pagan, we're hearing that he's going to give a fair bit of a rev up to the group down in the rooms pre-game. What can they expect as someone who was coached by Dennis?
Yeah, well, I was with the great man Glenn Archer yesterday, and we went through about 15 paganisms. So I'm not sure if he'll rip any of them out, but what he will do will give him a really good speech before the game. It's going to be a fantastic scene because it'll be the current players, obviously, and the 43, I think, players that are out on the ground will all huddle up together and listen to Dennis. So hopefully, I don't think he'll cook too many people like he did back in the day, but it'll be a good speech.
What's your favourite paganism?
My favourite one, I haven't got a favourite one, but I could drill off about 10 now. He always used to say, like, even if you kick 3 or 4 goals and you did all right, even Snowy off the tram could have done that today, son. So, but he had a knack of grabbing your forearm and calling your son. I just remember that grip on your forearm. So I think we'll see a few sons tonight.
He loves his son. I'm pretty sure he told our very own 1 metre Peter Bell, after a very quiet prelim final in the rooms post-game, that he'd let an opportunity of a lifetime pass him by today, son. Yes. And then told him on the Tuesday he was in. Who are you looking forward to catching up with out there today?
I went through the list before I came. Obviously, I work at the football club in the past player area, so I had the ability to go through the list. But, I mean, the guys that I played in the premiership with, obviously, but then there's guys like Daniel Wells and Daniel Harris, Drew Petrie, these type of guys that I finished my career with, who were fantastic and really good mates of mine. So not one person. If there's going to be 200 past players there's going to be a few beers drank. So that's the most important thing. But I'll get around to everyone tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
This club, 100 years, it hasn't always been smooth sailing or absolute success at different periods. What makes you proudest about the North Melbourne Football Club?
Look, when we first got to the football club, Dennis Pagan spoke about the people that we had at the football club, and if you look back in all those years, especially when I first started, we had portables as our change rooms and our offices, and we never whinged once about any of that, and it was all about the people. So that's why tonight's so important. The 75 guys will celebrate, the AFLW team will celebrate, but in the other room there's nearly 200 past players, and it's just going to be great to catch up with them. So the people, it's always about the people, and you make great friendships, and that's what I'm looking forward to tonight.
I know this is a tricky one, Boom, and I don't even know really whether to ask it, but it isn't an enormous crowd here at the moment. We're hoping that a few more will roll in. We're not expecting a massive crowd here tonight. It's a little bit flattening, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I actually haven't kept a gauge on the Thursday night crowds. I don't know how it works with the kids with school the next day and stuff, so I don't know exactly if the crowds are up or down. But the Bulldogs, Bulldogs are playing some fantastic football, so hopefully a few of them people come out. But the celebrations before the game, we've still got a little bit of time, so hopefully a few more people come through. What are you thinking? Is 30 a good crowd?
I don't know if we'll quite get to 30, which I would hope that we could today, but we'll see how we go. Can they get the job done out there tonight?
Well, they need to play a little bit better clearly than what they have in the last, or certainly last week. The patch before that, about 4 or 5 weeks, I've certainly seen some growth in the team. Now that Cooper's in, mate, we might get a different result.
Whenever there's a Harvey in the team, they're a good chance. And let's not forget that young Hudson will be tossing the coin as Malcolm Blight is walking past, just sprinkling a little bit of gold dust as he goes by.
He'd kick a goal for about 900 out tonight, wouldn't he?
Just listen, he'd tell you he would. Don't worry about that. Boomer, enjoy the night. I'm so happy for you. I hope you enjoy it all.
Thanks, Benny. Cheers.
Brent Harvey, one of our own, downstairs with Ben Cameron here on ABC Sport. This is Thursday night footy, just repeating there's no late change. As we count down to North Melbourne's centenary game, celebrating 100 years in the VFL AFL competition, there is no late change. Robert Hansen Jr. starts as the sub for the Roos, and Lockie McNeil is going to start as the sub for the Western Bulldogs. 0437 774 774, the SMS number, your favourite North Melbourne memories, favourite players over the years. I'll put that to Brett Deledio and Mark Murphy, along with Matt Clinch and myself, Corbin Middlemass, your call team for Thursday night footy as round 17 begins. The top 9 on the ladder all playing the bottom 9 on the table this weekend.
ABC Listen. Keeping bored parents busy is easy with the ABC Listen app. Then we can listen to our stuff, like Bluey Listen Along and all new Dino Derby. Hear it all now on the ABC Listen app.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this. On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
The Roos coming off their heaviest defeat of the season so far, an 85-point shellacking at the hands of Hawthorn last week, hoping to try and get back into the right column. Maybe not in terms of wins and losses, but at least a better performance, and there's a big night for them ahead as they celebrate their centenary in the VFL AFL competition. It's also been 50 years since the club's first premiership back in 1975. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change. Hansen Jr. and McNeil are the two subs. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Brett Deledio, Mark Murphy, along with Ben Cameron, your call team. Sport everywhere tonight. The ABC Listen app is the place to find it. You can take your pick between the footy, both the AFL and the NRL. Plus, there's Wimbledon tonight. Coverage starts from 9:30. That's 9:30 Eastern time. And it's on ABC Sport Extra. So it's been bumped over to the Extra channel if you want to follow along tonight. Demonor among 4 Aussies involved. The cricket starts at 11:45. You'll get the toss and all the build-up from Grenada. That's the second test between Australia and the West Indies. That's on the cricket button. So there's take your pick tonight. Sport happening all around the country and across the globe, available through ABC Sport and the ABC Listen app. All right, Leds, I know you've been thinking hard about it. Favourite North Melbourne memories before the centenary celebration begins out on the field. We'll bring you all that.
Yes, two. One was a hanger, Winnie Abraham up there at Monica Oval. I absolutely loved that hang. And the other thing,
Adelaide.
The other one I used to practice was the duck left foot banana, left foot to the boundary. Now he kicked on the outside.
Yes, that's it out.
Yes, one of the all-time goals, and that was one thing I used to always practice.
Love it.
That was an all-time game. That was the game when North kicked 10 or 11 goals in the first quarter,
Yep.
and then Essendon did the same thing in the second quarter, didn't they?
It was like a
unbelievable
69-point comeback or something.
One of my favourite memories, and I was at this game, was the Marshmallow game.
Oh,
that was brilliant. Just when North won and then all the marshmallows came flying and Kevin Sheedy walking down the boundary. And then I was actually going to mention Winston Abraham because he used to take a grab every week and he was absolute polish.
Real puffy cheeks. That's what I remember from. And he just bang goals.
But just used to just glide around and kick goals at will and jump on someone's back. It was great watching.
Yeah, the ability in the schoolyard to try and replicate Winston Abraham was certainly something. I mean, Dennis Pagan and the tactics in which he was able to bring to North Melbourne was well ahead of their time in the 90s. And it's been nice to hear from John Longmire and from Adam Simpson about the game plan in which he'd give his team at the start of the season. And it wasn't really sort of the go, and how he would implore this forward line, which basically revolved around Wayne Carey, but everyone would get up the ground and the set plays in which the players had to adhere to. So he was one of the great motivators, Dennis Pagan, and his time at North Melbourne, they were the kings of Friday night, so it was normally fish and chips and settle in and watch the footy on Friday night. And how often was it the Roos who were playing?
Yeah, gee, they were a team, weren't they, in the late 90s, the old Pagan's paddock. And of course, the Shinboners, as they've been known throughout their history, it's a 19th century term and basically referred to the abattoirs in the North Melbourne region, which is why they became the Shinboners. And the shinbone in particular refers to the bone of the cow, which basically was often discarded by the abattoirs and by the butchers, and left out the front of the shops back in the day. And so as a result, they soon became the Shinboners. It was a colloquial term in the region, and now it still hangs on, 100+ years later, that the club's still known as that, and obviously speaks to their sort of blue-collar, working-class roots. So the Shinboners, obviously, as we still refer to them today.
I thought you were going to say that they should be called the Cows after they had the shinbone of the cow. I thought you were going to bring a kangaroo in there somewhere, but anyway.
4 AFL premierships, 1 in the AFLW. Hamish McLaughlin is leading the proceedings as we celebrate North Melbourne's 100 years of existence in the VFL AFL competition.
The glamour team of the 70s, Barry Davis, lifts North Melbourne's first ever cup. The Kangaroos reach footballing immortality.
Please welcome Shinboners 631 and 656, Keith Grigg and Wayne Schimmelbusch with a 1975 Premiership Cup.
1977 grand final is a draw. After just the second drawn grand final in VFL history, the Roos run away with it in the replay. Barassi's men lift their second Premiership Cup.
Now Shinboners 618 and 666. David Dench and Malcolm Blight with the 1977 Premiership Cup.
So the moment has come. The Centenary Grand Final is underway.
Dennis Pagan's team proved it was built for the game's biggest stage in the league's centenary season. Led by the game's greatest player, Wayne Carey, the Roos fulfilled their destiny. A golden cup for a golden season.
We welcome Shinboners 590 and 801. Coach Dennis Pagan and Captain Wayne Carey with the 96 Premiership Cup.
The Kangaroos are about to come out their third grand final in 4 years.
In the last grand final of the millennium, the Roos seal their status as the team of the 90s.
Well done, Dennis Pagan. You deserve everything you've got today, and so does your club.
A star-studded lineup secures the club's second flag in 4 seasons.
2 huge contributors, Shinboners 817 and 864. Glenn Archer and Shannon Grant with a 99 Premiership Cup.
It's the 2024 AFLW Grand Final.
The packed house here.
After heartbreak the year before, North Melbourne is primed for redemption.
Join in the chorus. The Can't Lose Kangas are AFLW premiers for the first time.
The undefeated Roos confirm their status as the greatest ever AFLW team.
We welcome Shinboner 764 and AFLW Shinboner number 1. Premiership coach Darren Crocker and captain Emma Carney with a 24 Premiership Cup. A 100 years, 5 premierships, but that's just the beginning. North Melbourne has always been a club of pioneers, challenging the status quo, innovating the game on and off the field, and writing its own history.
At North Melbourne, we've always done things a little differently. Unleashing an elephant, starting a new grand final tradition, owning Friday night football, and raising millions for the kids. We've always had to fight for what's ours, like when we kept North at Arden Street forever.
Please welcome North Melbourne Football Club pioneers, Club President Dr. Sonia Hood AM and former Club President Bob Ansett.
More than 1,000 shinboners have pulled on the mighty Royal Blue and White stripes, but just 6 have hit 300 games for the club. Schimmelbusch, Archer, Simpson, Petrie, Goldstein, and Brent Boomer Harvey, the all-time games record holder.
We've already seen Schimmelbusch and Archer with their premiership cups. So please welcome the remaining 4 members of the Kangaroos' illustrious 300 Club. Shinboner 844, Adam Simpson. Shinboner 884, Drew Petrie. Shinboner 947, Todd Goldstein. And the AFL VFL Games record holder, Shinboner 853, Brent Boomer Harvey.
Both off the field and on it, our fighting spirit has continued to define us.
Oh, Gore! It's a human triumph story, that's what it is. But listen to that roar. McCartney behind. Fairy tales do come true.
Please welcome Shinboner 865, a true warrior, Jason McCartney.
"32 First Nations players have represented North Melbourne, from Pickett to Thomas, McAdam to Motlop, our all-star skipper Jai Simpkin, and premiership hero Mia King, high-flying marks and spectacular goals. And who could forget Jim and Phil?
Please welcome Shinboners 731 and 732, Jim and Phil Cracker.
It takes all types to make a club like ours.
Oh, look at that now.
Our captains.
Stevens, look at him go. That could be a decider.
Our big game players.
Right for Banana.
Our Coleman medalists. Our Brownlow medalists. Our multiple club champions.
Sean Higgins. Oh, what a game he's playing.
And the stars chasing the next piece of silverware. United by the Royal Blue and White.
But I now ask those that are able to please stand and applaud North Melbourne's living legends. One club, one legacy, one future.
To the 40 club stalwarts gathered with the 5 premiership cups in front of them, 4 in the AFL VFL competition, and of course the reigning AFLW premiers with Hamish McLaughlin and James Brayshaw leading all of that, paying tribute to not just their premiership teams but some of their champion players over the years. And the banner currently sits behind them as well, celebrating their centenary tonight. Our own Brent Harvey, who we heard from as part of our pre-game down there, just making sure he can find a position front and centre, and so many of their past champions who are all here tonight.
Cross-legged at the front, you reckon?
I imagine so. He's standing in the second row, but he's towards the centre as he should be. What a figure he's been in the history of the North Melbourne Football Club. The team's about another 3 minutes or so away from making their way out onto the ground. Of course, today's North Melbourne Football Club, as they look to climb off the bottom of the table. They haven't beaten the Dogs, or towards the bottom of the table. They haven't beaten the Dogs since 2019. That was also the same or the last time that the club won more than 4 games in a single season. So you have to go back to 2019. If they win tonight, they'll tick not just the 2019 box against the Bulldogs, but also the in-season record, sitting on 4 wins and a draw this year. So can they get to 5 for the first time since 2019? Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch. Also Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy upstairs. Ben Cameron down on the boundary. Mike off the SMS says, I'm a Collingwood supporter, but Wayne Schwash was my favourite player in the 90s. I watched him train at Arden Street on my way home from uni. I met him a couple of times. He was such a great guy. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that.
Schwaller.
From Chris, I loved Nathan Grimer kicking his first goal.
There you go.
And all the boys got around him. He's been coaching back at my local club, the Rams in Adelaide. Oh. It's great to learn from someone of his experience, from Chris in Adelaide. And also shouts out Adrian McAdam as well, who was absolutely, remember, of course, that memorable debut. What a player he was. The Traralgon Tigers says, my favourite North Melbourne memory was the morning after the 75 premiership. Sam Kekovic went missing. And nearly 50 years later, he's done the same thing. So he's unfortunately not here tonight. Didn't RSVP, but just hasn't showed. So unfortunately, no Keka here tonight on what is the centenary celebration, and also, of course, a clean 50 years since the club's first flag. Corbin, as far as North Melbourne goes, the Cracker brothers, Dacos boys have learned from them, and of course their dad from Phil in Werribee. Thanks, Phil. More of your thoughts throughout the night on 0437 774 774 is the SMS number.
I'll tell you what, the Jason McCartney game, his last game, was one of the highlights. Like, I remember sitting in the stand and watching that, one of the more inspirational performances you'll see, and had an influence too in that last quarter for them getting up as well. So that's good to see Jason McCartney out there wearing the blue and white scarf, but that was just one when I was a kid, and obviously with the whole Barling bombings, better to come back from that and play AFL football again and announce his retirement after the game was one of the more special games I've been at.
It was incredible. No, I got sort of goosebumps thinking about it now. To think everything he went through, as you said, a Bali bombing survivor, and significant burns to a huge portion of his body. He had to wear the long sleeves and the gloves, and for him to even be back out there, but kicks the winning goal, like it just proper storybook stuff. And then, as you said, to retire in the post-match interview afterwards, and just proved he could get back and do it. Did it one last time and played a huge role in the night. So what a moment in North Melbourne's history. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. We've just had the lights go out here, so the LED boards lighting up the ground as North Melbourne are about to make their way out onto the arena. Just repeating, there's no late change here at Docklands tonight, with 5 changes for North Melbourne, and all 5 of them, unfortunately for the Roos, forced. So it's not as if they got stronger at selection from a team that was beaten by 85 points last week. And for the Western Bulldogs, they sit 9-6 on the season. And of course, Tom Liberatore, who we touched on, reaching his 250th game tonight.
Bulldogs, of course, haven't lost a game to a bottom 9 side so far this season. So, as Corbin touched on, the top 9 sides are playing the bottom 9 side. So it is an intriguing weekend where, for a team like the Western Bulldogs, they can jump up to 4th spot. So be just behind the Adelaide Crows. Of course, the Cats will take that spot back if they beat Richmond. But for Luke Beveridge's men, they've now won 3 games on the bounce, and you feel like they're just starting to hit their straps. So tonight is a good occasion for North Melbourne, but they'll be keen to squash the ceremony early in the match tonight.
Yeah, they'll be keen to get on top early and really put this one to bed as early as possible and get through unscathed, and look forward to the next couple of weeks when they play against Adelaide and Brisbane in the 2 weeks following. So still, no games are a gimme anymore. You've still got to come out and be on edge and play the right brand of football, and no doubt North Melbourne will be fired up, not because of the 100-year celebrations, but because of a really poor performance from last week as well. And the previous probably 3 or 4 weeks leading into that, they've been pretty good, the North Melbourne footy team. So they'll be looking to bounce back, and we'll know early in this game whether or not they'll be up for the challenge or not, Lids.
Yeah, and also whether the Dogs are at their snarly best, I suppose, and whether... I mean, how do you mount a case for North Melbourne to get this job done? It has to be all about pressure and not allowing that ball to get from inside to out really quickly and give access to Norton and Darcy up front, isn't it? So, I mean, they're inexperienced a little bit down back, and young Will Dawson down there, Griff Logue, obviously. There's going to be some challenges, trying to quell that forward line, but it all comes down to their midfield, doesn't it? They've got some stars in there, North. I think they've got some genuine players, one of the best rucks in the game at the moment.
Great young talent in there.
Yeah, and some great young talent that can go head-to-head with arguably one of the best, in terms of Bontempelli, Libba, you name them. Ed Richards in career best form going through there. So they're going to have their work cut out, but it's going to all come down to tackle pressure and intensity.
The 40 stalwarts who are out on the ground pre-game have all gathered at the goals in the goal square at what is the northern end of the stadium, of course, the end closest to Arden Street, their spiritual home. And Dennis Pagan, their two-time premiership coach, is going to address not just today's playing group, but also the former players that are out there on the ground. We'll bring you some of that shortly here on ABC Sport. It is Thursday night footy. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch for the call, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. So the Roos have made their way out there. We can go inside the Bulldogs camp, and we'll bring you a little bit of Dennis Pagan in just a moment.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with Jaron Geary, the development and player leadership coach of the Western Bulldogs. It's a big night for the club. Bob Murphy said that Tom Liberatore has the Western Bulldogs Football Club in his marrow. His 250th game tonight. What's something about Libba we wouldn't know?
He's quite intelligent. I think everyone knows that by now, but he's an intelligent man. You don't want to make a mistake around Libba on a whiteboard or on a computer. He picks up your mistakes pretty quickly. So when I'm there typing away in leadership meetings and he picks up some of my errors, I look over and he's got a big smirk on your face. It's quite embarrassing for me, but he's a good man. He's a quality opponent. I'm lucky enough to have played against him. I had high respect for him then, but since coming to the footy club and seeing him day to day and what he is for this football club and what he's done for this football club is pretty special. So a great night for him, and hopefully the boys can celebrate it accordingly.
So what does he look like day to day at the football club then?
Oh, he works hard. He's always in there quite early, and he's sometimes in there with his son Oscar, who goes to the daycare pretty much at the facility. So they, the Liberatore generations have spent a lot of time with Nova, and there's another one that's already spending plenty of time there at the daycare right next door. But one thing I've been really impressed with him is not just his appetite to improve his own game, but to help others. So during the week, a lot of tributes from past players and people that have been involved in the footy club within our own walls. There's a lot of younger guys putting their hand up and speaking about how much he's done for them since they've come to the club, and that's really impressive for a guy of his age and some of his experience to start passing on some of the stuff that he learned early on in his career and some of the lessons he probably learned. And now he's starting to impart them on our younger players, which is, for me, one of the most impressive things I've seen since I've walked through these doors.
What's the focus for tonight?
Oh, we're expecting them to, come out and be quite ferocious. Man, it's a big night for them, 100-year celebration. So, congratulations to them. We're expecting them to put on a good show for their fans and be at their best. So, hopefully we can match that particularly early on in the game and sort of take the sting out of the emotion that they'll probably bring in the first quarter. So, hopefully we can match that intensity and get ourselves off to a really good start. First quarters haven't necessarily been our greatest quarter this year, so hopefully we can start off in the right fashion and sort of take the emotion out of the game.
Short and sweet. Best of luck tonight. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Ben Cameron downstairs with Jaron Geary from the Western Bulldogs, the number one scoring team in the competition, the Dogs, that is going to present an issue for North Melbourne tonight. The Roos, the first team out on the ground, and they've just been addressed by their two-time premiership coach, Dennis Pagan. Here it is, courtesy of Channel 7.
Boys, it's a great celebration for the North Melbourne Football Club tonight. If you cast your mind back to 1925, 2nd of May, this side played its first game in the VFL. They won by the last kick of the game when Johnny Lewis, our ruckman, kicked their goal and beat the reigning premiers from there. As we gone on, it was a real barren period for the next 20 years. North Melbourne were hit from pillar to post. But you know what? The people who barracked for North Melbourne, who supported them, who played for them, were able to get up off the canvas and come to fight again. Probably a little bit similar to what you blokes have got to do tonight. But have a look. 20 years, got into the finals in 1945, got into the first grand final in 50 with Wally Carter, one of our great coaches, and Les Foote, one of our great players, leading the way. Got beaten by Essendon, but it set the tone. We didn't have a lot of success in the 50s, played in the 58 grand final, got beaten, preliminary final, got beaten by Collingwood. But then it came, 1975, and those boys that ran out for 70 in 75, they were never beaten. They were hard, they were tough, they were strong. You've got to take a page out of their book. Really, you have to. The club went on, and there was a lot of great things that happened to North Melbourne in the 70s. They really grew and won 2 premierships. The 80s weren't a great time for the Kangaroos. We played and got into finals, but went out very quickly. Then the 90s came along, and we had a great team then, very similar to the 70s. No one intimidated us. We had a mantra, war without weapons. Everyone who ran out put his body on the line. I want to see you blokes do that tonight. You look at it. I had a look at Hawthorn last week, and I can tell you what, a lot of you blokes have got a bit to answer for. Tonight, you make sure that you're hard at the ball, you're hard at the man with the ball, you tackle and chase, you put pressure on your opponent, no daydreaming, just go for it, give it your best shot.
Dennis Pagan, his address to the North Melbourne group and the goal scorer at the northern end, and of course the past champions that were out there on the ground. So many of their premiership stars and games record holders over the years, including their top six, the six that have made it to the 300 game milestone. What do we make of that, Lids and Murph?
No daydreaming.
A rev up from Dennis Pagan, clean as well. Not a single profanity in there.
There was a lot of pressure on that when you see the microphone. You're going live to the crowd, but he told the players then that they probably owe their supporters from last week having lost by 85 points. So good to see Pagan out there, one of the all-time greats, and always enjoy when I randomly get to bump into him and have a chat to Dennis. It obviously didn't work too well at Carlton, but obviously his time in North Melbourne, he was unbelievable.
So you guys played nearly 600 games between you. How many games would start like that where you get a proper rev up from a coach?
Oh, jeez.
Every time Dennis spoke, he gave us a good rev up.
Yep. Is it one in every two? Is it every week? Is it once every 6 weeks? Like, how often?
I don't remember.
The coach.
Plough was probably the most like that in terms of actually like winding you up a bit more. But Timmer was more process driven. Wind up at quarter, like half time or 3/4 time more so.
Yeah.
Leon a little bit, not as much, but yeah, it was I'll tell you what, I saw something on Ronald Barassi.
Yeah.
Ron Barassi come on my Twitter feed the other day, or X feed, what do you want to call it. And he come out to one by eyeballs and he says, mate, you haven't had a single possession. You give me possessions. And I'll shut up. And I was just like, oh, I'm glad I didn't play under you, Mr. Barassi.
It's a throwback to yesteryear, isn't it? When the coaches were great orators, great motivators, and that was the only way in which you could get your players to respond. And a lot of players were fearful of their senior coach.
100%.
The ability to end their career in a heartbeat.
He just went around. Just went around the whole thing. What are you doing? You're not on today. You need to sharpen up.
I used to love it when various coaches would go past player by player and talk about what they're good at and what he wants to see from them. It's
not the post game though. You didn't want it
not post game. Well, after a good win, probably you did, but after a loss, when you knew he was going through everyone. You knew he was going to be in the firing line, and you almost didn't want to look too far into his eyes because he'd probably just V-line and come for you, whichever coach you had. But I think the way in which coaches these days motivates will always be a little bit different, but probably 1 in 3 or 4 that you're required a bit of a motivational spiel. But it's always good hearing some of the real rev-ups from yesteryear, isn't it?
100%. And if you happen to be in the media when Brent Harvey or Shannon Grant or David King or those Dennis Pagan lines that he used to have for his players back in the day about the one-liners, about what was required, and to basically not do yourself an injustice by rocking up underprepared. So he put everything he could into the preparation of the players, and then the expectation is, righto, now you guys go out and deliver.
Laurel in Rushworth, my favourite time of the week again, ABC footy, good calling team. Thanks, Laurel. Nice to hear from you. And from Greg in Geelong, you got to love real characters in our game, and they don't come much bigger than Crackers Keenan. My favourite North Melbourne moment was the 94 prelim final when G. Ablett Sr. goaled after the siren to put the Cats into the grand final. As a Cat supporter, but I've always had a healthy amount of respect for an honourable club such as the Kangas. From Greg in Geelong. I'm not sure your favourite North Melbourne moment can be a moment that you break the fans' hearts, and the Kangaroos are celebrating 100 years tonight, their centenary celebration. You'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. Both teams out on the ground. There's no late change, just repeating Robert Hanson Jr. and Lockie McNeil are the two subs for the Roos and the Dogs. The Dogs have been forced into their clash strip, given both teams are royal blue, so they're predominantly in white. They've got the logo on the lower left-hand corner of the jumper, the Bulldog, with just a thin red and blue trim. While North Melbourne are wearing a throwback jumper, so came into the competition 100 years ago, the old VFL AFL in 1925.
I like it.
And that was the jumper they wore there. So all blue with the white V. And that's what they're wearing tonight, 100 years on.
Yeah,
you like it?
It's not as good as their old school one with the big kangaroo.
Jumping kangaroo is the best one, I reckon. Yeah,
but
that's a real 90s special, isn't it?
Yes, 90s special. Yeah.
Ben Cameron is with us on the boundary tonight for Thursday night footy. Good evening, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, Lids, Murph, Clinchy. Great to be down here at the moment. It's not a big crowd, it must be said. They're only expecting 23,000 here today, which you would have hoped for a few more. Behind you guys, the top tier, the third tier, is actually blocked off. So no late changes, as you mentioned, Corb. The subs, Robert Hanson Jr. for North and Lockie McNeil for the Western Bulldogs. We are about to see Hudson Harvey. He's the son of Boom Boom. He's going to toss the coin out there, so the brother of Cooper as well. And Libba's 250th. Great footage from yesteryear of him running out with his dad, Tony. His son, Oscar, running out with him today. So the wheels of time, they turn, and another generation of dog running out with his dad for a milestone game.
Little Hudson's had a jumper change, I see, as well, Ben. He had his brother's number on his back earlier, number 37, and now the club's issued with him with... a retrospective jumper, and there's a different number on the back.
And he's got 29, his dad's famous number 29. I'm flat as well that you haven't asked me about my favourite North Melbourne memory, Corb, because mine would be day 2 of working with Malcolm Blight when he brought in his own highlights DVD that went for an hour and a half, and he sat me down and watched the whole video. And I did also point out to Malcolm, after we'd worked together for a little while, that he told me he'd won every medal, a Brownlow, a Ken Farmer, a McGarry medal. What else had he won? Everything, he told me. A Jock McHale medal. I said, oh, Blighty, you never won a Norm Smith. He said, Ben, came into existence in 1979. Go check the best for the 1977 grand final. I should have one of those as well.
Maybe retrospectively they'll start handing a few of those out, and he might be in the queue for that as well. North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs is upon us as round 17 begins. We are 2/3 of the way through the season, so 8 games to go for most teams in the competition. Of course, Gold Coast and Essendon still have that additional game, so 9 for them. And interestingly, if you work your way through this weekend, as we've touched on a couple of times, the top 9 play the bottom 9, and it's also the first time since round 11, so in some 6 weeks, that all 18 teams in the competition will be involved, so a full round 9 games this weekend.
Drags on, doesn't it, the bye rounds?
Only 17 games for the rest of the season, where the top 9 sides, as it stands at the moment, will play each other. So it just shows you how much is going to be shaped by those sides outside the top 9 and what impact they might be able to have, be it not on September, no wild card, but still a role to play.
Is it set, you reckon? The top 8, is it set?
Top 9 set. There's one spot they'll fight for.
Yeah, I'm talking top 8 though. What is that?
It's still to be proven about the Gold Coast Suns, isn't there?
Yeah.
Until they get there.
I'm with you. I think the Giants are the 9th of the 9 teams.
Really?
Yep. So I got the other 8.
Okay.
We've just had the coin toss, so young Hudson Harvey flicked that in the air, and Jai Simpkins won the toss and appropriately pointed towards the northern end, or the Arden Street end of the stadium. Last word from you, Mark Murphy, and Brett Delidio. Set it up for us. What's there to gain for North Melbourne tonight as they celebrate their centenary in the competition against an opponent which is obviously flying high in the Western Bulldogs?
Oh, there's everything to gain for the North Melbourne Footy Club, and I know obviously finals aren't on the agenda this year, but when you're playing in front of your former former stars and former coaches and staff who are all here celebrating what this club's been able to achieve over 100 years of AFL, VFL football. So, yeah, it's an opportunity for these young guys to really put themselves up in lights against a really good football team in the Western Bulldogs. And the Western Bulldogs are arguably the best midfield in the competition. So it's a real opportunity for some of these younger North Melbourne young stars to put themselves up against, your Bontempelli and Ed Richards, how well he's going this year, and Tom Liberatore. So it's an opportunity to show, well, last week's an aberration and North Melbourne mean business.
I'm off to a red-hot start. It was Libba who won the toss, and he pointed to the northern end. So I had a 50-50 chance twice who won the toss and which way they were going, and I got both of them wrong.
Yep.
So that's
Libba's going to the southern end.
That's a hot start. Libba,
left of your dial.
Libba has won the toss. The Dogs will be kicking towards the northern end to start the game, as North Melbourne celebrate their centenary in the VFL AFL competition 100 years on. Can today's Kangas live up to the occasion? Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
Tom Liberatore in his 250th game in the centre square as Tristan Sherry and Tim English gets us underway. Sherry wins down the first tap to Jai Simpkin, who sends the North Melbourne side up towards half forward. Zerha got rid of his opponent Caulfield, and it spills to the back of the pack. Castanti overran the footy for the Roos. Rory Lobb chisels a kick to half back, where Marcus Bontempelli takes the mark. Around the back to Ed Richards, who thought about coming inboard, and now he does, towards Norton. It's a beautiful kick, and they're away. Hand pass to Kennedy. Vandermeer's out the back. He'll mark 25 metres out, all on his own. And as soon as they won that 50-50 ball on the wing, they were away.
Yeah, it was. It was the kick out from the D50, and Ed Richards got it and just pierced one through the corridor to Norton, and that just opened up the game. It was a handball received to Matthew Kennedy, and then just a defensive breakdown from North Melbourne. They still got caught ball watching where Vandermeer's just drifted straight out the back towards goal, and no one's picked him up.
12 goals of the season for Lanthan Vandermeer. Vandermeer coming in, looking to start the night on a positive note for the Bulldogs, and he comes in and kicks it from 35 metres out. It took just a minute, and the Bulldogs are on the board in the Kangaroos' centenary celebration. 1 straight 6 to North Melbourne, yet to score. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I haven't seen yet where the breakdown was on Vandermeer, but I have a feeling that Pink was trying to own the outside on Norton, but because the kick came back to the inside, it gave Norton the first play on it, which then, as soon as they had that, the midfielder streaming forward. I'm just trying to see who that might have been off Colby McKercher. He's the next one to get to Vandermeer. So obviously playing aggressive, trying to be up at the. Yeah, he did. He came up to the contest, and just didn't read that Norton was going to mark that one. Therefore, you caught out the back. Could have almost walked it into the goal line. Good start by the Dogs. You just need to keep that ball inside forward 50 if you're a Roos.
He kicked 3 last time these two teams met, which was back in round 1. So second meeting of the season for the Bulldogs and the Roos. There's a free kick here. It's going to go Liberatore's way in the middle for a hold. And Libba to send the Dogs forward again. Danger signs early for North Melbourne, and Tim English climbs into the pack and rips it down. Wow. And English will shoot from 25 out straight in front.
Well, that's something I haven't seen from Timmy English over. He can catch it above his head, but I haven't seen him go back into a pack like that before. He's playing inspired footy, big Timmy.
Just took off, didn't he? As soon as the free kick was awarded, he just had Sherry behind him, and he just couldn't keep up. And it's a good little J mark in the end. He just came from in front of the pack and just read it beautifully.
So English got 8 goals for the year. North Melbourne have touched the footy once, and the Dogs have 2 goals. It's alarming early for the Kangas. We're only 3 minutes in, 2 straight 12. The Western Bulldogs, North Melbourne, yet to score. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I think Dennis Pagan might have done his last pre-game rev-up after this start. 2 goals to 1 touch through the opening 2 minutes.
That's a fair shout, Benny. I think if I'm looking at Tim English, he's thinking, well, I'm not going to get into a wrestle with Tristan Sherry because I know how strong he is, and that's where he gets the bulk of his clearances. So I'm going to try and run him around as much as I can, test him out going forward. And he just got caught ball watching, didn't he? Unfortunately, Tristan Sherry, he just put 4 or 5 metres on him, gave him great access to that inside 50.
Great courageous mark, wasn't it? Just really went back at pace, and great technique too to give himself every opportunity to jump at that football.
Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Sherry and English back in the middle of the ground. This time Sherry does slap down the ball, looking for Jai Simpkin. Can't get a clean boot onto it. Spills out the way of Davies-Uniacke. Gets a hand pass over his shoulder to McKercher and back to Davies-Uniacke. From half back inside 50. Larkey stayed down. Had a 2-on-1. Rory Lobb gathers for the Bulldogs. Back to Caulfield. Trying to spin through a tackle. And he's locked up just 40 metres out. Cam Zerha coming in with some good aggression, and Tom Liberatore coming in to fly the flag for the Bulldogs.
That's good forward 50 pressure from Zerha. Doesn't want a bit of body contact.
Dogs did concede 5 forward 50 stoppage goals last week against the Swans, their most in over a decade. As they get a clearing kick here through Liberatore, but it's coming back. Dill Stevens takes the intercept mark for the Kangas. Goes out wide to Daniels, second game against his old team. Of course, his that last meeting doubled up as his club debut back in round 1 for North. Short to Colby McKercher. A recently re-signed Roo. Kicks inside the forward 50. Superb. Hit his target, lace out. And Sheasel has it just inside the boundary, 40 from home, left half forward.
Well, it was the last 2 stoppages where there were actually 2 big tackles, 2 big hits that really set the scene, and that's something that you need when you have 2 quick goals kicked on against you. You need someone to make an impact, and they did that. And then it was just smart by McKercher just to wait, let the forwards go to work, open up a few lanes for one another, and then just use that beautiful left foot that he has to find Sheasel.
Had the no contact cap on during the week, Harry Sheasel. That sore shoulder. His drop punt here is left and stays that way and behind. 5 minutes in, 2 straight the Bulldogs, 1 behind North Melbourne. Get Ben to keep an eye on this, but look as if the medicos, the docs, were just having a look at the replay on the Dogs bench. So hopefully that's... in fact, Ben's ready to go now as the ball's out of bounds here on the wing. Bulldogs by 11, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben.
Yeah, our man Doc Zimmerman just having a look at that replay. It was Rory Lobb who came out of that marking contest on the ground, looked unwell, but he got up hobbling, so I'm not sure if it was necessarily a head injury or possibly just an ankle, which Rory Lobb does have some issues with.
Ben Cameron down on the boundary. Bulldogs by 11 points. Davies Uniac tries to break away. In fact, it's Bailey Scott who's tackled by Matt Kennedy and Tom Liberatore. Bulldogs with the opening 2 goals through Vandermeer and English. English wins down the tap. Davies Uniac takes possession. He's tackled by Bontempelli. Spills out to Powell. Gets a hand pass to Scott inside 50. Finbar Maley spalls it down towards the boundary line. Caulfield tries to keep it alive. Hand pass around the boundary line. Too sharp for Bailey Williams. And a boundary throw in. So no Luke McDonald, Luke Parker, Jack Darling or George Wardlaw tonight for the Western Bulldogs. So an opportunity for a few young roos. While the Bulldogs have also had their own injuries, no Harms or Davidson tonight. Buko Karmas is also a surprise out as well for the Bulldogs.
Sherry grabs it out of the ruck, kicks quickly to full forward. Larkey's down there and he's got it. That's a good one-on-one win.
Yeah, great one-on-one win because the lobby's been pretty good down there for the Dogs, but it was Tristan Sherry probably in the ruck that was too strong as well.
Kicked 5 last week, 5 last time they met, and he starts his tally tonight. He pokes through the Kangas' first goal in their centenary game. And they still trail, but they're on the board to settle it down. 1-1 to 2 straight, and we're 7 minutes in. Dogs by 5, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Well, it's been on the back of a few big contests ahead of the football. Just some big tackles, making some contests in the air and getting the ball out of play, and then being able to set up well from stoppage again. So currently leading the clearances 4-2 North Melbourne, so they're getting to work around there. It's been a really important response after a few really easy goals from the Bulldogs.
Yeah. So Tim English just got to be better there. He just tried to body up and didn't go and play the footy. Just played the ball on its merits, unfortunately. He let him go straight through and get an inside 50, which gave the one-on-one to Larkey. Oh, it was James O'Donnell, not Rory Lobb. Sorry.
Very rarely do you get 1v1s in that
you don't.
area of the ground, don't you, too, when the stoppage is just outside of 50. So well done by North clearing out.
Kangas are on the board after the first 2 to the Bulldogs. English got up high, might have given away the free kick. Yes, it's going the way. In fact, it's going the way of the Western Bulldogs. Ed Richards is going to take it against Jai Simpkins. So in the middle of Docklands, he looks to send them high inside 50. Sam Darcy, the target, flies in the pack. Sherry got back. And Bailey Williams locks it up to the chest of Finn O'Sullivan, and the umpire will ball it up 35 metres out from the Western Bulldogs goal.
No late change coming in. Hanson Jr. and McNeil, the 2 subs. And the restart, Phillips for the Roos. Hand pass away to Stevens. He's bouncing away off the back flank. Kicks it down the wing. There's young Harvey. He takes the mark, his first game since 2023. Plays on immediately. Dishes off a hand pass. And then neat left-footed kick from Hardiman down to half forward. No mark for Simpkin. Spills to Maley. Gives it back to Simpkin. Handball to Davies Uniac. Back into dispute. Hines knocks it out. Straight to Maley, who's tackled and taken the ground. Well, the ball up high half forward here for North. They've kicked the last goal. The Dogs got the first 2. So Bulldogs by 5. 9 minutes in.
Thrown up Sherry against English. Tries to take it out of the ruck. Down low. No chance to try and knock it clear for Phillips as the players circle. Liberatore is on the very bottom of the pack and the umpire will ball it up. Looks like Will Dawson has the task of playing alongside Sam Darcy, both over 200 centimetres, but Dawson in just his 5th game, one of the most imposing tasks to be asked to do at the moment as English slaps it down. A chance for Stevens though for the Roos. Hand pass to Davies Uniac, pinned in a tackle by Bontempelli. Got it away at the last moment and Griffin Logue is locked up. Too long, says the umpire. Free kick going the way of Riley West. He turns and comes inboard to Matt Kennedy. They're on here. The run and the overlap. Hand pass to Sanders. Hand pass to the back of Bontempelli. It's well gathered by McKercher. Spins out of traffic. Feeds a hand pass back to Hardiman and the Roos have possession once more. Back to Griffin Logue. A worm burner along the turf to Stevens who gathers. Gets the hand pass away to Hardiman.
Lefty sends it down the wing. And a good intercept mark for Lobb. Just got the size mismatch on Curtis. Oh, quick hand pass to Johannison to Bailey Dale. Arches the back, evades a would-be tackler. Dangerous handball, middle of the ground. O'Sullivan picks it off for North. Hand pass out to Curtis. 70 from home. Looks to an unguarded goal square. Larkey gets back and marks. And he beats O'Donnell cold again in the one-on-one.
Great setup there from the Roos off that turnover. Wasn't an ideal set up a play, was it? But their ability to chase and put that pressure on Bailey Dale. He had nothing to go to, which forced him just to dump a handball away. But the Roos had a nice little wall set up there. The mids had really covered the corridor well. And then it just forced that turnover. Curtis, great weighted kick to Larkey over the back of O'Donnell again.
What a year he's having. So this will bring him up to 35 goals. Larkey puts the Kangas on top. The Dogs with the first two, Larkey with the next two. And after a dozen minutes, North Melbourne lead 2-1 to 2 straight. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, and we've got ourselves a lead change.
Yeah, we do, and I think Alistair Clarkson will be wrecked by the response in the last 5 or 6 minutes. It certainly looked like it was just going to be all the Bulldogs after kicking 2 really easy goals, but it's been on the back of clearance work and pressure that North Melbourne have really worked their way back into this game, and it was a chase from Constanti, who I think he's probably got the job on, Dale. It looked like he was trying to get into him earlier on and had that chase and just got a hand in, but then it was the other North Melbourne teammates who really pressed up high to the ground and covered off those outlets, and turning the ball over there, you're going to do a lot of damage when you've got a bloke who's playing out of the goal square, Nick Larkey.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. The Dogs have made that change. Rory Lobb has now gone to Nick Larkey. Back in the middle of the ground. Darcy wins down the tap for the Bulldogs. Running off the back of the pack is Garcia. Hand pass to Pontempelli, too sharp. Scott takes it back for the Roos. Drives them inside 50. Larkey the target. Spoiled away by Lobb. Gets out the back. He's onto it again. Nick Larkey has 3 goals in the opening 12 minutes. And the Kangaroos now lead by 7 points. 3-1-19 to the Bulldogs, 2 straight 12. He is looming as a threat. It's not Sam Darcy, it's Nick Larkey at the other end.
Well, he's certainly a threat, all right, but he's just grabbing at it's like the shin or the right knee. Leads, unfortunately, but geez, he was quick after the contest in the air. It was a pack of about 6, but he was the quickest and just read the ball better from that.
Ball sat perfect, didn't it? Like the ball just sits up beautifully there for him to run onto.
A nice bounce, but
Lobb's 200.
Lobb's no slouch, is he, at ground level? And he just put a metre or two on him pretty quickly.
But it all come back to the pressure here. They didn't allow the Dogs to get it, break away from the centre bounce.
Centenary 9, maybe it's our Pagan's paddock. Just clear him out and put Larkey deep. Let him go to work.
It's worked before.
A little throwback game plan for North Melbourne. Replace the King Wayne Carey with Nick Larkey. 3 goals already. Roos going forward again. Simpkin the centre break. Dogs win it back. Darcy hands it to Bramble across half back. Finds Vandermeer, who marks. Hand pass away to Caleb Poulter. Back in the side today. Phillips breaks up the kick. Poulter cleans it up. Knocks it further forward to West. Handball to Vandermeer. Handball to Hines. Back to Vandermeer. Kicks inside 50. Turnover. And a big intercept mark for young Dawson, who picks it off at left half back. And North back the other way.
Oh, into the middle of the ground. It was a somewhat risky kick, but he was able to find Stevens, who plays on around the back to Toby Pink. Kicks out to a stationary Jai Simpkin. In front, Richards wins it down. Hand pass around the back to Garcia. Shovels a hand pass forward to Bontempelli. It's effective. One way, then the other around O'Sullivan. Pokes it inside 50. Looking for Sam Darcy. Well, it's not an easy task to stop him, but when it's Caleb Daniel, who's under 170 centimetres, you've got no chance.
It's like senior football versus the under-9s there going inside 50. But that's just
kick.
It's just hard work when you're a coach and your team's turning it over the way they are there, North. That was just, they should have been out and going inside 50, but just a bad skill error coming out of deep 50.
Darcy's going to kick across his body after Larkey's kicked 3 at the other end. He kills it too much and misses to the left-hand side. North Melbourne by 6 points. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
He's had a bit more time then, didn't he, Darcy, just to really settle in and weigh up the angles. He looked like he just rushed himself a little bit.
North by 6, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Big story developing down here. Nick Larkey, he was trying to flex that knee. He was feeling around the shin, maybe back into the calf as well, as you guys spoke about. He was doing those actions, then went, oh, that really hurt, ran off the ground, has gone down to the rooms.
Oh, okay, Ben, thank you for that. Larkey's kicked the last 3 goals in the game. The Dogs kicked the first 2. It brings us into this position at the moment where we pick it up in the opening term, 15 minutes in from the kick out. We've got a forward or half forward stoppage here for the Bulldogs, 52 metres out from their goal. North win it at the coalface as Powell hands it away to Phillips, kicks up to the wing. pack of bodies descend on the footy, and in the end, Harvey has it held to him. He'll let the ball up on the wing.
I was about to say, geez, they look like they're tackling well north, but they're actually only on 4 tackles, but they're throwing their bodies in there.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Sherry palms it down to Bontempelli. He's tackled, taken to ground, and Shees will make sure he's not going anywhere. So no late change coming in. Hanson Jr. and McNeil are the 2 subs.
Thrown up. Sherry and Darcy tangle. Sherry takes it out of the ruck, trying to get it to Phillips. Got it forward to Powell. Couldn't get much meterage on his kick. It's picked up by Ed Richards. Out pass to Garcia. The Bulldogs away through Sanders. Into the middle of the ground for Bramble. Looks out for the wide lead of Norton. And he takes the mark right on 50. Leading out in front of Will Dawson. But this will take Aaron Norton's best. He's looking for options. Riley West is on the move. He's going to go to the goal square. And that's where the wrestle is between Griffin Logue and Hines. It spills off Hines to Caleb Poulter, who turns on a dime and misses everything. Out of bounds on the full to the left. Trying to jag it over his right shoulder. No change to the score. North Melbourne leading by 6 points.
Isn't it amazing how Aaron Norton could have easily gone back and had that set shot, just chipped it
and went almost to the goal line.
It's like, you just go back and back yourself in, big fella.
Nick Larkey's kicked 3 goals in 6 minutes after North Melbourne conceded the first 2 inside the opening 2 minutes. And now he's off the ground. Having his knee looked at, so a dramatic opening. Finn O'Sullivan marks the short kick from Sherry. Now trying to measure the pass. Kennedy intercepts it. Hardiman waited for him. Kennedy pokes it inside 50, and here's Libba. In his milestone game, marks 45 out left half forward.
Well, that's why you've got to go long when there's nothing on, rather than trying to invent a kick out of your D50, because if you turn it over shallow, that's where you get opportunities on the re-entry, and that's what Matthew Kennedy did brilliantly. He took the mark, intercept mark, looked straight up, saw a free and hit it.
Just the 15th Bulldog to get to 250 games, but the second with his surname. One of the most famous ones in the history of the club. And Liberatore Jr. Tom puts it through. And the Bulldogs level the game at 3-1-19 apiece. 18 minutes in, scores level. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right, Murph. The percentage to score from that deep in your 50 is very, very slim. So you're better off just to take yardage and see whether you can get either a mark down the line or a stoppage
yeah.
and start again. But kicking anywhere near Matty Kennedy at the moment, he's having some sort of year for a guy who's just come across the club in his first year. His ability overhead is really, well, it's probably not underrated anymore, given he's taken so many nice marks this year. But good little finish too, and not a bad way to find the 250 gamer.
Yeah.
Tom Liberatore is universally loved amongst all footy fans. Premiership player, able to get a goal in game 250 to draw the Bulldogs level after 18 minutes. Back in the middle of the ground, Sherry and English resume their battle. It almost bounces away of Kennedy, can't get a disposal away. Sheasel gets a hand pass out to Tom Powell, who drives North Melbourne inside 50. Maley at the back of the pack, can't take the mark, running on it to Ray. He's dumped in, a tackle by Zurha, spills out the way of Harvey. His hand pass goes out of play. Cam Zurha's trying to make a presence early in this match as a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Kangaroos.
Yeah, it certainly has. Some big contests down there ahead of the football for North Melbourne. If they're not winning it, they're halving it. So they get an opportunity here at another stoppage.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, thrown back in. Sherry tries to slap it to the back to Zurha, who tangles with Liberatore. Phillips knocks it into the path of Powell. He can't break through. 3 or 4 Bulldogs, and the umpire will ball up 40 metres out from North Melbourne's goal.
Just repeating, Nick Larkey kicked 3 goals in a 6-minute burst, and now he's off the ground. Having a knee looked at in the North Melbourne change rooms from the ball up. Zurha trying to get it out, eventually finds its way to LDU on the 50, kicks to the teeth of goal. Maley crashes the pack. Garcia took a minute, eventually got it out to Libba. Hand pass away to O'Donnell, now to Giray and off to Williams. He kicks it out of defence for the Dogs.
Good hand.
Finds Hines. The youngest Bulldog out there at 19, Cooper Hines. The first pick that the Dogs took in last year's national draft at number 20 overall, goes short back to Williams. Second touch in the chain, long kick down the line, good spoil. Punched out of bounds by Griffin Logue. And we'll have a throw in between wing and half forward for the Dogs.
Larkey still hasn't emerged down there, Benny, has he?
Certainly has not.
Right, I was going to say, you just yell out Benny when you see him on the bench. For each minute he's off, North Melbourne fans, their optimism. After, as Corby said, kicking 3 goals in 6 minutes. Sherry wins down the tap for the Roos. Scott runs onto it. Hand pass to Powell, feeds the hand pass to McKercher. One way then the other, trying to get away from Riley West. He's almost caught. His kick up the wing looking for Phillips. Actually works in the end. Kicks off the outside of the boot, but no one but Bulldogs players there. As it's marked by Rory Lobb at right half back. Just had to try and run it up the wing by hands, but in the end the bailout kick was chopped off by Rory Lobb. Turns and comes inboard to O'Donnell. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The interesting part, though, is that Hansen hasn't started warming up yet. So he is stationary, still sitting at the back of the bench. So that is a good sign, but we still wait to see Nick Larkey.
Well, bangs it up the wing. Norton flew, got up early before acceptances, and free kick going the way of Tristan Sherry across half back.
Oh, dangerous kick, trying to link up with Pink, put it over his head. Logue's there to clean it up. Hand pass away to O'Sullivan. Short kick for the Kangas. Logue picks that off, wasn't meant for him. Gives it away to McKercher. Tried to spear the pass, turns it over. And Hines takes the intercept mark. So 6 minutes and counting now for Larkey since he's been off the ground. Hines goes back and across to Bramble, who's playing on the wing today. You see Moe Davidson, the doc, he misses. Harm's also out. Speaking of docs, here's Giray, receives the short kick, goes long inside 50, and Sherry at fullback takes the intercept mark for North. Scores level, 22 minutes in.
As he sends it up towards the wing, Finbar Maley the target. It's kept alive by Scott against the boundary. Quick 1-2 with Phillips. All of a sudden it opens up, but the hand pass missed McKercher. Chance for Vandermeer. He couldn't get it to Kennedy. Trying to knock it on McKercher. Sanders re-emerges with it for the Bulldogs. Trying to get around Powell. Needs support back to DeRay. Nice sidestep around Powell. Drives the Bulldogs inside 50. Poulter in a 2-on-1. Almost takes the mark against Pink. Hand pass to Liberatore. Hand pass to Vandermeer to a stationary Matt Kennedy. Trying to get it away to Riley West. He's got three around him. Draws them. Hand pass to Vandermeer to the top of the goal square. Tim English takes the mark in the right forward pocket. Tristan Sherry would be frustrated there. It was just a shallow kick that favoured the big man in front.
Yeah, he would be frustrated. He's playing some good footy, Sherry, but Tim English has got his opportunity here to kick his second. So doing a bit of damage.
Yeah. It's one way to make him accountable, isn't it? Take him forward.
Take him to the goal square. He's got the banana from 25 metres out. Tim English has 2 goals in the opening quarter. Larkey with 3. At the other end, and the good news is he is back from the rooms. Bulldogs by 6 points. 4-1-25 to North Melbourne, 3-1-19. Tim English with his second. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, so Nick Larkey has re-emerged. He's got that right knee strapped. He's doing a few side-to-side sort of zigzag runs, and he's standing now as if he's going to come on. So he's run back out onto the ground. Good news for North.
It's just watching Tim English there. Tristan Sherry just ball watched just for a couple of seconds, and that was all it took for Tim English to sneak forward on him. He'll be kicking himself now because he's just been tuned in to where the ball's been going, hasn't been aware of his opponent. Most of the time they're probably looking after him and making sure he can't impact Sherry, but
that's right. He's just been drifting forward, hasn't he?
Yeah, drifting forward.
Making him accountable.
8.5 minutes off the ground for Nick Larkey. When he went off, the Roos were up by 7. Now down by 6 as he steps back onto the field. Time on opening term. Second lead change of the night. That's Phillips, the coalface, got a hand pass away, but straight to Liver, gives it to English. Now a kick inside the forward 50, punched away by the Roos. Live footy, centre half forward for the Dogs. Kennedy collects to Garcia, slick hands to Richards, bounces off some contact. He got it high, said the umpire. In fact, this might be going against Richards, who was the ball carrier. He had it, he banged bodies with Davies-Uniacke, and LDU is slow to get up, a little dazed.
He went to fend with his right forearm and just collected him across the cheek.
Ooh.
So let's hope. No doubt they'll do a check on him, won't they, after this? HIA.
Forearm straight to the jaw. Yep. Davies-Uniacke earns a free kick, goes against the ball carrier in Richards. And Davies-Uniacke, hopefully he's all okay. Gets up, bangs the kick out to the wing to Zurhar in a one-on-one, and the ball slides past him and Caulfield and out of bounds. So he's staying out there for the moment, but as we know, they will certainly look at the replay and then send the doc out for a little bit of a check. And if it does advance to the second stage of that concussion test, he'll have to come to the bench and go through the official protocols. 25 minutes in, opening term, Dogs by a goal.
Shallow throw in, no chance for Davies-Uniacke to break away as Liberatore lays the tackle. Dogs kicked the first 2 goals of the match. North kicked the next 3. All through Nick Larkey, and the Bulldogs with the last 2 of the match. Sherry tries to take another ruck. Squeeze the kick up towards half forward. Clears Bailey Dale, but they have Caulfield loose across half back. This kick is over the head of Kennedy, though. Trickles out towards the boundary line. It goes out of play, so it's just not quite as sharp as you would expect early here. Taylor DeRay's down a little. Who would you have in front in terms of Tim English and Tristan Sherry, who's had the better year so far this season?
Oh, Sherry, I think. Yeah, overall, I think Sherry's he dominates clearance. He has contested footy.
The better night though.
Tonight, yeah, so classic too. Oh, please, yeah, non-contest.
Wins it down. Phillips got a kick going forward. An awkward landing for English as he leapt over the back of the pack. Harvey got a little hand pass back in dispute. Now Davies Uniacke puts his head in the hole, goes and wins it. Handball to Scott. Hand pass away to Phillips. He goes back and across. Here's McKercher. Ruse coming out the dockside. Kick wide to Dersma. Interesting figure in all of this. Back in the team for the first time since round 10. Former number 4 pick. Kicks to Curtis. Out on the lead and takes the mark. And Paul Curtis has it right half forward. He'll have a look inside the 50 for the Kangas. Then Cameron.
Oh, I get the sense we might be about to stop the game here for Luke Davies Uniacke because there's been a chat from the North Melbourne bench to the AFL official. Now David Roden is up and standing. And I think after this set shot, we will see the game stopped so that Luke Davies Uniacke can be brought from the ground.
Okay, standing by himself at the moment, LDU at centre half forward as Curtis comes in and bangs it through. Tie ball game again. 27 minutes gone, 4-1-25 apiece. And the Roos are hanging with the Dogs here on their big night. 27 minutes in, 4-1-25 apiece. And then we got movement. There's a certain man headed your way.
Yeah, because it was a goal, so the play stopped. The umpires out there have told Luke Davies Uniacke he's got to come from the ground. So he's trotted off straight through the gates, straight down the race, and will be off to get assessed. So I think Ed Richards, he was the man who had the elbow to the face, was he not? He'll be a nervous man at the moment.
Really? For what? A reactionary forearm? You couldn't possibly get suspended for that, would you?
You're out of form, Lids.
Yes.
Oh, mate. Yeah. If you want to go on that, yeah. Don't get me started.
Hopefully he's okay, firstly, but it has to be a reportable offence, and I'm not sure that's a reportable offence, isn't it? You've basically got a forearm, you're trying to fend off. He's got it wrong, and he's hit Davies Uniacke in the jaw, and obviously we'll watch this space as he undergoes the concussion test.
Scores locked at 25 apiece as here's Richards on cue, gets the clearance of the Western Bulldogs to Bontempelli. Out pass away to Liberatore, so a couple of the Sons of the West involved. Inside 50, Riley West in the back, can't hang on to it. Spills out the way of Hardiman, Poulter over the top of him. And the umpire will ball it up 30 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. Tristan Sherry leads the way with 7 disposals alongside Leith Vandermeer for the Western Bulldogs, but 2 goals for Tim English, his opposing ruck. Liberatore goes to work, trying to get the footy clear. Tristan Sherry gets a hand pass out to Powell, but his clearing kick is only as far as Taylor DeRay, who marks for the Bulldogs.
DeRay is back and across. Finds Lob. He's closest to the goals at the North Melbourne end, and yet he's over halfway. Front edge of the centre square, kicks to the hot spot. They all fly for it. Poulter got it out. Slick hands away to Bontempelli. Shoots goalward, but misses. 4-2 to 4-1. Kangaroos hanging with the Bulldogs, but it's the Dogs who lead it by a point. 29 minutes gone. Just to fill in the blanks, by the way, how many did you think Lynch should have got, Leeds?
1.
So you're out by 3.
Yes, that was the big
Four.
point. For 5.
5's a bit heavy, let's be honest.
As McKercher takes the mark, signed for another 3 years at the Kangaroos, kicks up towards Nick Larkey back on the field. He's outmanoeuvred by Rory Lobb, who takes the mark on the wing. Bulldogs by a point. Closing in on quarter time, 29 minutes gone in the opening term. Lobb kicks the Bulldogs up towards half forward. Darcy comes leading out, spoiled away from him. Caleb Poulter's onto it. Hand pass chopped off by Powell, who wrestles with Vandermeer for the footy, and the umpire will come in and ball it up 50 metres out from the Western Bulldogs goal. Inside 50's 13-10, the way of the Bulldogs in this clash. The Kangaroos have responded well after a slow start. Sherry knocks it out to Sheasel. Trying to get a hand pass to Powell. Has to sock it off the ground. He was being tackled. We're not in possession and we'll get the free kick. And left half back for the Roos.
Tristan from Footscray off the SMS. Loving the commentary. Please make sure we get more updates from Ben Cameron on the boundary. I'm curious about the mood on the benches. This game is exciting so far. Thanks, Tristan. It's been your lucky night. We've had lots of Ben Cameron updates already in this opening term. There's a long kick down the line, knocked out of bounds. So throw in on the wing.
Just what we need, more confidence from Ben Cameron to jump in.
2 minutes to go before quarter time. Bulldogs by 1. Any sign of Luke Davies-Uniacke down there, Bunch?
But I didn't have a parking pass to get in today, but just confidence, Murph, that would have got you in.
That's a fair shout.
Boundary throw in. Richards got boot the ball. Trickles close to the boundary line. The box out after it. Hand pass out in front. Sockers it further afield. Well, Norton got it and just dropped it as he was being tackled. Said keep rolling. Picked up by Richards. Bangs it down to half forward. Here's West. Dogs inside the attacking arc. Kicks for Darcy. Juggled effort not to be. Hits the deck. Dawson grabs the footy, bangs it out of defence for North.
Stevens did well to get back and support as Sheasel brings it down. Costanti through the middle of the ground. Out past to Paul Curtis. Larkey's out the back. Can they get it to him? They can. He streams away from Rory Love, who loses his footing. And Nick Larkey on return puts through his fourth. Back to which we were. Despite that right knee being heavily strapped, Rory Love couldn't believe it as the kick from Paul Curtis once more, the ultimate provider for the full forward, cleared the fingertips of Rory Lobb. And the Kangas are back in front by 5 points. 5-1-31 to the Western Bulldogs, 4-2-26. Nick Larkey with his fourth, all in the opening quarter. Brett Delidio on Mark Murphy.
Well, if you're going to get to anyone, go to Dylan Stevens. That was a huge play just to put enough pressure on Sam Darcy, which allowed Will Dorth. He'd rolled up to try and impact that Riley West mark. And Darcy got out the back. Dylan Stevens playing the wing role really well, got back to help. And that's what opened up the kick from Curtis in. Geez, that had penetration on that kick. It just kept going.
And it was the extra handball to Curtis, which released him and gave him an opportunity to see that one out the back, see Larkey, who was running hard towards goal, rather than just under pressure, banging on the boot, take that extra half a second, give it off by hands and get one ahead of the football. Is great football.
Back in the middle, first disposal for Richards. The 1-2 with the Norm Smith medalist in Joe Hannison. Now tumbles a kick down to half forward for the Dogs. McKercher collects mid-air, releases a hand pass but turns it over. West off his knees for the Bulldogs. Hand pass out to Kennedy, goes back to Sanders. Sanders miscues a kick, puts it out on the full. And it'll be a free kick for North at half-back. By the way, Joel Frazier, the man they've been calling the right-footed Bont, he's coming off the best 4 weeks of his career. The number 1 rated player Bulldog in that time hasn't touched it.
Duck eggs.
Isn't it? You know, they say about some days you're the statue, some days you're the pigeon. It's amazing. Great level of footy.
I've never heard that.
Amazing. A long kick down the wing to a contest. Ball spills down towards Vandermeer. He's crunched in the Maley tackle. And the mailman's back, imposing himself. Finbar Maley, big tackle and a boundary throw-in on the wing. So Joel Frazier without a touch in this opening term. North Melbourne lead the game by 5 points. Larkey's kicked 4 goals. We've had 3 lead changes in this opening term. It's all on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Thrown back in. Sherry wins it down to the front. Richards can't take it first time. It does spill back towards him. Powell just shoved him out of the way. Wins the ball for North Melbourne. Out past to Sheasel and now to McKercher. Chips it across half back and finds Bailey Scott. He looks straight down the middle of the ground and tries to kick it up towards Maley. Problem is he's on a 2-on-1 as Caulfield brings it down to the front. Hasn't dealt with it though. Simpkins slides in, picks it up for North Melbourne. Jags it back on his left. Here's Larkey again.
He's on fire.
Channeling his best Wayne Carey tonight.
He's on track for 20.
A chance to kick 5 in the opening quarter after the siren of quarter time. His season high has been 5 goals on 2 occasions before tonight. On a 45-degree angle, Nick Larkey after the quarter time, and he misses to the left-hand side. Just a little tentative. And about the only thing that's gone wrong for the Kangaroos in the last 15 minutes or so. After having that knee heavily strapped, he's made his return, and he now has 4 goals, 1. But the Kangaroos do lead by 6 points at quarter time, and their fans will be happy with what they've seen so far in the opening quarter. 5-2-32 to the Western Bulldogs, 4-2-26. Nick Larkey has 4 goals. Paul Curtis has the other goal for North Melbourne, while for the Western Bulldogs, 2 goals to Tim English, individual goals to Liberatore and Latham Vandermeer.
That's Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy and myself, Corbin Middlemass. The Kangas by 6 points after an entertaining opening term with 3 lead changes. Your thoughts on the SMS throughout the night? 0437 774 774. Back with the thoughts of Murph and Lids coming up next. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Where else will you find free fun and games? Teens being boss, hard quiz, boiled by kids, and of course,
Do not watch this show.
find them all where it's always free, always fun for the family. ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Danger signs early for North Melbourne, and Tim English climbs into the pack and rips it down. North Melbourne have touched the footy once, and the Dogs have 2 goals. Oh, it's alarming early for the Kangas. Sherry grabs it out of the ruck, kicks quickly to full forward. Larky's down there and he's got it. Kicked 5 last week, 5 last time they met, and he starts his tally tonight. He pokes through the Kangas' first goal in their centenary game. Hand pass out to Curtis. 70 from home. Looks to an unguarded goal square. Larky gets back and marks. Larky puts the Kangas on top. The Dogs with the first 2, Larky with the next 2. And after a dozen minutes, North Melbourne lead.
Scott takes it back for the Roos, drives them inside 50. Larky the target. Spoiled away by Lobb. Gets out the back. He's on one again. Nick Larky has 3.
Kennedy pokes it inside 50, and here's Libber. His milestone game marks 45 out left half forward. Just the 15th Bulldog to get to 250 games, but the second with his surname. One of the most famous ones in the history of the club. And Liberatore Jr. Tom puts it through.
Stevens did well to get back and support as Sheasel brings it down. Castandi through the middle of the ground. Out past to Paul Curtis. Larky's out the back. Can they get it to him? They can. He streams away from Rory Lobb, loses his footing, and Nick Larky on return puts through his 4th.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It's all happening tonight on the ABC Listen app. Thursday night footy here. North Melbourne by 6 points at quarter time, celebrating their centenary. We've also got the NRL there tonight. There's cricket coverage from 11:45 p.m. Second test from Grenada between Australia and the West Indies. And the Wimbledon coverage starts tonight from 9:30 through ABC AFL Extra. So ABC AFL Extra is the button you need to look for. Alex de Minaur, first up of 4 Aussies in action tonight. He plays Arthur Kazoo, so we'll keep you up to date. I think I've mentioned the NRL a couple of times. Of course, the NRLW, it's the season opener tonight, so remiss of me not to point that out. That will be the broadcast game between the Sharks and the Eels, so you can take your pick through the ABC Listen app. But given you've got the thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, our number 1 picks, why would you want to go anywhere else? The Kangas by 6 points at quarter time.
Yeah, well, they've been good, haven't they, the Kangas? I thought in the first 3 or 4 minutes, well, this could be an ugly night after the Bulldogs basically just within 10 disposals had kicked 2 goals. And it looked like, well,
to one.
Too sure here.
For one disposal.
But to North Melbourne's credit, it really came off the back of a few forwards, a few crunching tackles, a few big hits. There was a few just like 50-50 contests. They were able to bring the ball to ground, get some repeat stoppages, and then start to use the ball going inside 50. So really good response after what looked like a really slow start. They were able to get their game up and going. The centre clearances were 5 apiece, so very even in there, obviously. But around the ground, North Melbourne were bringing a high half forward up, and the stoppages around the ground 11-4 in favour of North Melbourne. So they're getting their hands on the football around that. Western Bulldogs opting to take that +1 and try and get that turnover game going. But at the moment, it looks like it's sort of falling in North Melbourne's hands, and especially when you're starting to use the ball well through the corridor, and they've been able to get them out the back, especially Larky. He's been playing some really good football, obviously kicking the 4 goals then, but his work rate getting up and down the ground that's been a real standout. And for the other North Melbourne players to actually find him on going inside 50.
Yep. No, we spoke about the strength of the Bulldogs midfield, but they've been touched up a little bit here, I feel. Look at the clearances overall. It's 16-9. And I know Tristan Sherry's a big beast in there, and he does a large bulk of that work, but he's had the 4. Tom Powell's had 3 as well, as has Will Phillips. They're just getting to work in there. They're denying the Dogs the footy, essentially. It's 89 touches apiece, which is the Dogs' MO. Usually you flick it round, let's give everyone a lick and see whether we can burst on the outside. But to North's credit, I feel like their pressure's been right up, and they're forcing errors and handballs just behind, or they're falling at their feet. They just haven't been able to get clean at the moment, the Dogs. So, and then they explode off that, don't they?
Normally the spread is where they're able to really outwork teams. And I guess the other concern for the Bulldogs has always been if a key forward gets the better of them. You're a little surprised Nick Larky has been able to have that quarter.
Oh, I feel like it was one out of the box a little bit, was it, for Nick Larky?
But there was some good opportunities going inside 50 where he had 1v1s. Yeah. And usually he's probably bursting 2 in that scenario. So, first of all, it's good for the other forwards around Nick Larky who are engaging the defenders.
They haven't dropped off the support enough, have they?
And not allowing the intercept marker to come across and get that rebound game going that they really enjoy. So whether or not they can keep that up in this second quarter.
Murph's got him down for 16-20 tonight, and Fred Fanning's record in a little bit of strife.
He's on track.
He is.
Missed that last one, though.
He should have kicked that. That would have given him 5 in the term. 4 still a pretty good haul. And we're only at quarter time. A crooked bounce in the middle. Roos by 6. And Tristan from Footscray is a big Ben Cameron fan. We'll get down to him in just a moment. Davies Uniacke, of course, the star of that North Melbourne midfield, the engine that makes it all go. Having a concussion test after a high fend-off from Ed Richards. Got him high in that opening quarter. We've got a secondary stoppage in the middle here, so here is Ben Cameron.
Luke Davies-Uniacke is out of this game, so with a concussion, he's been subbed out, and Hansen Jr. is into the action.
Thanks, Ben. And Joel Frazier, who went disposaless in the opening term, gets a quick clearance but turns it over. Logue takes the intercept mark, defensive 50 for North, gives it to Pink, and now to Daniel. Short kick, intercepted. Joe Hannison, the North Swift medalist, picks it off. So Davies-Uniacke done, kicks it into that leading lane at half forward, and here's the astronaut, Aaron Norton, hitting up and taking the mark.
Well, clever play from Johannesson. First, just to read the play, knew where Caleb Daniel was going to go on that left foot, read the intercept, took the mark, and then just let his forwards go to work and didn't just rush himself to bang it in there, which sometimes you can get caught doing off a quick turnover, but just let the forwards go to work. Norton found a lane and hit him beautifully.
Aaron Norton to finish off the work. The left-footed drop punt is good. He's in business tonight, and the Bulldogs tie the game again. All level at 32 apiece, 5-2-32, each of 2. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, I'm all for running half-backs, trying to make it up and create the play. I just don't know whether you need to bite off 1v4 in a little mix there on your opposite shoe. And I think that was the mistake of Caleb Daniel. We know how talented he is, but really well read by Joe Hannison. He just fed off his man at the right time, Constanti, and was able to read that. But and then, as you said, he didn't rush Murph. Sometimes you get a rush of blood and you think, I've got to get this going forward and let's go. We're on a fast turnover. Can we score? But allow the forwards to do their work and found a nice little leading lane for Aaron Norton to pop into.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. That was the class I must be thinking when it rains it pours. George Wardlaw picking up a concussion last week. He's third in 60-odd days, and now Luke Davies-Uniacke out at quarter time of the match. English wins down the tap, but rode perfectly by Powell of North Melbourne. Drives it inside 50. Big flying attempt by O'Donnell with support from Rory Lobb. It spills out the way of Simpkin, trying to get a hand pass forward to Sherry. Hand pass to McKercher, worked off a good follow-up. Tackle on Liberatore, and the quick kick forward finds Harry Sheasel.
Yeah, great pressure again. Will fly North. Will Phillips it was who laid the big crunching tackle. I think it was on Liberatore. So he's no easy man to bring down. He usually fights through, doesn't he? Tackles and just gives off to a teammate, but it was a crunching hit, and then just on the turnover, quick hands, get the ball back inside 50. And found Sheasel about 40 out.
So after Norton at one end, a chance for Harry Sheasel to try and respond. He comes through the paint of 50, fires a flat ball on goal. And has it cleared the goal line?
Yes, it has.
We are going to head upstairs.
Oh, he second-guessed himself now.
He looked confident.
Yeah, he was about to stab up to the line and give us 2 big ones.
Not seeing him well at the moment, though. Leads Izzy Corbett.
O'Donnell on the goal line.
Murph, if you're going to lay the boots in as well, look out. There'll be shots fired.
So we're just trying to work out whether O'Donnell was behind the goal line as he got his hand to it. Tim English was certainly out of the frame. All clear. Lids is back on the board, as are the Kangaroos, who draw things all. In fact, they take the lead by 6 points, 6-2-38 to the Bulldogs 5-2-32. So they immediately answer back after the Aaron Norton goal at the other end. 4 minutes gone, second quarter. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Nothing wrong with these peepers. I want to highlight a little midfielder. I feel like he's sort of sliding under the radar with the big names that are in there. Sheasel, Simpson rolls through there, like Luke Davies-Uniacke. But Tom Powell, sneaky good little season at the moment with his ability to find the footy. He got that centre clearance, banged it in long, but then his ability just to follow up again. Yeah. I know it was only a quick kick forward and fortuitous a little bit to get on Sheasel's chest, but I really like his work rate and his ability in and around the contest to continue to find the footy and drive them forward.
Thoughts of Brett Delidio alongside Mark Murphy, Corporate Middlemass, Matt Clinch calling the play-by-play. Ben Cameron across everything on the Pine. 6-point lead here for North Melbourne. They're going forward again. Sherry grabs it out of the ruck. Oh, kicks it towards a one-on-one. Curtis and Duray. I think it bounced off the lid of Duray. In the end, there's going to be a free kick anyway.
Arms around.
As he's hugging Paul Curtis. Duray can't believe it. Free kick for Curtis, 55 out. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Floating through. Maley got hands to it, not to be. Spills to Dale. And Constanti, who's in his back pocket all night, tackles him out of play.
He's had a couple of those, Maley, where he's been almost grabbed.
There, yeah. So Bailey Dale's had 2 touches. And Joel Frazier's only had 1. So they've been able to put the clamps on the prime movers for the Bulldogs, North Melbourne, so far.
Thrown in, Sherry knocks it down to the front. To Cooper Harvey, who kicks it straight up in the air. English is underneath it. Sherry as well. Did it go 15? Play on's the call. Spills out down towards the bootlaces of Kennedy and Liberatore. Knocked out by Sherry. Harvey has another go. His hand pass is sharp by Bramble. The Dogs on half back. Hand pass to Vandermeer. Tries to put it out in front of Johannesen. But Scott swoops in. His hand pass back to Caleb Daniel. The Roos have it once more. Hand pass to Sheasel. Chips it to Simpkin, who marks just inside 50 out to the left.
Geez, that's a nice touch.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Because there was nothing really to go to. The Bulldogs had got back and filled up some space in front of the key targets. So really good vision and composure by Sheasel. Just to see Simpkin just pop up in a little bit of space there.
10 goals for the season for the North Melbourne captain, averaging just over 20 disposals. I would love to find a way to put back-to-back goals and open a bit of a buffer. The shot isn't quite going to have the journey from Simpkin. It's spoiled down. Johanneson's under pressure. His kick out towards the boundary. It does stay in momentarily. I think Williams is happy to keep it out, although it's socked forward by Simpkin. Kept it alive. Have to clear it once more, as this time O'Donnell kicks a high ball towards half-back. Polter got rid of his opponent. Can't take the mark as he slaps it away from Hardiman. Spills out the way of Vandermeer. Gets it back to Kennedy at right half-back for the Bulldogs.
He goes back by hand to Williams. Oh, some indecision. Comes back to the skinny side, the dock side, short to Kennedy. Drills the pass down the wing. Libber marks overhead. Hanson Jr. is fresh on the ground for the concussed Davies Uniacke. Takes the mark, stands the mark. Short kick from Libber finds Vandermeer. Long to half forward. Darcy reaching for it, not to be. Ball hits the deck. Still there to be won. Daniel got a hand pass away. Load collects. He's crunched. Good pressure from the Bulldogs. And Cooper Hines with the tackle. Now a ball up here, half forward for the Dogs. Right half forward, kicking to the Coventry end in this second term, North by 6 points.
Luke Davies Uniacke subbed out at quarter time with concussion as Bailey Dale gets a hand pass forward for the Dogs. Hines trying to run onto it. Hanson Jr. overran the footy.
Oh dear.
In the end by Hardiman, but he put it out on the full. Couldn't quite find Harry Sheasel on half back, and the free kick will go the way of Matt Kennedy. He's still 2 kicks out from goal, hard against the boundary. Looks at the lead of Sam Darcy. Puts it to him in the field, and he almost hangs on to the mark. Thought he had a lot of it. Turns at the umpire, and play on's the call. Spills out the way of Bailey Dale. It's knocked out in the end by Costanti. Now the free kick is going North Melbourne's way.
Legged, I think.
He was. So the free kick for the Kangaroos in the left back pocket. Roos leading by 6 points.
It was the foot of Polter that almost just spoiled Darcy, but he took it all the way to the ground. So
should have paid it.
Should have paid it.
There we go.
Seen less paid, haven't we?
There we have.
A short kick from Constanti finds Stevens. He goes long to Hanson Jr. who reels in the mark. Loose checking from the Dogs, and Kennedy shakes his head. They had a couple of Bulldogs there, but neither of them able to compete in the air. North by 6 points. 9 minutes into the second term. Kick down to half forward. Zerha went the right. Ump says a unrealistic attempt. Free kick for the Bulldogs. It's coming back to half back, and Lob's going to get the free. Remember we had a game earlier in the year, I think it was Geelong and the Bulldogs, where Geelong, who ordinarily are predominantly white, wore a bold blue colour.
Yeah, Indigenous round. So Douglas did
yes.
me all night.
The Dogs were the other way around. I'm starting to get that sense again tonight. As the kick here from Lob, turnover on the wing. North Melbourne in the bold blue, win it back. Sheasel, hand pass away towards Daniel. His hand pass knocked down. Polter pushes it forward. Middle of the ground, Sheasel slides in. Pack forms around him. Ump says keep going. Libber got it out to Sanders, to Dale, to the Bont, all by hand in the centre square. Now to Vandermeer, gives it to Kennedy, shakes the would-be tackle. He's got a runner. It's Bailey Dale who collects, sizes him up and whacks it home. And that's what Bailey Dale does. The receiver on the outside and does the rest. in characteristic fashion. A running goal as the dynamic halfback for the Bulldogs ties the game. 6-2, 38 apiece. 10 gone in the second term. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. I'm not ready for Ben at this stage. Just repeating, Davies-Uniacke out of the game with concussion. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, you guys have a go.
That was just polished there by the Bulldogs. It was great pressure up the ground, and then it was just 4 or 5 handballs in a row from the Bulldogs that just were able to clear the space. It was Liberatore who got his hands dirty as he usually does and fed it out, and then it was just 1, 2, 3, 4 handballs. Matt Kennedy just waited for Dale to come up, and good releasing handball, and he just doesn't miss from there. That's a beautiful finish.
He was celebrating he liked to finish that much, and the Bulldogs have drawn level once more. 38 apiece, back in the middle of the ground. Sherry up against Darcy. Sherry got it down to Sheasel, around the back, finds Stevens too slow. He's mowed down by Bontempelli. He's got a boot to it in the end, no whistle. So Sheasel kicks up towards half forward, in front, Zerha takes the mark. But it was a great chase, but in the end, not rewarded.
Must have hit his boot.
Yeah, Zerha with just his second disposal of the match, into the pocket, looking for Larkin. He's got it again against Rory Lobb, up against the left behind post. He leant back like Wayne Carey, protected the space and claimed the mark.
He's having one of those nights, isn't he? He's just a magnet to those hands, and ball just travelled a little bit further than the rest of the pack thought that it was, and just too tall.
4 goals won from 5 kicks. This is a tough one. On the left, jags it across the body with the banana and puts through his 5th. And the Kangas answer the challenge once more. Nick Larkey has 5 goals, and we're 11 minutes into the second quarter. It's his equal season high so far. He has done so now on 3 occasions, but he looms as a threat for the Western Bulldogs. 6-2-38, trailing North Melbourne 7-2-44. The Kangaroos by 6 points. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, he doesn't loom as a threat at the moment, Lids. He's a big threat.
He's the only threat at the moment.
It was a great grab, although just outside of 50 from Cam Zerha. Nice grab, and why wouldn't you put it in this bloke's direction at the moment? A nice little block there, or a tentative block from Curtis, who tried to go to work and give Larky a little bit of space, and it was 2 blocks, wasn't it?
2 blocks, so just held him out, trying to get the dangerous space from Lobb, but then Curtis just got in the way, which then allowed Larky to be on. Caulfield doesn't allow Lobb to get back to it. Really good forward craft and good connection from both those 2 boys.
2 goals each for the term. 6 points, North Melbourne's lead as it was at quarter time. We've now travelled a dozen minutes into this second term. The ball up again in the middle of the ground, going nowhere fast, with Maley tackling Darcy. So the 2 backup ruckmen into their work at the moment. Richards got it out. Turning 26 today. A little birthday for Ed Richards, so happy birthday to him. Got a kick going forward. Bulldogs win it. Vandermeer, hand pass to Garcia. Tries to exit traffic, kicks inside 50, turnover. And Pink takes the intercept mark. Deep in defence for North. Just on Ed Richards too, obviously he had that high fend-off, gave away a free kick. It caught Davies-Uniacke high and ultimately concussed him. He's out of the game. Didn't look like a reportable offence, or at least sort of something completely out of the ordinary, so we'll wait to see what happens in the MRO front as that kick ends up out of play on the outer wing. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, so just on that Ed Richards fend-off, he does have the ball, which will give him an extra layer in his defence. He's not choosing to bump, he's holding the ball in that moment, which will help him.
Shallow throw in, so Darcy takes it to the right, hand pass to West, inboard to Garcia, too slow, tackle by Sheasel, loses the footy. Keeper Harvey tries to break away, but he's locked up by Hines, and the umpire will ball it up. North Melbourne 7-2-44, leading the Western Bulldogs 6-2-38. Kangas celebration of 100 years in the VFL AFL as it spills out towards Garcia for the Bulldogs. Hand pass back to Riley West, who feeds it to Hines. High kick towards half forward. Flying was Griffin Logue, spoiled it down, but straight in the path of Vandermeer. Inside 50, great leap. Started from stage right, got good support from Poulter. He was able to fly right into the side of Toby Pink.
Yeah, I reckon he might have hurt him too. His
left knee straight to the chest.
At the high knee up.
Yeah, great grab. When he gets a run and jump at it with that unimpeded, he's a very hard man to stop. He's got a good match-up at the moment. Got to make the most of it.
Just the return of Sam Darcy and the confidence it has given to Aaron Norton. who has 4 disposals but looking for his first goal of the match from the left forward pocket, 35 metres out. He comes in and levels things up once more. It's been an intriguing arm wrestle under the roof of Docklands for Thursday night footy, and each time the Kangaroos have got 6 points clear so far on 2 occasions in this second quarter. The Bulldogs have found a way to answer. 7-2, 44 apiece. Brought to Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Got a good game on their hands here. Lids was actually just good forward craft, but also good isolation from the Bulldogs players ahead of the football. They isolated the Kangaroos opponents pretty well then, and that was able to give Norton an opportunity, as you said, to really run and jump. And he's dangerous when he does that, doesn't he? If you can't lock him down, he just looks like a really hard weapon to try and stop. And well done isolating ahead of the football. You give yourself a really good opportunity to get some good looks.
And Will Dawson just got to get a little bit closer, I reckon.
The Dogs have not led since late in the opening term, so they've been level on 3 different occasions now in this quarter, as they are now on the back of that Norton goal. It's the Roos who get it going forward here. Stevens, hand pass away towards... Sorry, the Roos win it, but they're going backwards. Stevens, handball away to Hardiman. Hand pass to Sherry. Ugly kick. Got it going forward, though. Just out of reach for O'Donnell. Maley taps it down and then tackles Williams. Ball comes out. Centre half forward for the Roos. Liberatore clean. Slick hands got it away towards Duray. Hand pass to Garcia, handball to Kennedy. He kicks out in front of Norton, lets him do the rest. Trying to collect on the hop. Pink just punches it away straight to the boundary line. He could be in trouble here, and he is. The ball had already hit the ground, so he can't spoil it like he would if it was in the air. As Norton trying to come inboard with the kick, turnover, and McKercher has it for North.
Into the middle of the ground for Phillips, who hand passes it away to Powell. Hurry kicks straight down the ground, and no one's there for North Melbourne. And O'Donnell takes an uncontested mark across half forward. Scores locked at 44 apiece as he looks out to the far wing where the mark is taken by Sanders. The Bulldogs past halfway, but nothing but North jumpers in front of him, so comes inboard. He finds Bailey Williams, who called to play on, so has to veer out to his right. Kicks inside 50. English sets himself in front of Norton. Can't take the mark off hands. It spills to the front. Stevens runs onto it. Cuts around Poulter boundary side. Sends a kick back up the wing in the direction of Dersma, but he can't fly in the end, and O'Donnell makes the spoil again. Liberatore runs onto it. Drops it to his boot. Got it up towards Dale. Can't take it. O'Sullivan seemed to be tackled when not in possession. Spills out the way of Hardiman. Has an arm pinned by Bailey Dale and will be penalised holding the ball. Bulldogs take it centre wing.
Didn't have much of an opportunity there, but once you pin the arm, umpires always look for that, don't they? So if you can't get rid of it, you're in a bit of trouble.
Scores level on the 3rd different occasion this quarter as Dale kicks inside 50 and Pink takes the intercept mark for North. Crowd expectation only 23,000, Ben Cameron told us pre-game.
I still can't believe I didn't get a car park down there.
Yeah, I'm staggered as well, to be honest. That usually the car park only sells out when it's like a bumper crowd or a near sellout. Certainly not that tonight, and yet Mark Murphy found himself parking away from the venue. North bring it out of defence. Pack forms half forward for the Bulldogs. Ump says I'll have it. So that Richards' high fend-off resulted in a concussion for Luke Davies-Uniacke. The feel is that it was not a reportable offence, which of course it has to be firstly to get on the board and meet the grading. And the ball up, Liberatore for the Bulldogs, sends them inside forward 50. They all crash the pack. Poulter flew amongst a couple of others for the Dogs. McKercher clever, knocks it away to Logue, and he can bring it out of defence for the Kangas. Long kick to the wing. Constanti takes the mark. City side on the logo.
He wants to come inboard to Harvey as he marks attacking side of the wing, and he can come further inboard to Powell. Down low he takes the mark, and that's where a little bit of momentum is lost. He hand passes around the back to McKercher. Driving kick inside 50. Flying back with the flight was Dersma. Can't take the mark. Foot races on. Getting first there is Scott. Cuts back on his right-hand side. Kicks for Maley. Got hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. He had lob cut. It's Harvey who runs onto the footy though. Kicks off the outside of the right boot and misses out to the right-hand side. No left boot, but enough to give the Kangaroos the lead by that point. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just an interesting one. Ed Richards is on the bench at the moment, and a little bit of a look of stress across his face. He was worried when he found out that Luke Davies-Uniacke has come out of this game with concussion. But like I said before, just speaking to people, it does look as if there will be more scope given to the ball carrier, that being Ed Richards, with a fend-off rather than choosing to bump.
Thanks, Ben. Dale on the back flank goes short to Sanders. More on that in just a moment. Dogs with the footy, just defensive side of halfway. North lead the game by 1. As we're about to tick into time on here in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Looks for Norton down the line. Logue knocks it away, and in the end, Pink fumbles out of bounds. Oh, insufficient intent against Toby Pink, who tried to collect, let it go. Ball spills out of bounds, and the ump says he didn't do enough to keep it alive. Free kick for Cooper Hines. Kicks into the forward pocket. Norton reaching for it. Now he's going to get a free. Oh, he's giving away one, which he's surprised about. It's going the other way, and Hardiman to take it back pocket for North. He kicks it to McKercher, and now out to Scott, left back pocket for North.
Son, of course, of Robert Scott. That's a lazy hand pass to the back of McKercher. Gives it to Hardiman, who's wrapped up by Riley West. Holding the ball.
Bailey Scott, what are you doing? Put your teammates under pressure.
Almost missed his hand, didn't he?
Yeah. I think he wasn't sure who was wrapping around. It was Hardiman who was...
As West is going to kick to the pocket. Norton's the target. 1-2 grabs. Yeah. He's been paid the mark just inside the boundary line in the right forward pocket.
Yeah, I thought the second grab was over the line.
But certainly looked touch and go.
Umpires were right there.
I think Griff Lope's claiming that it was touched on the way through. That's why he's going bananas. You're not happy.
Aaron Norton looking to open up the angle. Curl on his left boot.
Yeah.
That is a superb finish. Aaron Norton with his third. And the Bulldogs, having led by 12 points back with the opening 2 goals of the match, have had to wrestle their way back to the lead in this second quarter. The Bulldogs by 5 points. 8-2-50 to North Melbourne, 7-3-45. Aaron Norton with his third. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. Thursday night footy on ABC's.
Yeah, just frustrating for North supporters when just a basic skill error where you look like it should be just coming out of D50 and being able to hit a target out of there, but you just miss your handball, which is one of those simple skill errors that just don't get quite right. But it's a beautiful finish from Aaron Norton, just right on the junction where left footers really want them. But just going back to the LDU incident, it looked like he went to go tackle. He sort of almost slipped and went a bit low into it, so it wasn't like Richards went up with the fend. I think so. That sort of
common sense just prevails.
It just shows me it's a footy incident.
Yeah, common sense just prevails.
I say so.
Well, it doesn't ever.
Well, I know a lot of the cynics will say, there's a player concussed, so someone has to be held accountable for that. There have been at least 2 incidents that I can recall where a player was concussed this year and the player got off. And more on that in a minute as Bramble got it out to Sanders. He's tackled, dispossessed. North pressure red hot. And now they're going to force a neutral ball and a ball up centre half forward for the Kangas. Of course, Luke McDonald against Jared Berry. Berry was concussed, McDonald free to play. And then the collision between Ben King and Lockie Whitfield a couple of weeks ago. Whitfield obviously concussed in that game, and King able to play last week. From the stoppage, Daniel drives it further forward. Lob beats Larkey to the footy, takes the intercept mark. Comes wide for the Dogs and finds Fraser. It's only his second touch. The right-footed Bont, the best Bulldog over the last 4 weeks. He's on the struggle bus tonight, 23 minutes into the second term. Dogs by 5.
He kicks 4 Bontempelli where Caleb Daniels spotted it down, but chopped the arms in the eyes of the umpire. And a free kick going the way of the Bulldogs captain on the wing. Doggies leading by 5 points.
Has he had close attention, Fraser, or just hasn't been his night?
Some days it just doesn't quite work the same.
Yeah. Possession number 8 for Bontempelli. Switches it and spots Tim English. Sherry decided to let him go, so English takes an uncontested mark at left half forward. Looks for West in the pocket. He and Hardiman collide. Umpire says he took him out.
What was he doing then, Riley West? He ran past underneath the ball by about 5 metres and took out his opponent. There was just no need for it.
Hardiman would be happy to redeem himself there, winning a free kick at line half back. Kanga's spirit can't be questioned. Just a few of their errors proving costly.
A little bit of polish, Quincy, I think.
They're playing well, I reckon, the North.
Having a crack.
Hardiman. Long kick down the line. Or up the wing, rather. Ball spills off the pack towards Hanson Jr. Took a minute. Got a hand pass away under pressure to Curtis. Handball inside to Zurha. Vacant forward 50. Eyes the sticks and rolls through. And they're all running with the ball now. As Zurha puts North back in front. 8-3 to 8-2. Lead change number 5 at the 25-minute mark of the second term. Kangas by a point. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Thought big Nick Larkey was about to run into his 6th there.
He's lucky it went through, Cam, I think.
He got goal side and probably had 5 or 6 metres on his opponent. And all he really needed was a little chip over the top. But Cam Zurha, all credit to you, have a shot. Got to kick him, but It was smart from North Melbourne not to just blaze away out on the outer side on the wing. So rather than just kick it back to numbers, they chose to handball and try and chain their way out where all their numbers were. So it's easier said than done when you've got a lot of pressure coming at you. So well done. They decided to flick it around, and then Cam Zerha finished a really important goal.
I'll tell you what, the old ailment of the knee goes away when you're running towards goal, and there's a sniff of one. Jeez, he moved quickly, Big Nick Lucky.
3 disposals for Cam Zerha, but he has brought good physical intent and pressure inside the forward 50. Back in the middle of the ground, Sherry and English. It spills down the way of Ed Richards, who tries to get a little topo to his own advantage. Follows up towards Liberatore. Back to Richards. Can he finish on the run here? Jags it on his left and misses. He started in the middle of the ground and he almost finished it in front of goal. Scores are level. 51 apiece.
Fourth different occurrence, Clenchy, in this quarter. Scores have been level. We've travelled 25 and a half minutes into the second term. Daniel, the Premiership Bulldog, now in the Kangas colours, kicks down the wing. Good contest, mainly involved along with Caulfield. Ball hits the deck and they all jump on top. Ball up on the wing. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Davies Uniacke out of the game, concussed after a forearm to the jaw from Ed Richards in a high fend-off, inadvertent. Unfortunately has ended Davies Uniacke's night. From the restart, hunting the footy, Johannesson runs out of room. We'll have a boundary throw in front of the interchange gates. Coming up at halftime, all the Thursday teams will update you on what is a busy night of sport. Of course, the ABC Listen app has it all covered tonight. The start of the NRLW season, the cricket, from 1:15 to midnight Eastern, so 11:45 coverage begins from Grenada. And of course, Wimbledon, day 4 rolls on.
Sherry gets a punch forward for the Kangaroos, gains 15 metres. Bailey ran onto it, hand pass to Harvey, who's taken high. And we get a free kick between wing and half forward against Matt Kennedy. As Stevens over the top, but he's wanting to go more direct than that. Veers out to the right, kicks North Melbourne inside 50. Flying the pack was Larkey, off hands. Hanson Jr. tries to knock it on to Sheasel, who gathers with a hand pass to Simpkin. Hand pass to Stevens, kick smothered by Richards, hard against the boundary line. Johannesson jags it back around his body, but O'Sullivan underneath it. Had a lot of the footy, and in the end has been paid the mark. Left half forward for the Kangaroos.
Very good overhead for his size, this kid.
Pick 2 in 2024. As O'Sullivan tries the ruse inside 50 once more. Larkey's the target. Off hands it goes out of play. In the right forward pocket for the Kangas, and a boundary throw in. 8-3-51 apiece. 27 minutes gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I forgot one as well where the tribunal was involved. Marcus from South Melbourne all over it off the SMS. Alex Pearce against Darcy Byrne-Jones, of course, was given a sanction by the MRO, had it overturned. More of your Kangaroos memories and favourite players at half-time as well. 0437 774 774 from the stoppage. Kennedy gets it out of defence. Darcy wins it. Hand pass to the Bont. Handball back to Kennedy. Centre half back. Kicks the Dogs in the middle of the ground. Hines didn't complete the mark. Daniel drags it in off the deck. Could be in trouble. And that's almost like the one that they show on the video, isn't it? Where you can't tuck the footy back under the pack like that. And Caleb Daniel coughs it up.
It's almost a professional free kick from Daniel. Just realised he was in a world of hurt if they got the ball out.
Garcia comes wide to the baby Bont. Fraser, that's a kick. Straight onto the chest of Norton, who leads up and marks right forward pocket.
Oh, yeah. You have a look at the replay from looking down the ground. Griff Lowe, he's looking around saying, where's the talk? Well, mate, you can't just guard space. You got to get on your man, put a bit of body on him and take his dangerous lead lane. He just waltzed out of that, Norton, up into Fraser's leg.
Gave him 5 metres, which makes it hard to make up.
Wow. Yes, I get taking the dangerous
just what
space,
a forward wants is no touch and no hits.
Right. Larkey's kicked 5 at one end, and Norton has 3 in a poster at the other end. It would have sounded better if he'd kicked 4, but not to be. A behind puts the Dogs back in front. 29 minutes into this second term, we tick towards half-time. It is the Bulldogs who lead it by a point, 8-4 to 8-3. Lead change number 6.
McKercher looks to bring North Melbourne back into play. Kicks it to the back pocket where he finds Griffin Logue. Got out of jail there with that shot on goal from Aaron Norton. Logue looks long down the wing. Sherry and Maley the target. Maley sets himself. It's spoiled away from him. Gathered by Bailey Williams. Hand pass to English for the Dogs. Kicks up towards half forward. Hines rises over the pack and takes the mark. The pack was Caleb Daniel. He looks inboard. Bontempelli's the target. And the Bont backpedaling takes the mark pretty much directly in front. 40 metres out from goal.
Nice mover, Hines. I like him. He's well balanced. Good grab against a taller opponent and Caleb Daniel, but just good vision just to get back off the mark really quickly and just see Bont in a bit of space and just put it to his advantage.
It was a nice catch. I shouldn't laugh, but it was when I saw it was over Caleb Daniel, I was like, oh, he stood there and he took it.
It's just the step ladder, wasn't it, rather than actually the full ride. The footy in the hands of the Bulldogs' best, Marcus Bontempelli, directly in front, 40 metres out to return the Dogs to a bit more of a gap. He does just that. It's a 7-point lead the Bulldogs' way. The Bont has his first, 9-4-58 to North Melbourne, 8-3-51. And this arm wrestle of the second quarter continues with the Dogs having kicked 5 goals to 3 so far. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, he hasn't had too much of an impact really tonight, Bontempelli, but doesn't need a lot of touches to really hurt you. And then again, just drifting forward from the stoppage and just found himself in that bit of space. But that's where he really hurts. He's one of those. He's a superstar. He's a midfielder that kicks goals, and he just always finds that little bit of space and impacts when needed.
A great little lesson for Tom Powell, not to disrespect one of the greatest players in the game, and make sure that you are on him every step of the way.
Cooper Hines rolling with the sort of 2010s Mark Murphy haircut as well. He's got the buzz cut.
Yep, had that for a year.
Much discussed pre-game. As English comes out of the middle, kicks inside the forward 50 for the Dogs, through the hands of Caulfield. In fact, through the hands of Darcy, of course, who's down there. Couldn't quite take the mark. Oh, Dawson got up, tried to hurriedly take the kick. He earned the free, but then turns it straight over. Richards back the other way. Norton got separation. Marks left forward pocket for the Dogs.
If he kicks this, it's a real momentum shift and real dampener for North Melbourne. They've been terrific in this first half, but looks like they might be giving up another one here in the dying seconds of this quarter, and just on the back of just a silly mistake. Get back off the mark.
He dobs it. He's got 4 Norton. So Norton at one end and Larkey at the other. Shootout. And the Bulldogs by 13 points now. 32 gone in this second term, and that is a new game high either way, in a match which has included 6 lead changes. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I'm not sure you even need to go to Will Dawson to let him know. It's like, mate, get back off the mark. You've done great work on Sam Darcy. You have not given him a look at all tonight. You took the dangerous space, got in front, won the free kick, but get back off the mark and just give yourself some room to bang it down the line. That's your job done. You've done a great job in terms of winning it back. And then it just puts the mids and the backs back under pressure, doesn't it? Which is where ultimately Aaron Norton cashed in, getting out the back.
Well, they've just handed 2 goals really to them, and that's one there, and the missed handball down here was a skill error, and they go back in and kick a goal. So doing a lot right, North. Just got to get these little details right.
His fellow 200-centimetre Sam Darcy showing great athleticism to make the smother. So Nick Larkey booted 4 goals in the first quarter. Aaron Norton has booted 4 in this second. Back in the middle of the ground, Richards gets a clearance for the Bulldogs. Cuts back on his left, kicks inside 50. Darcy was worked out of it. And Griffin Warwick makes the spoil. So damaging quarter for the Western Bulldogs as they took control, having trailed by 6 points at quarter time. They managed 6 goals to 3 to lead by 13 points at the main break. 10-4-61 to North Melbourne, 8-3-51 in their centenary celebration. 4 goals to Aaron Norton. They all came in that second quarter. 2 goals to Tim English. They both came in the first quarter. Individuals to Bontempelli, Liberatore, Vandermeer and Dale. While for North Melbourne, 5 goals to Nick Larkey. 4 in the first quarter. Individuals to Sheasel and to Curtis.
The big moment of that quarter of footy, or at least this half of footy, has been Luke Davies-Uniacke. Of course, their prime mover in the midfield in game number 124 tonight, concussed. He was going to tackle Ed Richards. Richards with a high fend-off forearm to the jaw. Davies-Uniacke stayed out there. The Docs wanted a further look, and by the time they got him off the ground and did the concussion test, Davies-Uniacke failed that. So Ed Richards, the early word is it's not a reportable offence from what all the MRO boffins can see, so we'll wait on official word, but that is the speculation from the people that follow these things closely. It doesn't fit the category of a reportable offence, and certainly that's the thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. Rich from Ocean Grove, we've been asking you throughout the night on the SMS, your favourite North Melbourne memories or favourite players over the years, given the fact the club is celebrating their centenary in the competition tonight. My great memory of North Melbourne is the qualifying final in 1997. This is Rich from Ocean Grove. My team, the Cats, finished second. North had finished 7th, so 2v7. I was at the game, steady rain fell, it was low scoring. North won 11 goals to 9. 7 of North Melbourne's goals were kicked by Wayne Carey. Much as I was disappointed we lost, I felt like I had witnessed one of the all-time great finals performances. That's why they called him the Duck, didn't they? He was so good in the wet, Wayne Carey.
Is that why?
No, it's because he waddles, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had short legs and a long torso.
Well, I thought it was because he was a good wet weather player.
He was great in all conditions.
There we go. So, whatever the reason.
We need to find out more on that.
We'll pay it.
I thought it was the strut as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway.
There you go. 13-point lead for the Bulldogs at
You went with it
half-time.
so confidently.
Didn't you?
I'm still leaning
Still
that
very
way.
confident.
I'm less confident, but I'm leaning that way. 10-4 to 8-3. Let us know on the SMS.
Yeah, let us know.
0437 774 774. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, what do we think of that first half? The Dogs by 13.
No, I'm really impressed with how North have come out and fought this first half out. Like, I think they're not for a couple of blatant skill errors where they just got lazy, really. We talk about the little handball down here on the back 50, and then the Will Dawson smothered ball just then gave away 2 shots on goal. But other than that, their attack and their approach has been, first class. I think they're young and they're going to make mistakes, but they're not dying and dwelling on those mistakes, which is, I think, you can be really happy with as a North supporter. And you can see the progress of a lot of young players out there that are, taking it up to this A-class, A-grade midfield. And they're...
Especially around the stoppage, and just looking at a few numbers, and they're +10 in contested ball and +5 in clearances. And coming into tonight's game, especially with LDU not taking any further part in the game, they're handling themselves really well around the stoppage. So that was the area of the game which is always going to be really tough for them, with the likes of Liberatore and Bontempelli and Richards and some just real superstars through there, and they've certainly matched it and beating them in that area at the moment. So doing a lot of things right, as you said, just got to get the detail right, just to make sure they're finishing their work and not being sloppy with ball in hand. That's been the area of the game where just giving up a few easy goals late.
I think that they've denied the Bulldogs their ability to really link up and play and get speed on the ball and really try. I mean, they've got out the back a couple of times, and as have the Roos as well. But it's not a high possession game by any stretch at the moment. If they can continue to bring that heat on the footy and force the Bulldogs into some errors, well, they'll stay in this game. But they've got to eliminate their own errors to make sure they do that as well.
Quick word on LDU Richards. People that are just tuning in here, LDU's been concussed after a high fend-off from Ed Richards got him. Richards had the footy at the time, forearm to the jaw.
I think if you watch that in real time, what else? I mean, it's an instinct for Richards just to go straight up to try and protect himself, to get some space to then be able to get a handball off. So, no case to argue in mine.
Didn't leave the ground.
No.
Feet firmly planted. I felt that LDU came in to tackle as you do, and you go a bit lower, and unfortunately it's one of those incidents. There was absolutely no malice in it, and I don't think there's anything else you could really want out of it. I think it's just one of those football incidents.
If the match review officer is taking football acts into consideration, well, there's no bigger example of one than there.
Totally agree.
We've seen 3 different instances, at least this year, where a player concussed involved in an on-field collision was free to play the next week. So as much as people love to say, if you concuss anyone, you're culpable for it, there are still footy accidents, as Michael Christian and the MRO have proved this year. Contested possessions +10, North's way at half-time, and +5 on the clearance count. On the scoreboard, though, it's the Western Bulldogs who lead by 13 points. They kicked 4 of the last 5 goals in that term in what was a pretty entertaining first half of footy. 6 lead changes, Dogs by a game-high 13 at half-time. All right, everything else that's happening in the world of sport, plus all the teams for the rest of round 17, an intriguing round with 2/3 of the season done. All 18 teams involved for the first time in 6 weeks. We'll talk you through it next. But for now, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm William Howard. Concerned parents have described their shock after discovering an alleged child sex offender may have been working with children on more days than initially thought. Jason Katsaris reports.
On Tuesday, 1,200 families were advised to test their children for infectious diseases after Revelation's childcare worker Joshua Dale Brown had allegedly abused 8 children at a centre in Point Cook. Authorities said the 26-year-old worked at 20 centres across Melbourne, including a single day at Keilor's Aussie Kindies Early Learning. Parents there say they found photos suggesting he worked multiple days at the centre.
You know, it shouldn't take that long to figure out what days certain people were looking after our children.
A parent at a second centre has also questioned the dates provided, with operator Affinity saying it's reviewing the information.
Spanish police have confirmed that Portuguese footballer Diogo Jota has died in a car crash in Spain. The Liverpool FC forward was reportedly travelling in a car with his brother Andre, who also died in the crash. The 28-year-old leaves behind a wife and 3 children. Spanish police added it is investigating the causes and that no other vehicles were involved. Sean Diddy Combs' defence team says their fight is far from over following a verdict which saw him acquitted of his most serious charges. The music mogul was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking. However, he was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, which could see him behind bars for up to 10 years. His attorney, Mark Agnifilo, says they won't stop until Combs is freed of all charges.
We are not nearly done fighting. We are just getting started. To win this and to defeat the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York takes effort from beginning to end. Today was a major step in the right direction, but we fight on. We're not going to stop until he walks out of prison, a free man to his family.
Gaza's health ministry says at least 94 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, including 45 people waiting for humanitarian aid. 5 people were killed outside Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's sites, while 40 others were waiting for aid trucks in other locations. The health ministry says dozens more were killed in airstrikes that pounded the strip overnight, including 15 people in sheltering tents and 15 more in a school housing displaced people. The Israeli military has not yet commented. There are calls for an overhaul of the way Australian universities are funded as institutions continue to announce job losses. The University of Technology Sydney says it's planning on cutting about 400 jobs as part of a restructure, while the Australian National University is looking to cut a further 59 roles in its latest redundancy announcement. Independent consultant for the tertiary education sector, Claire Field, says a raft of changes need to be made.
We need to urgently redo funding for our bachelor degree students. We need a proper conversation about international students and the contribution that they make. And the non-research intensive universities need better funding for their research.
There are concerns an increase in the number of tourists travelling to Antarctica could be negatively impacting the very environment that draws visitors to the continent. Nearly 125,000 tourists visited the icy desert in 2023-24. Meanwhile, the nations responsible for human activity in Antarctica have been convening over the last 2 weeks to discuss the increase in visitors. Professor of Antarctic Studies at the University of Tasmania, Elizabeth Lean, says cruise ships have the greatest impact.
Cruise ship tourism is really the major way of people visiting Antarctica. And the impacts, well, they're things like when people get off and land, they're things like trampling vegetation or lichen, possibly disturbing breeding animals, the potential of bringing in invasive species with them.
And the Royal Australian Mint has released a new $2 coin marking 30 years since the Torres Strait Islander flag was officially recognised as a national flag. The Mint says the coin honours the meaning behind the flag's symbols of land, sea, people, culture and unity, and was inspired by reef patterns, traditional netting and fishing traps. You're up to date with the very latest ABC News.
First gig, favourite party tune. Every Aussie song comes with a memory. And on July 26, Triple J and Double J will be counting them down.
Hottest 100 of Australian songs.
Vote for yours now at abc.net.au/Triple J.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Kicks it into that leading lane at half forward, and here's the astronaut. Aaron Norton hitting up and taking the mark. Aaron Norton to finish off the work. The left-footed drop punt is good. He's in business tonight, and the Bulldogs tie the game again.
Luke Davies-Uniacke is out of this game, so with a concussion, he's been subbed out, and Hansen Jr. is into the action.
Out of Vandermeer, gives it to Kennedy, shakes the would-be tackle. He's got a runner. It's Bailey Dale who collects, sizes him up, and whacks it home. And that's what Bailey Dale does.
Zerha with just his second disposal of the match, into the pocket, looking for Larkin. He's got it again. He leapt back like Wayne Carey, protected the space and claimed the mark. This is a tough one. On the left, jags it across the body with the banana and puts through his fifth. Nick Larkin has 5 goals and we're 11 minutes into the second quarter. As West is going to kick to the pocket, Norton's the target, 1-2 grabs. He's been paid the mark just inside the boundary line in the right forward pocket. Aaron Norton looking to open up the angle, curling on his left boot. Yeah. That is a superb finish.
Ball spills off the pack towards Hansen Jr. Took a minute, got a hand pass away under pressure to Curtis. Handball inside to Zerha. Vacant forward 50. Eyes the sticks and rolls through.
Kicks up towards half forward. Hines rises over the pack and takes the market. The pack was Caleb Daniel. He looks inboard. Bontempelli's the target. Directly in front. 40 metres out to return the Dogs to a bit more of a gap. He does just that.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Roos centenary night celebrating 100 years in the VFL-AFL competition. Their star player Luke Davies-Uniacke concussed just before quarter time, subbed out of the game after a high fend off the forearm to the jaw from Ed Richards, who's celebrating his 26th birthday tonight. And we've had a pretty good game of footy. 6 lead changes to half-time and the Bulldogs on top by 13, which is a game-high margin on the back of kicking 4 of the last 5 goals. Nick Larkey's kicked 5 for the night, 4 in the opening term, while Aaron Norton kicked 4 goals, or has kicked 4 goals so far, all of them coming in quarter number 2. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch. We've got Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, our number 1 picks, and Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Off the SMS, Robin Greensborough says LDU was much lower in the tackle when he got concussed than his opponent might expect. But he did lead with the forearm for a fend-off. Had LDU been upright at worst, he would have got collected in the chest. LDU's poor technique to blame from Rob.
Wow.
Are we victim blaming here, Lids?
I don't think so, but I can understand what he's trying to say there. I think, he did lead, like his head was up as he's coming to tackle. I mean, it's probably not technique that you'd teach, but... I don't think we'll be blaming LDU for copping one on the chin.
Graham from Carnup. Lads, duck comes from Carey's walk/waddle. Pagan gave them a G up before the game. Let's hope they play out the 4 quarters. So
not because of the
not because he's good in the wet.
That just complements it.
He was very good.
You call him fish?
He was very good in the wet too. He kicked 4 goals. He kicked 7 goals in a final, as we just heard.
Just in the one game.
In the one game, 7 out of their 11.
You know what? Because of that, we're going to call you duck.
I was a little worried for Dennis in his pre-game rev up when he said you boys have got a lot to answer for last week, and they conceded the first 2 goals. I thought it might be a tough second half, but geez, they responded well.
The teams for the rest of the round, so Carlton and Collingwood, the Blues, made 6 changes, Murph, for tomorrow night.
Have they?
6. Sard and Silvani out injured.
Yep. Oh, dear.
Omitted Boyd, Chincotta, Wilson, Louis Young. And the ins, Cowan, Moyer, Carroll, Evans, O'Farrell, Pitternet.
Some kids.
Yeah.
They were actually pretty good last week, a few of those kids. We coaching up down at Port Melbourne, Lids, and Carlton beat us last week, and those blokes actually played some good footy. They were using the ball quick, and what's that?
Young Ashton Moy kicked 4, didn't he?
Did kick 4, so he was handy. But coming in off some good form, a few of those guys.
Collingwood still no Bobby Hill, but Maynard comes in, as does Tom Mitchell gets a look in, of course, on the injury layoff. He's been playing in the 2s. Will Parker, the former Hobart Hurricanes leggies, back to playing the black and white stripes, and Roan Steele.
That's a name.
Roan, Roan. Like Chapel Roan.
Yep.
It's on debut.
Never heard of a Roan, have you?
Neither.
No.
mid-season recruit, but good luck to Ryan Steele. So been playing WAFL footy this year. I think he's Victorian originally, went over there, and now he's back and playing for the Magpies. So good luck to him. The rest of the round, Sicily's back for the Hawks. They take on the Saints on Saturday night. There's a double header at Docklands on Saturday. Ridley and Durham in the early game, as is Goldstein. That means Vigo Vicentini's been dropped.
I can't believe that. I thought he was all right in his last start.
Yeah. Witts won't be there either. He's been rested. Ned Moyle comes in. So that's Essendon Gold Coast during the day. Hawks Saints at night. Doubleheader at Docklands on the same day. The rest of the footy, West Coast and GWS is the other game on Friday night. No Jesse Hogan for the Giants, injured with a foot. Malachi Champion.
Yeah.
That's a name. He's going to make his debut. Becomes the 8th West Coast Eagles debutant this year. So doubleheader not just at Docklands on Saturday, but a doubleheader in terms of the broader competition with the 2 Friday night games. We've got Carlton Collingwood at the G and West Coast and GWS on the same night. The other Saturday games, I've done this in an interesting order. Richmond and Geelong. Sammy Lawler's back, the number 1 pick. The first one Richmond have had since Brett Delidio.
Hey.
Meanwhile, Port Adelaide play the Brisbane Lions. Lukosius is back from a 3-month layoff, and Ollie Wines returns. Still no Oscar McInerney for the home team, so he's been picked as the emergency again and will play VFL. Darcy Fort is the number 1 ruckman for now. And for the Sunday games, just squads at this stage, but Alex Pearce back for Freo, Amadi and McCartan in for the Swans. And Jake Lever returns for Melbourne, so he's been recalled there for their game in Adelaide against the Crows. All the sporting action that's happening tonight, ABC Listen app, place to find it, download it for free. As Raf Epstein always says, you're paying for it anyway. You can follow along for whatever sport that you want to follow along with. So tonight we've got the season opener in the NRLW. You can click on that if you want to listen to what's happening there. Action tonight to start the NRLW season. Plus, of course, all your AFL action available through the Listen app. We've got day 1 of the second test from Grenada, where Steve Smith comes in for Josh Inglis. The top 3 stays the same, so Pat Cummins saying he wants to give them a prolonged run at it. So Kawaja obviously to partner Sam Constas, the teenager, and Cam Green slated for 3. Coverage from 11:45 Eastern. Look out for the cricket button. You can follow along for all the action tonight between Australia and the West Indies. And there's coverage, of course, from Wimbledon tonight. You've got to find it through the ABC Sports Extra button. ABC Sports Extra. Alex de Minaur is on court at the moment. Court 2 up against Arthur Kazoo. Kazoo took the first set of de Minaur, so the 11th seed is a set down. The Frenchman 6-4, 1-1 at the moment. Games on serve in the second set, but de Minaur a set down. There's more Aussies in action later this evening, so including a couple of tough battles. Rinky Hijikata plays Ben Shelton, who's now a top 10 player in the world, the brash American. And the number 1 player in the world, Yannick Sinner, plays an Aussie too, Alexander Vukic, who went on a little run of his own at the Oz Open. And in the women's singles, our last Aussie woman standing, Daria Kazatkina, newly minted Australian, of course, Russian by birth, but now plays under our flag. She's in action tonight. She takes on the unseeded Romanian Arena Camilla Bago. So good luck to Kazatkina tonight.
Alex de Minaur, of course, also known as Katie Boulder's soon-to-be husband. Geez, they were getting excited about the English Brigade on day 2, having a bit of a listen to the coverage. So great to hear Gigi Salmon and our team over there. But like we are, they're very self-indulgent around the local hopes. And I guess from an English point of view, it's been an exciting couple of days.
There's some players on the rise, absolutely, in British tennis. We witnessed that firsthand with obviously Jack Draper at the US Open. All available through the ABC Listen app. Second half only moments away. Bulldogs by 13. Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Ben.
No changes for the Western Bulldogs in terms of their subs, so it's still Lockie McNeil at the back of the bench waiting for his chance. North, of course, made their sub during that second quarter after Luke Davies-Uniacke was concussed. A fend-off from Ed Richards gone wrong.
Here's Matt Clinch on ABC Sport. Thursday night footy, it is the Bulldogs by 13.
Kangas have been up for the fight so far in their centenary game. Can they continue that on in the second half with Nick Larkey shining at one end and Aaron Norton at the other? English wins down the opening tap, but it's Sherry who goes to work trying to get the clearance. Hand pass is almost chopped off by Liberatore. He tangles in the end with Sanders as it's knocked out by Stevens at the last moment. Into the path of McKercher. Gathered by Phillips on half-back for the Roos. Got it to Caleb Daniel. Awkward bouncing ball for Zerha. Goes down low. Richards the other direction. They pinball off each other. Richards is grabbing at his shoulder and this is concerning for one of the Bulldogs' most damaging players. He is making his way away from the stoppage and grabbing at his left shoulder, and he is worse for wear. Umpire throws the ball aloft as Sherry knocks it down in the path of Fraser, who drops it to his boot and trickles it out to Sanders. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Hand pass to English, back to the Bond. Fires a hand pass to Fraser. Cuts around Zerha. Kicks a right-handed kick, right-footed kick. High ball inside 50. Darcy might have given away a free kick over the shoulder against Dawson, and the free kick will go North Melbourne's way in the left back pocket as Ben Cameron, Ed Richards comes your way.
Certainly does, trailed by Doc Zimmerman, cradling that left arm with that apparent shoulder injury. So whether it's an AC joint or a collarbone, that remains to be seen. But clearly he's about to be out of this game. Before it even come off, the physios had turned around and told McNeil to get warm.
It's a rough 26th birthday so far for Ed Richards. So involved in a fend-off which left Davies Uniacke concussed and has now got a bung left shoulder himself as North try to exit defensive 50. Kennedy pumps it back inside. Punched away by the Roos defenders into the path of Daniel. Sweeping hand pass to Stevens. Vandermeer says, come here. And tackles him, ball up inside the goal square.
Didn't do him any favours.
No.
Saw him straight down the river.
Good luck.
He's had a tough going, hasn't he? First year at his new club, Caleb Daniel. He added responsibility in a young developing team as Logue tries to get a clearing kick away, and in the end it's intercepted and Bramble takes the mark right half forward, 40 metres out, has pushed aside his opponent and he's got it here for a shot at goal.
He's turned into a handy player, Bramble, and showed a bit of strength there with Cam Zerha in the 1v1. It's usually an area that Cam's really strong in. Just almost ragdolled him out of the way.
Already at a game-high margin. Bramble's drop punt is out to the right into behind. So 14 points the Dogs lead. 2.5 minutes into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
How often do you just see those quick dump kicks, though, from the last line, just land in the lap of an opposition player?
Yeah, that's where those quick kicks out of the D50, you just need to get them as wide as possible because usually it's going to land in an opposition's lap.
Kircher brings the Roos back out of play, tried to just put it out in front of Zerha and Maley. In the end, the Bulldogs regain it. Liberatore, high kick inside 50. Darcy comes leading out, spoiled away from him. Stevens runs onto it. Hand pass to Pink for the Roos. Out in front of Powell. His hand pass, he has to kick end over end, straight towards the boundary. Umpires all look at each other, insufficient intent. These are all pretty predictable now. O'Donnell is going to take the free kick for the Bulldogs. Fires them inside 50. Darcy once more competes in the air. Can't take the mark. Hemmed in against the boundary line. Garcia. His kick is across the face of goal. And Pink wants to see it out of play. Norton tries to keep it alive. In the end, Pink gets the benefit of the boundary umpire who says throw it in. Left forward pocket for the Bulldogs. They lead by 14 points.
Michael off the SMS. A favourite North Melbourne player in the 70s and 80s was Keith Gregg on the wing, and great marks. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. Boundary throwing going nowhere in a hurry as another pack forms at the feet of the ruckman. Umpire says I'll have it. Bulldogs kicking to the Lockett end, northern end of the stadium in this third quarter. They lead it by 14 points. Sherry grabs it out of the ruck and he's tackled by Norton. Roos led for the majority of the second term, but then trailed by 13 at the half, down 14 now. Bontempelli picks it up. Still we haven't cleared the area. So another ball up. Fourth one, same spot. Left forward pocket for the Bulldogs. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Dogs by 14.
Sherry trying to drop it down. Liberatore couldn't gather. Powell hemmed in against the boundary line. Pulls it back towards half back. Plenty of Bulldog jumpers there. Bailey Williams runs onto it. He's tackled by Zerha. Just got a hand pass away at the last moment. Johannesson runs onto it. Fires towards goal. Shepherding on the goal line from Vandermeer. I think it's got there. Desperately trying to get back McKercher. I don't think he's got it inside the field of play, but we will take this upstairs. Jason Johannesson has often been the loose at the back of the stoppage, able to get forward here. Was well inside the goal line there. McKercher's right arm outstretched, got the fingers on the way through. Now behind, Bulldogs by 15 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Ed Richards, Lazarus-like. He's come back to the bench, maybe just a stinger on the AC joint, a couple of painkillers. He's sitting in the front row. He might be ready to go here.
It's been a big night for him. Big week, in fact. I noticed Jay Clark's Herald Sun column, the chief footy writer, has him the third-ranked player in the game. His top 50 players as McKercher goes darting out of defence, comes wide to Phillips. And pass away to O'Sullivan, gives it to Scott, kicks down to half forward, and Harvey at the drop takes the mark. Cooper Harvey, fourth game for the Kangas, yet to play in a win. In his first game since 2023, sat out all of last year. And he's just going to have a ping himself.
Why not?
What a kick from Cooper Harvey. It's in the blood. And Baby Boomer drops the hammer from outside 50. The Bulldogs by 9 points, 10-6-66. North Melbourne 9-3-57. It's a 9-point game at the 6-minute mark of the third term. But how nonchalant was that?
Yeah, it was. And I'm not too sure if he was trying to put it to the top of the square lids or not, but
never ever would you tell someone that.
No, well, you wouldn't. But it just seemed like he was setting himself up just to pop it 15 out directly in front, but geez, a good leg on him.
What would his old man have done? Run around the man on the
he would have sold a bit of candy and had 2 bounces and kicked a banana or something. I reckon.
Handballed it along the ground KB style and picked it back up, kicked the banana.
He's basically 55, 53 metres out and just off a couple of steps.
Yeah, knocked it through.
Yeah.
And off he trots.
He's had to force his way back into the AFL side, as Corby made mention, hasn't featured since 2023. Scored a goal on debut against Geelong, and he has a goal tonight. Back in the middle of the ground, Sherry wins down the tap. Liberatore can't bust his way clear as he's tackled by Sheasel. Led the way with 9 tackles in the first half. Liberatore is once more on the move, trying to rove the tap of Sherry. Down low it was Hines who gets the hand pass out to Kennedy. Bulldogs up to half forward. Darcy in front. Was he taken high? No whistle. Spills out the way of Bailey-Dale. Worked off it by O'Sullivan of the Roos. Hand pass to Hanson Jr. Dribbles a kick along the boundary line. Up towards O'Sullivan and kept it going forward. Hand pass to Simpkin. They built this well. Powell's kick around the boundary line to Dersma. Quiet match for him. Inboard to Hanson Jr. The sub in for Davies Uniacke. That's not a good kick. As Bailey was looking to lead back towards goal, the mark taken by O'Donnell. Well, that's a lazy kick off the step. Down low for Fraser, and on the half volley takes it over the boundary line.
Pretty handy play from Finn O'Sullivan, wasn't it? Just involved in 2 or 3 passages of play there. Just showed great composure and skill with the ball.
Yeah, Rolls Royce.
Richards back on, as Ben alluded to, was on the way. And the boundary throw in, Sherry knocks it close to the boundary line and Power can't trap it out of bounds it goes. Off the SMS, how good has Ben Cameron been tonight? Having one of the all-time great boundary rider games.
Dipper.
I think Ray Chamberlain would challenge that, wouldn't he?
Insights everywhere. There's a popular man now, Ben Cameron, holding it down on a Thursday night. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 9-point lead for the Dogs. English grabs it out of the right, kicks it forward. Here's Darcy. Sam Darcy. Oh, now he's getting 50. Young Dawson moving around on the mark, and the umpire wasn't having that. And Sam Darcy.
It was Hanson Jr. who ran through the protected area, Corb.
Okay.
Ran too close to the mark.
Yeah, way too close, and about 5 metres or 10 metres behind his opponent.
Fair enough then?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can't do that. Disappointing for young Will Dawson. I thought he's been all right in the contest tonight on Sam. Does that one kick aside from centre half back that he's had. He's competed really hard. He's been physical with Sam Darcy. He hasn't given him a real good look at it.
How's he approached too? He's got the split-legged stance. Looks like Johnny Wilkinson as he gets ready to come charging in. His second kick of the night is a goal. He doesn't need many looks. Sam Darcy returns the Dogs to a double-digit advantage. 15 points, the Bulldogs lead, 11-6 to 9-3. 10 minutes gone in the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, just this time not a skill error, but just a bit of a brain fade by running just too close to the man on the mark. Just North Melbourne not quite getting those details right. It's cost them on quite a few occasions tonight, but just got to make a concerted effort just to get away from the player, and you just run almost straight past Darcy, and the umpire's going to call that every day of the week.
It's ridiculous though, isn't it? Because he's had no impact on the play. Like, he's not trying to tackle him. I get that we've got to be out of that protected area, but he's on the side that he's never going to turn.
Well, he's the one thing on his side, he's run boundary side.
Yeah.
So at least he hasn't run through the corridor and tried to block up that area, but still you've just got to make an effort to get away from the player with the ball.
His first goal of the night. Tim English comes onto the bench, so into the ruck he goes, up against Tristan Sherry here. Sherry wins down the tap and does the roving. Hand pass away to Sheasel. Got it to Phillips, kicks up towards half forward. Great mark taken by Costanti. Kicks it into the pocket, back with the flight. Maley. He's courageous, off balance, put himself into harm's way and was able to take the mark in the right forward pocket. As the big screen shows a shot of Dennis Pagan sitting in the crowd. And Finbar Maley cut the margin once more, back to 9 points.
Hopefully he doesn't get timed out like he did earlier this season. He's had a number of opportunities to try and catch it, but that one stuck finally. Can he kick it straight?
Here's the challenge. He comes in on a 45-degree angle and sends it straight through the middle. In a celebration with Cooper Harvey, the last 2 goals scorers for North Melbourne. And once more, this arm wrestle continues. The Bulldogs get out by 15 points and the Kangas find a way to answer. It's a 9-point ball game. 11-6-72 the Western Bulldogs to North Melbourne 10-3-63. Finbar Maley with his first goal of the night and his third of his career. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Fifth game.
Looks like a bit of a fan favourite, big Finbar with the big chops. Yeah. Well, he's a very old school looking type footballer, isn't he?
The big Mo,
isn't it? It's got a lot of depth on it, but
I love it. He flies, Mark Murphy. Yeah. Like he has a crack at everything. They're going to stick. Yeah. One day he's going to have a huge day where he takes 4 or 5 big contested marks, but you never want to take that out of his game, that ability to fly at it, and then go on for his reward of kicking a goal into the ruck, mate, against Sam Darcy.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, the people at North will tell you as well, incredibly green, incredibly raw, but very, very coachable as well, Finbar Maley. They love him down there at Arden Street.
Richards back on the ground, got first possession back in the middle. Darcy had it, lost it. Sheasel got his arms free and releases Stevens. Kicks down the wing. Larkey couldn't quite trap it, earns a free, had his arms chopped. He's forward of the wing. Larkey still a long way from goal. Bulldogs by 9 points. Short inside, links up with Daniel. Takes the mark. Premiership Bulldog, of course, first year at his new club. We're in the North Melbourne colours. Caleb Daniel in the headgear, as we've come to expect. 2 dogs sport each other, Lobb and Darcy. Ball sits up for Bontempelli, trying to clear, puts it on the chest of Phillips, who takes the intercept mark, and he's got it true centre half forward for the Roos.
It was a strange kick. It looked like it was almost half smothered, the way in which Bontempelli just threw it on the boot. And it spun like probably 40 or 50 times quickly and only went about 15 metres. So it looked like it just been almost touched and scrambled kick. But those entries that we spoke about before, Lids, those defensive exits got to be a bit better and longer to the boundary.
The former top 3 pick, Will Phillips, drop punt. He's going to land short. Doesn't get there from 45 out, and it's an easy kill. Last sign of defence for O'Donnell, who whacks it through. So a minor score. Bulldogs by 8 points. 14 gone in the third.
Tried to nurse that through, didn't he? And
sat back on it.
Bramble into Bailey Williams in the back pocket. Up to Norton, who takes the mark. Rising on Dawson on the wing. Aaron Norton has played inspired footy, kicked 4 goals in the second quarter. Looks to send it up towards Bailey Dale. Trying to get there late was Caleb Daniel. Couldn't get a hand on the footy. As Dale takes the mark, looks inside 50 for the Bulldogs. Darcy's on the lead. He had a good piece of it. Umpire doesn't play the mark. Spills out the way of North Melbourne, and Cam Zurha almost took too long. Just got away from Hines despite the last effort in the chase. Simpkins hand pass to McKercher, set him a challenge, and now Dawson just hacks it in the middle of the ground. Down low, Caulfield couldn't take the mark. Opens up for Dersma. Just his third touch of the game as he takes the bounce. Hand pass to Zurha. Cuts around Johannesen. Sends it inside 50. Hanson Jr.'s leading in the pocket, and he takes the mark. There's a few Bulldogs defenders who are looking back. Caulfield couldn't get to the loose ball, and now they have a shot in the right forward pocket, North Melbourne, from only about 35 metres out.
He gets a chaos ball out of the back 50.
It worked on this occasion.
Attempted talk from the young fellow, Will Dawson.
Yeah.
Dersman took a bounce at inopportune time, I think, but it ended up in the hands of it and a set shot, but could have been easier.
Robert Hanson Jr. opens up the angle, curls it on his left. He was the sub last week and kicked a goal, and he's done so again tonight. Into the action for Luke Davies-Uniacke, who was subbed out at quarter time. And the Bulldogs lead is cut back to 2 points. The last 2 goals of the match coming the way of North Melbourne. 11-6-72 the Dogs to the Roos, 11-4-70. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, to their credit, North Melbourne, they just keep sticking around. On a few occasions in this third quarter, it just looked like the Bulldogs are going to have the game on their terms, and they're probably only been 1 goal away from really not putting it to bed, but really driving the dagger into North Melbourne. But they just keep on responding and finding a way. And hasn't necessarily been pretty, but they just keep on digging in, working hard. Then again, just overlap running, just making options for one another. They looked like they should have probably gone out the far side, but end up coming back in and found one deeper towards goal.
2-point game. Maroons with back-to-back goals for the first time since the opening term. They win it again in the middle. Powell, hand pass away to McKercher off the back of the square. Kicks inside 50. Johannesson can't mark, but he gets a free. And his arm being held by Constanti. No, he didn't. It was the contest behind that.
Both of them being held.
Yeah.
Through Caulfield out of the way.
So Nick Caulfield. It's a run at it back in the seniors after a horrid injury run. Kicks close to the boundary line. Wanted English. He's helped out a play by McKercher. A boundary throw in between wing and half forward for North. So Nick Caulfield, this is his third consecutive game. Former Saint, of course, a top 10 pick himself. Bulldogs by just 2 points. North have kicked 3 of the 4 goals scored so far in this third term, which is 17 minutes old. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Both Sherry and English are back on the field. English from behind, one down the tap. Garcia's hand pass to Liberatore in game 250 up to the wing. Good pick up by Dawson on the half volley, but he bangs it back up the wing. And English takes the intercepting mark. A rush of blood, having taken the ball cleanly. Unfortunately resulted in a turnover. English across half back, looking to try and switch as Caulfield takes the mark. Thought about Bramble, goes more direct to Bailey Williams, not 15, so gives it back to Caulfield, draws a couple of kangaroos with a hand pass over the top to Sanders, over the top of Powell to Johannesson and back to Sanders as they run the outer wing. Sanders takes a bounce at right half forward, chips it inboard, Liberatore back with the fly. Just read the scenario superbly, realised Liberatore had a little bit of space and found him.
Yes, I reckon O'Sullivan maybe could have gone there. He read that fly to that footy coming in really well, but wasn't sure whether it was his ball to come over the top and kill that one. Probably respected Liberatore coming back a little bit too much.
16 disposals, 9 tackles. He has a goal already in his milestone game, Dame 250. Tom Liberatore starts his approach slightly right of centre, comes in and steers it through. Bulldog through and through as he puts through his second. And the Doggies answer the challenge after 2 consecutive goals for North Melbourne at the other end, back to an 8-point margin. 12-6-78 to North Melbourne, 11-4-70 in this midfield that bats so deep. Tom Liberatore now with 2 goals. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, he's had another good game tonight, but it was the Caulfield just making the play up. So rather than just getting back off the mark and kicking the ball long, he decided to run and handball and be involved in a handball chain, and then it was the run from Johannesson to Sanders, who then were able to break the lines and then find Liberatore, who just drifted into a bit of space. But yeah, as you said, Liz, it was probably O'Sullivan. I think if he had his chance again, he probably would have gone and really taken the body and really competed hard in the air there. Just showed a bit too much respect to the 250 gamer.
It's just a series of little things, isn't it, all over the ground where it's sort of
just letting them down.
Yeah, and contributes to easy scores. An 8-point lead for the Dogs. Out of the middle they go again. Garcia receives a handball, kicks it deep to Hines, not to be. Can't complete the mark. Pink running out of space, gives it to Daniel, and he steps through the behind line. So Bulldogs by 9 points. 19 gone in this third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So do you feel like those little things in North, are they leadership? Is it training and execution?
It's experience.
Maturity, yeah.
I think it's maturity. Games played, just understanding you've got a little bit more time, composure, playing together for longer.
One of the players who has a bit of maturity, Caleb Daniel, has played on one way then the other and into the back pocket for Colby McKercher. Contract extension during the week.
Can we get your thoughts on that too, Liz, when we get a moment?
Kircher veers out to the left, sends it up towards Dersma, worked underneath it by Bailey Williams, and Rory Lobb comes flying in from the side. Takes the intercepting mark for the Bulldogs. What do you think, Lids, of the contract extension?
Would you sign the 27?
28?
28.
28.
Well, you would have thought 27 would be the logical signing point. Given there's a certain team entering the league at that point as Bramble goes long, straight down the pipe, and Richards takes a juggled mark at true centre half forward. We'll have a look at the sticks here. So instead of
signed till the end of 27 or to the end of 28?
End of 28.
Yep.
So if the Tassie Devils enter in year 1, of course, he's as high profile and you think as big a target as they could possibly have, given his age profile and where he'll be. this takes him through until the first year after they're done. So signing bonuses and everything else. Unless they all know something we don't, and perhaps the team's getting pushed back. Richards, who's had a mixed night. The birthday boy misses out to the left of behind. So Dogs by 10, 21 gone in the third.
Will they get greater access as well in their second year, or is it mainly just on the first year front up?
I think it's mainly year one.
Yep.
So and there's bonuses outside the cap and all sorts of things on offer for early signings.
Maybe he loves it at Roos.
Caleb Daniel into Scott. That's what Kangas fans would hope. Back to Daniel, who works it out to Powell. His kick is a turnover, and Caulfield takes the intercepting mark on the wing. Bulldogs leading by 10 points. An arm wrestle in which North Melbourne were able to draw level on 3 occasions in the second quarter. As Caulfield sends it long up towards the half-forward line. Darcy flew in the pack, can't take the mark. Bontempelli does the roving, fires towards goal, and finishes. Stevens trying to race back for North Melbourne, but there's no stopping the Bont as he timed his run to perfection to boot through his second. And the Bulldogs lead by 16 points. And that's the biggest lead of the match so far as they look to take control of this contest. And Bontempelli, no surprise, is the man at the front trying to do exactly that. 11-4-70 North Melbourne, and the Bulldogs 13-8-86. 3 goals apiece so far in this third quarter. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, at least it's a class act, but again, just probably North Melbourne, just ball watching, really. So at the contest, great contest in the air to try and force the ball to ground, but then I think it's McKercher who just had his back towards Bontempelli. You just got to have awareness of who's around you, especially when it's coming inside your D50. Just need to really turn your head, just find out where the most dangerous is, and he's probably definitely the most dangerous in the comp. I would have thought Bontempelli anywhere near goal, and he just makes you pay.
Came the 14th Bulldog to 250 games last week, and Libba number 15 tonight. English wins the hit out. Bont tries to soccer it away. Bounces straight off oncoming traffic into the path of Richards. Shakes one tackle. Simpkin got him. Richards caught holding the ball. And the Roos with that frantic pressure trying to hang in the game. Simpkin wide to Hanson Jr. Looks inside the forward 50. Touched by Lobb on the way through, but into the path of Harvey. Hand pass to Maley. Extra handball to Zerha. He's crunched as soon as he got it. Ball up right in front of the goalpost.
Even then, if he hit the hands and hit it hard and didn't handball it in his shoelaces, he's probably having a shot.
So ball up here, 1 metre out from the North Melbourne goal. Cherry tries the Daniel Wells effort and trying to jam it on the boot. Not to be. Trickles through for a behind.
Didn't mind that thinking, actually, from Cherry.
Yeah. Dogs by 15 points. 23 gone in the third.
Bramble brings the Bulldogs in. Chips it to Johannesson. Kicks on the bounce to Sanders. Comes inboard to Lobb. Trying to get it forward to Dale. Hand pass a little too slick for Sanders, but he does knock it forward. Trying to run away from Bailey Scott as he gathers. Hand pass inboard to Vandermeer to Johannesson, who tries to get around Powell. Kicks the ball up the wing. Just chopped off by Pink of North Melbourne. Hand pass to McKercher. His kick is straight to Bramble on the wing. He gathers for the Bulldogs. Hand pass back to Sanders at right half forward. High kick inside 50. Darcy gets rid of Dawson. Can't gather it on the second bounce. Dawson comes crashing into Vandermeer, who's a little slow to rise. It spills out to Dale from 48. Fires on goal, and he puts it through for the Bulldogs. Bailey Dale with his second, but Dawson coming charging in on Vandermeer. Unfortunately, his North Melbourne defenders didn't get back to offer support, and Dale was able to finish in front of goal. The Bulldogs by 21 points, 14-8-92 to North Melbourne 11-5-71. 25 minutes gone, third term Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, it doesn't look on the replay as bad as what you think. He's just laid he's put his shoulder into
it. Good hit.
Yeah, it's a good, clean
It had
hit.
the potential to be almost sort of an NRL shoulder charge as he sort of attacked with his shoulder. But
yeah, he didn't go at him that. It's just because he was off the ground late as he was going towards to grab that footy. So a bigger body's always going to take him back. But
just again, there was just North Melbourne just in around the contest, had numbers around there rather than going and picking up that nearest player to you. They just got caught ball watching again, and Dale was just standing there at the 50 by himself.
And Curtis sucked me to a honeypot, and then Bailey Dale on the outside.
New game high, 21 points. The Bulldogs lead. And North stick around. Sherry wins it down. Powell, hand pass away to Sheasel. Got it to Daniel. Crunched in the Bontempelli tackle. Ball comes to Libba. Kicks deep inside 50. Darcy the target. Dawson spoils, but straight to Dale. Tries the Peter Dacos effort, but just helped through on the behind line by McKercher. And the game high lead grows by 1. Dogs by 22.
As it's brought back in, and the North fans
saying deliberate.
Saying it was deliberate with...
Which is a fair question, given Toby Pink's been done for a couple of them, but I don't know, is this the new MO for a fullback now? You've got to be 204 centimetres to go up against Sam Darcy. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, it was McKercher's kicking, which was seen out of play by Bontempelli. North fans wanted insufficient intent, but umpire says throw it in. Off hands, Liberatore dumped in a tackle by Tristan Sherry. West keeps it alive. Hand pass to Vandermeer, chopped off by McKercher. Hand pass away to Powell. Jags it around his body, up towards Larkey, nudged underneath it. Rory Lobb takes the intercepting mark for the Bulldogs in the middle of the ground.
Someone's hurt.
As the umpire says, we're just going to hold it up here because I think it's Tristan Sherry who is in the forward pocket for the Bulldogs, grabbing at his shoulder. Might be his ribs, yeah. A tackle attempt on Liberatore where he landed awkwardly.
So it was Sherry who drove Libber into the ground, and yet Sherry's the one that's come off a little worse for wear.
So he might have landed on his own arm.
Lobb eventually restarts play long to the top of the goal square, punched away by the Roos. Cheezel, fortunate not to give away free for soccer and in danger, but gives away one for insufficient intent. Out deliberate off the boot of the North Melbourne player, and the Roos fans feel like they haven't got the rub of the green tonight on that front. Sanders takes the free, 55 out, dabs it into the pocket. English trying to rip it down from the back and be paid.
Wow, nice grab.
Simpkin looked certain to take the mark in front, and English came over the back and said, I'll have it.
It certainly looked like Simpkin had first hands on it. Yeah. Certainly they met at the same time, and English just reefed it out and obviously finished with the ball in hand, but North Melbourne fans are going nuts on that far side.
So much for pay the man in front.
Well, he didn't hold it for that long, though, Simpkin, I wouldn't imagine. Like, he vacated that area pretty quickly when English came over the top. He's going to take some kicking in Ramon's dead pocket.
That's right. Right half forward at the northern end. Outside of the right boot, tries the banana, misses near side. 23-point lead for the Bulldogs, 28 gone in the third. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. As we tick towards three-quarter time, Luke Davies-Uniacke out of the game, concussed just before quarter time, subbed out. Meanwhile, the Dogs still have their sub up their sleeve in Lockie McNeil.
The Bulldogs have kicked the last 3 goals of the match, to lead by 23 points. As McKercher chips it out of the back pocket up to Scott, who takes the mark, feeds it back to McKercher, who kept running, good intent to keep the ball moving, sends it long up to Maley, can't take the mark, backpedaling. O'Donnell, he bounced into a tackle of Zerhart, got it away at the last moment, and Bailey Williams keeps it alive as he runs the boundary line. A barrel on the run up towards Bailey Dale. It's spawned out of play by Pinker. In fact, it stays in for the moment. Pink's inboard hand pass to McKercher, has to try and ride the tackle of Ed Richards, gets it back to Daniel, back to Pink. He's tackled and dispossessed. Hardiman gets a hand pass forward. Well done in the end by Stevens to keep it going to Scott. Hard against the boundary line on the wing. Feeds it back to Hardiman. Has to just drop it onto his boot and drive it up towards Maley, who with the smaller Dersma underneath it and takes the mark.
Finbar Maley, son of Paul Maley, the NBL champion. The North Melbourne Giants, by the way, in that competition. As young bloke Finbar goes long inside 50 and O'Donnell picks it off, takes an intercept mark. So Larkey, prolific early, kicked 4 goals in the opening term, should have had 5, missed one on the bell. Kicked 1 in the second quarter, had a knee injury halfway through that 4-goal binge in the opening term. He's had that strapped on the right side, but hasn't been a big player in the game thereafter. O'Donnell long to the wing, spills down towards Liberatore, hand pass to Garcia, swings the kick across the centre square. Sunday hot for Fraser, never broke stride, kicks to the bond. He can keep it moving, and Norton, who leads from one side of the ground to the other, into the fat pocket and takes the mark. A left half forward, he'll kick from 30 out.
Yeah, they just had the overlap there, the Bulldogs. As soon as it went in there, D50 had that intercepting mark. They were just out the other side, and they just all traded up. North Melbourne players, as they do, always keep pressing up the ground to defend, but unfortunately they didn't have enough numbers to try and fill that void behind them.
Aaron Norton, his Boris Becker headband, he's a loyalist to that, and he's got a bag of 5 today. Puts it straight through. They've all come after quarter time, and Aaron Norton with 5 across 2 quarters. And the Dogs are taking this game away from the Roos. 29 points as they crack the ton. 15-10, 100 to North Melbourne, 11-5, 71. 90 seconds before three-quarter time. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
They've been gallant, haven't they, North? But their inability to finish off and stay in this contest. And you just hope that they don't just fall away here. What are they down already? Four goals. And you just see Norton there. He's gone past Griffin Logue. Logue's seen Bontempelli coming out, so he's pressed up to him. He sort of got caught in no man's land, and therefore it left Norton just all by himself, and Pink had too much ground to make up. So if you're watching at home and wondering why the breakdown, or here at the ground, well, that was what happened.
So the challenge squarely in the Kangaroos' hands ahead of three-quarter time as Liberatore tries to break out of the middle. Tackled and dispossessed. Going to work as Simpkin. Hand pass down low. Sheasel jams it inside 50. Bumped off it was Zerha. Umpire says free kick Kangaroos' way.
Yeah, they pointed the wrong way, the umpire, too. Confused us all.
Did. Well, it progressed a little bit. So against Bailey Williams and Cam Zerha directly in front. What was it for? 45 metres out from goal.
It's almost like he shepherded him out of the contest and didn't allow him access to compete at the footy. But, the early bump. Yeah, geez, not much in it.
Zerha has kicked one already. Coming in from just inside 50 to keep the Kangas in it. It's a good finish for his second. After the Bulldogs have kicked the last 4 goals of the match, North have one just ahead of three-quarter time. 23-point margin the Dogs' way. 15-10, 100 to North Melbourne, 12-5, 77. Brent Delidio and Mark Murphy with you Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
It was a really important goal for Zerha to go back and finish that work, because going in 5 goals down at three-quarter time would have been a pretty big ask, wouldn't it, to try and find a way back into this game. But kicks the goal, go in 4 goals down, and then you never know, you get the first goal or two and you're right back in amongst this game. But Bulldogs have really owned this third quarter. They've asked a lot of questions of North Melbourne, and haven't quite stood up when the game's required them to do it so far. North has got a little bit of detail wrong, as we've spoken about on numerous occasions tonight, but they're still within a shot here of the Bulldogs.
Interesting night for the Dogs. I want to see the fired up North Melbourne team. They've been pretty good against undefeated against the bottom 9 teams in their competition this year, but they've been leaky defensively in recent weeks and have conceded 72 points so far tonight. 77, in fact, on the back of that goal. As the Roos get it going forward, Sherry knocks it on and crunched in the tackle. Fraser, as soon as he picked it up, he's coming off a 10-vote game last week from the coaches. Best of field, kicked 4 goals at 23. He's had an off night. Free kick for Sheasel. The tackle rewarded. Spots Zerha and finds it. In a crowded forward 50, and Cam Zerha will have a look right half forward 25 out.
It was good communication from the bench. You could just see them all yelling at him to try and find an option, because he would have had a shot from probably 55 out, and he probably can't get further than 45 anyway. He's not one of those penetrating kicks, so he heard that noise from the boundary and just picked out Zerha, who made a nice little lead in the pocket. It was good connection from the two, wasn't it? Just waited for him to get into the space.
All right, Zerha kicked the last of the game after 4 straight goals for the Dogs. Zerha, before three-quarter time, kisses the inside of the left goal post. Not to be. But a 22-point game in a highly entertaining Thursday night fixture here at Docklands as the Roos celebrate their centenary. There's a little bit of push and shove too, with Tristan Sherry central to all of that. And the Bulldogs 15-10, 100 lead North Melbourne 12-6, 78. All right, the goal kickers, there's a few of them. 5 for Norton, 2 each for Bontempelli, Liberatore, Dale and English. 1 for Darcy and for Vandermeer. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, Nick Larkey has 5. 2 for Cam Zerha, their only other multiple goal kicker. Singles for Sheasel, Curtis, Harvey, Maley and Hanson Jr. Alex Demonor has won the second set 6-2. So 1 set all and on serve in the second set. Coverage of Wimbledon available through BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, which is now streaming through the ABC Sports Extra button. You also get some plenty of updates there, of course, of the test match between England and India, which is ongoing at the moment. Big night of test cricket. And, of course, through the ABC Listen app, you'll get coverage of the Australian test up against the West Indies from Grenada tonight. Coverage starts from 11:45 Eastern, so you'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. Dogs by 22. Thoughts of Murph and Lids coming up in just a moment. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land full of dust and smoke, this little Tommy fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio. The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
And pass away to O'Sullivan, gives it to Scott, kicks down to half forward, and Harvey at the drop takes the mark. First game since 2023, sat out all of last year. He's just going to have a ping himself.
Why not?
What a kick from Cooper Harvey. It's in the blood. And Baby Boomer drops the hanger from outside 50. English grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it forward. Here's Darcy. Sam Darcy. How's he approached her? He's got the split-legged stance. Like Johnny Wilkinson as he gets ready to come charging in. His second kick of the night is a goal. He doesn't need many looks.
Hand pass to Zerha. Cuts around Johannesson. Sends it inside 50. Hanson Jr.'s leading in the pocket. He takes the mark. Robert Hanson Jr. opens up the angle. Curls it on his left. He was the sub last week and kicked a goal, and he's done so again tonight. And the Bulldogs leaders cut back to 2 points. Sanders takes a bounce at right half forward. Chips it inboard. Liberatore back with the fly. In his milestone game, zone 250. Tom Liberatore starts his approach slightly right of centre. Comes in and steers it through. Bulldog through and through. And the Doggies answer the challenge. Caulfield sends it long up towards the half-forward line. Darcy flew in the pack, can't take the mark. Bontempelli does the roving, fires towards goal, and finishes.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The ABC Listen app, place to be tonight. The cricket's there from 11:45 Eastern Australia and the West Indies. The second test from Grenada. We've got coverage of Wimbledon through ABC Sports Extra and, of course, all your footy, the NRL and the AFL. Three-quarter time here, the Western Bulldogs by 22. Our number one picks, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Bit of lack of polish, I reckon, overall there, Murph. And we've probably been saying that a little bit all night. They've let themselves down just with some little errors and things that haven't quite gone their way. But I think ultimately the Dogs probably put their foot down a little bit there. They got better representation at the contest. A number of times the fall of the ball in that forward 50, their ability just to outnumber there, and just young halfbacks and midfielders not being able to turn their head and locate, realise who the dangerous player is. Just allowed a couple of balls out the backside there, and then a couple of defensive breakdowns, which then gives Norton a chance to kick his fifth that he kicked just then.
Yep. So every team presses, and they always try and press up the ground as far as he can, just to try and cover off the opposition. But you only need one link to fall away in that area, and you get exposed. And they got exposed a couple of times in that area. But I also think that you look through a lot of the stats, the clearances are still in front for North Melbourne, which is a really good sign around the ball when you've got the likes of the players that they have got there, the Bulldogs. But just the amount of inside 50s, 51 to the Bulldogs, 33 to North Melbourne. So they're just not getting enough ball getting inside 50, and the quality of it sometimes hasn't been quite good. But I think this last quarter they need just to throw everything they can at the Bulldogs in around the contest. And although it's going to be one of those games where inevitably on the outside in the fourth quarter, that's where the Bulldogs will probably hurt North Melbourne on the counter-attack. And the game, when it does open up, they've probably got more polish around the ground. And as we saw then, when you've got Dale getting high up the ground, kicking goals, and Bontempelli, who just runs to a stoppage at one of his opponents, just gets caught ball watching and kicks a really important goal on the back of it. They've been asked a few questions in that third quarter, and to their credit, though, they stood up in that last little pit, kicked a goal, and it's going to be a really important 4 or 5 minutes here at the start of this last quarter to try and get back into this game.
The Dogs had not been outscored in 12 consecutive quarters leading in. They dropped the first quarter by 6 points. They've now won quarters 2 and 3 and lead by 22 points at three-quarter time. The Roos, by the way, have outscored opposition teams only 5 times in the final quarters this season.
Yep.
So a big ask for them. See if they can be competitive here in the last and continue to put a pretty face on it. It's been a A strong performance so far, and they finish it off 22 points behind the Dogs at three-quarter time.
Yeah, well, they've 78 points off 31 entries, so they're going pretty well. They've just got to get more entries, don't they?
Is that a worry for the Dogs? Defensively?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think when you look at that.
This is an interesting look at the start of the night as to what the Dogs could gain out of it. Could they tighten up defensively? It hasn't been that way so far. They win the hit out to start the last. Fraser to Bontempelli to Johannesson. Kicks wide, and here's Richards. Redhead marks on the wing. 22 points, the Bulldogs lead. Runs straight around the man on the mark. Sends the Dogs inside the attacking arc. West the target, and Logue punches it out of play. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774. Do you know who else, along with Nick Larkey, do you know who started Hot Murph and has sort of cooled off a little bit?
Yeah, he's in the front row.
Yeah, Ben Cameron, he was hot in the opening term. But
he's still here, is he?
Just got the cooler on him. I think he sort of went a little quiet in the back end of the third. The Dogs from the boundary throw in. West, slick hand pass away to Libba. Hurried kick forward, but Dawson's back. Takes the intercept mark on the behind line for the Roos.
Bulldogs by 22 points. Dawson has no one on the mark, so he can run his full measure. Drive the Kangaroos out of defence, up towards Larkey, in from the side. Caulfield takes the mark. So Nick Larkey having kicked 4 goals in the first quarter. Just 2 disposals since then. One was a goal. Bramble receives the hand pass inside 50. West sat underneath the footy. Daniel back with the flight. West still keeps it alive. He's brought down now as Dawson lays the tackle and locks it up just 15 metres out from the Western Bulldogs goal. Umpire throws it aloft. Sherry got rid of Darcy. Bit slow to get rid of it though. Tackled and brought down. It's kept alive as a little topo towards the goal is rushed through in the end by Stevens. Here he is, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Still no movement for the Western Bulldogs with their sub, so Lockie McNeil sitting on the back of the bench waiting for his opportunity as we begin this fourth.
It was groggy, Sherry.
It was Aaron Norton who had the topo towards goal that was rushed through.
23 points the lead for the Bulldogs. 2 gone final term. And one of the trainers just running over to him now, Murph. Tristan Sherry.
Libba giving him some
he went down in that last contest and had his hands in his head. Or his head in his hands. Benny loved it down there. Good to hear you, Benny.
Caleb Daniel, his fellow headgear wearer, hits the kick out towards half-back, trying to link up with Maley, not to be. Ball kept alive by Bontempelli. Hand pass back inboard to Fraser as a little fumble. Hasn't been his night. Phillips gives it to Harvey. Off the back flank, kicks north down the wing. Zerhard trying to protect the drop. Spills to Johannesson. He's gang tackled. And the ball up on the wing. Ben Cameron.
You did get your phrasing wrong, but he is groggy, Murph. You're right. He's now sprinting towards his contest, but he was dazed and sort of wandering around aimlessly in the middle of the ground.
As Matt Kennedy's able to volley it up towards Aaron Norton. Slaps it into the path of Vandermeer. Tackled by O'Sullivan. Not before he got the hand pass to Bontempelli. Inside 50. Darcy sets himself and takes the mark, rising up in front of Dawson, directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
Yeah, it was just a sky ball really from Bontempelli. They'd outnumbered at the contest once again. I feel Dawson just got caught off. He's trying to give himself a run to be able to come in and hit him with his full body and chest and take as much as he can away from Darcy. But
he's done it well for most of the night, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I mean, he's kicking for his second tonight.
Yep. 1 goal so far tonight, 5 disposals for Sam Darcy as he comes in and sends it through. The rapid return of Sam Darcy continues. He's now up to 13 goals in his 4 games since suffering what many thought would have been a season-ending knee injury, and he has returned, and so has the Western Bulldogs. Well, I guess really contender tag. The Bulldogs 16-11-107 to North Melbourne 12-6-78. And the all-important first goal of the final term comes 4 minutes in. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, if one tour's not going to get you, the other one is. It's certainly been Norton's night, but Darcy's just... They don't get any smaller, do they, Lids? That's always the call, but he's just obviously... Sometimes he's just too big, too tall, and he's too good. He's an absolute star, but he just lost him, didn't he, on the on the
turned him
inside.
around. He was just trying to be aggressive, come forward, but then as he had to get the turn around, he always had a big jump at it.
He's going to be a problem for defenders, you'd think, for the next decade. Sam Darcy, a crooked bounce. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, so the North Melbourne Docs are just looking at some replays at the moment. It was seemingly an arm from Sam Darcy as he tried to tackle him when Sherry took it out of the ruck down at full forward for the Western Bulldogs moments ago. That seems to have been the incident that gave him a knock to the head. They haven't taken any action yet.
Thanks, Ben. Dogs get the centre break as Liver kicks out to the wing, and here's the Bont. 250 gamers in the last fortnight. Inboard to Fraser, hand pass away to Johannesen. Shades of 2016 up the back flank. Sends a kick from half forward to the top of the goal square. Spills down to Garcia. Hands it to Vandermeer. Snaps, misses near side. And behind for Latham. That makes it a 30-point game.
30-point lead.
So 16-12 to 12-6. 5.5 gone final term. So 5-goal lead here for the Dogs.
As Caleb Daniel brings the Kangaroos back into play, playing against his former side. To Griffin Logue, who gives it back to Daniel. Switches across the half-back line and finds Dawson, who's hemmed into the back pocket. Trying to look for an avenue out of defence. Kicks to Scott. But full stretch, almost cramps up, landing awkwardly on his right leg initially. Can the Kangas muster some fight in this final term? He kicks it out wide and O'Sullivan has the mark. Finn O'Sullivan, pick 2 from Corroy via the Oakley Chargers, sends it up towards half forward. Maley at the back of the pack. In there was Sherry as well. The pack has crashed and in the end it was brought down by English with good support, but Kangas still a chance. Running into the left forward pocket. Simpkin tried to knock it on. Costante's hand pass is too sharp for McKercher. And it goes out of play in a boundary throwing. 60 metres out from North Melbourne's goals. The Bulldogs 16-12, 108. Leading North Melbourne 12-6, 78. 6 minutes gone. Final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Davies-Uniacke concussed just before quarter time after a high fend-off from Ed Richards. Unfortunately, an early end to the night for Davies-Uniacke. The boundary throwing. Richards had it, lost it. Then Phillips to McKercher, to O'Sullivan. Now to Hardiman. Sends a ruse inside 50. Punched away by Lobb. Good fight back from him. Ball spills away to Simpkin. He's drilled as soon as he got it. And held up. Heavy tackle from Matt Kennedy. Ball up here. Half forward for the Kangas. English down to Liberatore. Does a full 360. Kicks down the wing. They come from all directions. Logue to spoil, but straight down to Kennedy. Hands it to the Bond. Kicks up over halfway. Vandermeer needs a kind bounce. Didn't get it. And Pink intercepts for North. Gives it to Harvey. And he kicks over halfway for the Roos.
Out to Simpkin. Richards trying to get back with the flight, but Jai Simpkin takes the mark. And McKercher running boundary side was trying to get the hand pass to him. Now has to push back behind his mark. To see Richards has been okay after that knock to the shoulder in the third quarter. Finbar Maley is the target. Caught behind, can't take the mark. Donald was able to bring it down and a throw to Bramble. So North will get one here at left half forward and the ball will come back to Paul Curtis.
Yeah, Sanders just didn't ever do that, did he?
It is random, some of the quick handballs you see when all of a sudden then a throw's picked out in the fourth quarter where you think, well, this is the first one we've seen tonight.
Molly Sanders pinned there. And Paul Curtis has the ball at left half forward. He's surveying the options and now might have to go himself. So a good goal from Cooper Harvey in a similar sort of position, maybe a little closer, and he's trying to lace out a pass into the pocket looking for Cam Zerha, and Johannesen was waiting for that. Takes the intercepting mark.
Not the right side for the left footer there. If you're a right footer, you just come out corridor side and have a shot, but left footer on the wrong side.
Curtis, one of the 6 lefties out there tonight for North. One kick down the line, marked by Darcy. And then kicks a dart back inboard that misses English. Picked up by Logue, takes the intercept mark, hand pass away to Stevens. Swings a kick outer edge of the centre square, finds Maley. We are 9 minutes into this final term. He gives it off to Stevens, looks inside 50 through the hands of Curtis. Spills a mark he should have taken. The Dogs back the other way. Bramble to Sanders, then to Poulter, back to Sanders. Hand pass away to Bramble, but now they're under pressure, the Bulldogs. Gives it to Poulter, hand pass away towards Hines. Poulter gets his 3rd touch in the chain. Kicks to half forward, here's Liver. The Dogs might be able to work it out yet. 60 from home. Liberatore goes long to full forward. Hands on it from Fraser, gets a free. And that's a little unlucky. Young Cooper Harvey running back trying to spoil.
Not really. As soon as you take your eyes off the ball, Corb, I reckon it's fair game to be called against you. He had to keep going back with his eyes purely on the ball and then made the spoil.
It's basically impossible to do, isn't it? Really. Yeah. So you just get the benefit for being in the right position.
It was a good double bluff by Libba. He had Tim English in the pocket. Everyone thought it was going to him. He gets the round of applause as he comes to the bench here. It's his 10th score involvement if he kicks truly.
Snap across the body. He's good. And Smoking Joel Frazier pops it through for the Bulldogs. It's a 6-goal advantage. 10 gone in the final term. 17-12, 114. North Melbourne 12-6, 78. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, the last thing you want here as a North Melbourne fan and players out there just to roll over and have a really sizable loss here. They've been really gallant for most of the night, but just got a few warning signs at the moment that they've thrown everything they possibly could at the Bulldogs and they've just been overpowered. So hopefully for their sake they just keep on fighting on and don't let this one drag out too much.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Tristan Sherry has come from the ground and gone down the race into the rooms, presumably to get a check on that head knock. Also, Will Dawson has come to the bench and looks a little worse for wear. Not exactly sure right now as to why.
So Maley into the ruck for North Melbourne. Thanks, Ben. Up against Darcy. Maley follows up his ruck work. Got it down to Powell. Hand pass a little loose for Simpkin. Trying to break out of the Darcy tackle. And wrestles him to the turf, holding the ball. Will be rewarded for that tackle, Sam Darcy. He has it at the edge of the centre square, looks into the pocket. Norton's on the lead, it clears him and Pink at the back. It's gathered by Hines, jags it back across his body. And misses everything out of bounds on the full. On the right-hand side, cutting it left and failing to score. The Bulldogs by 36 points. 11 minutes gone. Final term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Gee, they're short with Sherry and Dawson off the ground. What have you seen, Lids?
Oh, friendly fire. Curtis has just run through as they're trying to put pressure on Dawson and collected him.
He's on the bike trying to get things going. He's also got a fair bit of paint on his knees, his whole body that's come off the logos on the wing. That is where the ball is, by the way, the wing on the City side. Ball's out of play. So boundary throwing. 6-goal lead for the Bulldogs a dozen minutes into the last.
Ex-Tiger captain Kane Johnson sitting there on the bench. Big Shugsy.
Maley wins it down. Free kick. Is it going Garcia's way? Yes, he was taken high and all of that. He turned and looked to the umpire and threw his hands out saying, what did I do wrong there? And the umpire said, no, that's your free. And Riley Garcia back in the team today. Kicks inside the forward 50. Ball spills front and centre. West. Burst speed. Attacks it. Gives it to Norton. Closed down. Tackled. Ball comes out. Hanson Jr. knocks it on. Still a live footy for the Dogs. West goes and gets it again. What a warrior he is in that forward 50. Tackled. Attracts a crowd. Pack forms around him. Ump says ball up.
Just throws himself in the contest, doesn't he? West, he knows only one way.
Having a great season. Dogs by 6 goals.
Keep the only 2 goals of the final term. Darcy tries to take it to the ruck, protects the space to his left, turns and snaps and misses to the left-hand side. 37-point lead the Dogs' way. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Lockie McNeil is still unused here, and I'm starting to wonder whether maybe assuming if they don't have an injury late in this game, they might hold him over and he might play in the VFL tomorrow. So the Bulldogs, or Footscray there, up against North in the VFL at Whitten Oval, 4:05 tomorrow. I just wonder if he doesn't get on, whether he'll back up in the VFL tomorrow.
Thanks, Ben. Cooper Harvey took the kick out. Dogs win it back. Bramble, hand pass to half forward, intercepted. Logue to Powell. Along the boundary line to O'Sullivan. To Phillips. Caught. Holding the ball. Good tackle by the Bont. Didn't get a correct hand pass away under the pressure from the greatest Bulldog of all time. Bontempelli. 60 out. Kicks to full forward. They come from all directions. No mark. Harvey trying to clear. Tumbles a kick out towards half back. It pitches, rolls. It's out of play.
Is that Onge?
It's deliberate.
Big Onge over there. No, that's not good enough. Got to keep it in a bit closer than that.
Andre Jean Fania, of course, former state cricketer at underage level. A pretty good team. Aaron Finch, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, all part of that side. There's a kick from Sanders back to O'Donnell.
O'Donnell kicks to Darcy, who holds his ground in front. Maley screams in frustration. He couldn't get there to make up the ground. Or more importantly, couldn't get a fist in there to spoil the levers of Sam Darcy as he reached out in front of himself.
It's almost impossible when he's in that position, just to try and get a fist in there without chopping the arms. The only best he can do is just hit a body, and he tried to knock his body as hard as he possibly could, but too good in the end.
It wasn't a great kick. He had to stop and prop, but it was the work that he did before it that gave him that separation that allowed him that access to it.
Aaron Norton shined early with 5. Sam Darcy has 2, looking for his 3rd tonight, trying to cash in this final term. As he comes in from the left forward pocket, 45 metres out, and puts through his 3rd, and all of a sudden that's 3 unanswered goals. Darcy's kicked 2 of which in the final term, and the Dogs lead by 43 points. So Alistair Clarkson took great pride in the fact that the Kangaroos have been in a lot of matches this season up to three-quarter time. They lost by 85 points to Hawthorn last week. And having performed well in their centenary game, the Dogs now starting to drift away. 43 points to good. 18-13, 121 to North Melbourne, 12-6-78. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, he's not just tall, Murph, and doesn't just rely on being the tallest bloke out there and being able to catch it. He does a lot of work off the ball to try and get himself separation. He competes really, really hard. He doesn't just stand there and submit. You know, he actually... he works on his craft over and over to try and... You can see the work he did behind the ball there. It's great.
Interestingly, Ramsden, Chol and Gunston kicked 15 between them against North last week. So Norton and Darcy, their 2 bigs, have 8. And 2 of them. So it's a win. It's clearly been an issue, hasn't it, for North, their key backs. I guess with some of the supply and the way it's coming in, causes all sorts of headaches. Free kick for Phillips, taken high in the middle of the ground. The Bronx cheers. The umpires... After a free kick goes North's way, they probably feel like they've been a little hard done by. Phillips kicks inside 50 through the hands of Maley, through the legs of Lobb. At the back, Dersma turns it over to his opposite number, Lobb. And pass away towards Sanders, to Williams, back to Sanders. Sheasel grabs him, takes him to ground, holding the ball. And a free kick for Sheasel at right half forward. He'll have a look here.
Teammates from Sandy. Just let him know about it.
A whisper in the ear.
Yeah. Gotcha, mate. You're not running away from me. On your point there about the key forwards, I think Pink and Dawson have actually been okay tonight. It's just the amount, I suppose...
The amount of entries that have gone in.
Holding up the damn ball.
Sheasel, drop punt, across the goal face, be lucky to score. It won't. And English takes the intercept mark on the behind line, goes short to Giray, and the Dogs can get it out of defence.
Quickly away to Bramble, who kicks out to Sanders, takes the mark at left half back. Bulldogs by 43 points. They've booted 3 goals to none so far in the final term, the Western Bulldogs. As Sanders looks to send it long up the wing in the direction of Norton. He's worked underneath it by Toby Pink, right on cue. So Norton has kicked 5 goals, but hasn't hit the scoreboard since the 3rd quarter. Inboard, the hand pass to Hardiman, turns it over looking for Phillips, now becomes the tackler on Bailey Dale, and the umpire will ball it up in the middle of the ground. Bulldogs by 43 points. 18 minutes gone, final term, Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Dawson back onto the field doing the ruck work, wins down the tap. A chance here for the Roos. Powell's hand pass trying to find Costanti, turns it over, although Kennedy turns it over straight to Paul Curtis. Hand pass away to Stevens, who looks up to Larkey, who takes the mark at left half forward. Got one from Rory Lobb around the head in the process as well. He's 55 metres out from goal, Nick Larkey, as he turns and comes inboard. And centres it to Phillips. Still too far out for him, though, with Liberatore just 52 metres out. So he looks into the pocket where McKercher's got forward. He'll play on in the left forward pocket. The lefty fires on goal. And that's a classy finish. Exactly the reason they were keen to get his contract signed and sealed. And he finishes with a goal in this final term. North Melbourne's first of this last quarter comes at the 18-minute mark. 18-13, 121 the Western Bulldogs, and North Melbourne 13-6-84.
Well, it was well worked by North in the end. Didn't need to rush themselves, and Larky took a mark, kicked it back inside of the corridor, and the Bulldogs players just folded back and just tried to fill in lanes and support their defence. But you still got to come out and pick up your opponents, and unfortunately for them, on this occasion they left McKercher all by himself, but nice little finish there on the left foot. Beautiful kick. So anytime he's within 55, you'd be thinking we should have a shot, so you've got to try and close a bloke like that down.
Colby McKercher, goal number 9 in his career as English leaps up, wins the hit out down in front of Powell, who's tackled by Bontempelli, and the ump says I'll have it. First goal of the final term for North Melbourne. The recently re-signed Roo, Colby McKercher. Bontempelli, first possession at the restart. Hand pass away to Kennedy, gives it to Duray. He's crunched, lost it. Libba on the City wing, hand pass to Sanders, sweeping Polly Farmer hand pass. Away towards Bramble, gave it to Kennedy, who's under all sorts of pressure, tried to fight the tackle. And the umpire said, yep, that's long enough, and that's Pryor and holding the ball. Hanson for North. Tried to set up Dersman. He's absolutely met by Caulfield. Dersman's getting a free. Interesting stage of this young man's career. Zane Dersman, been out of the team, the 19-year-old. Pick 4, taking a pick ahead of Nick Watson. Goes long inside 50 and Zerha clunks it surely. Gee, had a fair bit of that, and now they've spotted a free kick for a high tackle going the other way. I thought Zerha had marked that and it was knocked out of his hands, but not to be. Free kick now for Garcia.
Not a great kick, looking for Kennedy. Larkey brings it down. Hand pass chopped off though by Caulfield. And the Bulldogs will get out of trouble there. Hand pass away to Bailey Williams. Dale across half-back. Hand pass to Bramble. Darcy trying to work back up the wing, but he hand passes at Bramble over the top to Bailey Dale. The run of the Dogs from half-back. Up to Poulter, who hugs the mark to his chest.
Darcy v. Daniel.
Getting an opportunity with no Davidson, no calmness, and no harms tonight. Into the pocket, rising high. The mark is taken by Sam Darcy, you know who. In the right forward pocket. Now Norton's into a few of the Kangaroo defenders. And Will Dawson and Griffin Lowe didn't like that, so this will be a certainty for Sam Darcy, who once more looms as a threat from point-blank range on the goal line. He puts through his 4th. He's kicked 3 of which in the final term. And the Dogs' margin is restored to 43 points. 19-13, 127 to North Melbourne, 13-684. Frustration is starting to boil for the Kangaroos.
750 was 4?
No, it was a bit of a scuffle between 3 or 4. I didn't quite see who it was
Griffin Lowe,
actually against. It was Griffin Lowe. Well, he certainly cashed in this last quarter. Darcy, we're just going back to the mark down the other end. He's marked and been hit front on.
In the face and nothing.
Copped it in the face.
So it's either contact in the marking, like a chop in the arms, it's hit high. It's too high, or it's just a mark. And none of those 3 were paid.
Zip from 3.
I still don't see what the 50's for.
So Griffin Lowe came in trying to provide support. I think it was for Caleb Daniel.
Yeah, but he's only got him away from it. I mean, please.
Grabbed him around the jumper.
Top
of the jumper.
He was trying to wrestle someone free who was already involved in a wrestle, and so they paid the retaliator. He was penalised. That's what I used to tell my teachers as well, that I was just retaliating, but got him.
Strike first.
Quick kick out of the middle for the Dogs, picked off. Harvey to Stevens and now to Hanson. Back flank, good kick. Opens up the corridor to Power. He goes lateral. Scott collects on the half volley. And dropped twice this year, Bailey Scott, after such a long passage inside this team. Played over 100 games consecutively before he was first omitted. Struggling for his place. Shares it with Zerha. Back to Scott. Keeps on running. 52 out. Kicks to full forward. English stands in front of Maley.
1v4. Not the option. Rush of blood, that one. Corb, I reckon.
And here is Tim English on the last line. Chips it over the top to Johannesson. Has it in the right back pocket. Crowd of around 20 to 25,000 in tonight. A lot of the North fans have decided they've seen enough. A kick to Kennedy inside the defensive 50. He chips it to Liberatore. Possession number 26 coming up for him. What a game he's had. 10 score involvements, 15 contested possessions, 6 clearances. And once more has led the way with 9 tackles for the Western Bulldogs. Up the wing, it's spoiled away. Seen how to play for a boundary throw in front of the Bulldogs bench.
And in front of Ben Cameron, Tristan Sherry and Luke Davies-Uniacke. Any update on those two?
No, not as of right now, Corbin. I'll come back to you as soon as I've got a further update.
Davies-Uniacke obviously out of the game much earlier.
Yeah, he was out with a concussion from an elbow as part of a fend-off from Ed Richards.
Haven't seen Sherry again either after he was rattled in a separate contest. Richards soccers it inside the forward 50. Pink hitting up, had it, lost it. Ball almost came out. Umpire gives him a minute to sort it out. Logue's pretty keen to make sure it stays in underneath all the bodies. And the ump says ball up. So banged up there. And as Ben alluded to, Lockie McNeil hasn't been used at all. VFL game tomorrow. Unused sub. course, we shouldn't assume anything after that 5's little mishap the other night. He was injured as the sub and ultimately didn't come into the game. And the restart. Garcia got a high kick going forward, flying for it. Darcy, no mark. Fraser to the Bont, the pair combine again. Got it to Richards. Hand pass away to West. Fights off 2 tacklers and pops it through. Riley West having a breakout year with a signature goal. And this man's fan club is growing. Riley West puts the Dogs out by 49, and that is all will and want to.
Well, it's just all strength and power. I'd love to know his bench press and his squats and his deadlift. He's just
150.
Low centre of gravity.
150,
is it?
Yeah.
In what area? Squat?
In the bench.
In the bench.
Yeah.
So he's a little man, but packing a bit of heat. So he just shrugged off like we've seen him do it on numerous occasions this year. But got through 3 tackles and then just straightened up, put one on the outside of the boot, little banana straight through the middle, and run straight off the ground. So he's just a really important cog with those 2 tall forwards ahead of the football, and his aggression and cleanliness at ground level.
24 goals of the season for Riley West, but at 25 last year. And there's still a third of the season to go. Bontempelli tries to stream out of the middle of the ground. He's run down by Phillips. He will get rewarded, but Liberatore is still scrapping for the ball, even though the whistle has gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, ball up.
Right. So Bont got away with one there. Maley's having to do the ruck against English. It spills down here. Quick kick forward for the Kangaroos. Chopped off by Bailey Williams across half back. He gets the hand pass away to Rory Lobb. He turns onto his right-hand side. Kicks out to Joe Hannison. And takes the mark at right half back. The Bulldogs by 49 points. As Joe Hannison looks long down the line. Besides, he's not in that much of urgency to try and move it as he eventually veers out to the right. Zerha comes crashing into him as he kicks up towards Darcy. He got a push and he'll get the free kick on the wing.
Darcy takes it by hand. Hand pass away to Williams. He dishes one off to Giray, the oldest dog out there tonight, to Fraser. He kicks wide, and here's Richards. Trying to creep around and draw the man on the mark. Says stay there, and Richards says fine, I'll run around him. Goes straight past Simpkin. Slips a second one in Stevens. Affects the kick to the top of the goal square, and back there Maley able to take the intercept mark. The Dogs progressively pulling away here, down by 6 at quarter time, led by 13 at the half, 22 at three-quarter time, and 49 now. As North try and bring it out of defence, punched away by O'Donnell, and then cramps up. Simpkin grabs the footy, kicks it down the line to Zerha.
He hyperextended his knee.
Yeah, so high, yeah.
Okay, hopefully
looks all right.
Trying to run it out. Kick comes inboard to Logue. North still with it. Short kick to O'Sullivan. A rising star from a couple of weeks ago. Handball to Logue. Caught. Bontempelli again with the dirty work. Lays the tackle. Libba hands it to Fraser. Kicks it to Norton. He's out the back. Collects around his bootlaces and hooks it too much over his shoulder or behind. He could have had half a dozen.
Should have had a walking goal, really, if they hit the kick going inside 50, which he should have, but just a bit lazy.
Makes it 50 points, 5 goals, 2 for Norton tonight.
It's fair to say the sand is running out of the hourglass for both sides here as Scott somehow kept it alive at half back. His kick ricochets off Dawson. On the wing against Lobb and goes out of play for a boundary throw in. So the Bulldogs will move up to 4th tonight with their 10th win of the season to start round 17. How impressive have they been tonight, Lids?
The Dogs?
Yeah.
They've got the job done. They put the foot down when they needed to. But I wouldn't say it's their cleanest win of the year.
English slaps it down to the front. Sheasel gathers, gets a hand pass to Phillips. 1-2 with Sheasel. Kicks into the middle of the ground and Stevens takes the mark. So time for another North Melbourne goal. As into the middle of the ground he comes. On the bounce. It's gathered by O'Sullivan. Needs someone running past. He ignored Griffin Logue. He missed him in the end. Turns and hand passes back into the corridor to Hardiman. He puts foot to the floor and kicks up towards half forward where Dersma takes the mark outside of the boot, trying to get it forward towards Simpkins. Sport away from him. Joe Hannison gathers for the Dogs. Hand pass to Bailey Williams and now to Bramble. His hand pass almost chopped off by Hanson Jr. He scraps for the ball at ground level. Bulldogs trying to see it out of play. Trying to keep it alive, Curtis. Slaps it into the path of Hanson Jr. Hand pass to Costanzi. Set him a challenge as Joe Hannison gathers. Curtis dumps him in the tackle. Umpire says throw it in. A few players trying to do the umpiring as well as playing the game, and the umpire just says throw the ball in.
Free kicks tonight, 20-19 Dogs way, so +1 Bulldogs. 25,009. 25009. Biggest home and away game of the season for North Melbourne, celebrating their centenary. English palms it down. Zerha trying to walk through the tackle, somehow got a kick away, but his radar was a little off, goes bouncing out of bounds. Next week for the Bulldogs, they've got Adelaide, juicy game that Saturday afternoon. Crows Dogs.
Real test for the Dogs.
Here at Docklands, it was meant to be in Ballarat, but given the redevelopment of the ground, they've shifted it to Melbourne. So under the roof, Docklands next Saturday, Crows Dogs. Boundary throw-in, Simpkin for North, hands it out to Stevens. The lefty hooks it through, but misses near side or behind. And for North Melbourne, it's a date with the Demons, who they did beat earlier in the season, so they'll do it again this time at the MCG next Sunday.
Bramble brings it back in to Bailey Williams, who goes all the way back to Rory Lobb. Call to play on, not his best kick, but Bontempelli's able to take the mark. Gets the hand pass away to Taylor DeRay, who sends it along up to the wing. Norton out number 2-on-1. Logue makes the soil. And the Western Bulldogs spoil North Melbourne's centenary party. A 49-point victory as they record their 4th win on the trot as they eye a spot inside the AFL's top 4.
Red, white and blue. We come out snarling. Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs bite and bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
The Kangas are up for the fight early. They're led by 6 points at quarter time, led largely by Nick Larkey, who starred with 4 goals. He should have had 5. He missed after the quarter time siren. The Bulldogs took control in the second quarter, beating 6 goals to 3 to lead by 13 points. They led by 22 points at 3-quarter time and 10 goals to 5 in the second half, including 5 goals to 1 in the final term. Sees the Doggies run out by 49 points. The winners, 24-day 134 to the Kangas, 13-7-85.
Sons of the West, red, white and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs bite and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty West.
The Bulldogs' 10th win of the season. There was 9 goals from Aaron Norton and Sam Darcy, in which Norton booted 5, Darcy booted 4, including 3 in the final term. 2 goals to Tom Liberatore, to English and to Dale alongside Bontempelli, while individuals to Riley West and to Vandermeer alongside Joel Frazier. While for North Melbourne, 5 goals for Nick Larkey, booted 4 of which in the first quarter. 2 goals to Cam Zerha, individuals to Sheasel, McKercher, Curtis, Harvey, Maley and Hanson Jr. The Bulldogs winners by 49 points.
4 in a row for the Dogs. As Clinchy said, they spoil the centenary plans of North Melbourne. Celebrate a milestone of their own. So Tom Liberatore, a winner in game number 250, just the 15th Bulldog to get there, and the second from the family. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, your quick, not quick takes, we've got plenty of time. Your initial...
That's so we've got 40 minutes, don't we?
Don't hurry it.
Well, you got plenty of time. But,
that was a good game, that's it.
Your first impressions after all of that.
No, I thought it was a good game. I thought that the North Melbourne Footy Club, they showed up and they competed pretty hard. I mean, they walk off the ground kicking 13 goals, 7, 85 points. So I think from that end, it's a good result. Obviously, on the back side of that, they gave up too much, and just the repeat entries, I think, just really hurt them at the end of the night. But I think for probably 2.5 quarters, they were right in that game. They answered quite a few questions that the Bulldogs were throwing at them, but I think they just, from hit after hit, they just kept on just getting the detail a little bit wrong when required. Just little small things in their game where they just get caught ball watching at times and players roll to the back of them. And that comes from experience and playing together, as Lids talked about at various times tonight. But I think they fought on bravely. They lose LDU early in that second quarter. Sherry came off early in the last quarter, and they probably just left it probably too few in the end. But I thought they competed pretty strong around the ball for most of the night.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I thought they tried relatively hard. Ultimately, they bat so deep, don't they, the Dogs? Their ability to continue, if one's down, then they just replace and keep going. I mean, I said before, Corb, in the last quarter, that I didn't think it was their cleanest game, but they still kicked 20 goals.
Yep.
And, you know, I mean, you have to be happy with that. When 20 goals, 14, so they've 34 shots on goal in a game that it just felt a bit clunky at times. And I think certainly the first half, they opened it up a bit more in the second half. But, you'd be pretty pleased walking away from here with, what did we get, 5 from Norton, and could have easily have had 6 or 7 maybe, and Darcy with 4. And then a good even spread off the back of that. So there's plenty of things to like from the Dogs. But, again, it's just they beat up on the sides that are near the bottom of the ladder, and then they're 1-6 against sides in the top half of the ladder. So, they're hard to get a read on. And I think that the Adelaide Test comes at a really good time.
That's 9 consecutive wins for the Western Bulldogs over North Melbourne as the Kangas are making their way down for Tom Liberatore, who's going to get cheered off here. It was Marcus Bontempelli last week, and Tom Liberatore tonight gets his chance with Marcus Bontempelli on one side and Jason Johannesson on the other. And he played a fair role tonight. Libba, 27 disposals, 6 clearances, 16 contested possessions, 7 inside 50s, 11 score involvements and 10 tackles.
Have a listen to that reaction. So it's a big night for North Melbourne. It's an away game for the Western Bulldogs, and yet the North players sticking around to be part of that Guard of Honour. And Tom Liberatore, what a popular member he is in the whole footy community, not just the Dogs fans, cheered off.
I thought he nearly fell off.
Bit uneven with Bont and Johannesson doing the chairlifting.
Yes, 2 of his longest teammates, and yet not the same height between JJ and Bont. And as a result, a bit of a crooked chair for him up in the sky. But what a player he's been. Tom Liberatore overcome 2 ACLs. Becomes the 15th Bulldog to get there. His dad Tony is here in the crowd. We just saw a shot of him on our monitors, smiling and clapping his son off. And why wouldn't he as well? What a career he's been able to put together. The Premiership Dog. Now the party's not done there. The Bulldogs still are going to thank a few more of their fans before they disappear off the ground. They just wanted to get the chairlift out of the way before to allow North basically the chance to walk the length of the ground and make their way off. They got problems too. Arguably their 2 best players both banged up. So Tristan Sherry late in the game didn't return. So we'll get an update on what the drama is there, but we fear it might be a concussion, a head injury assessment. And then Luke Davies-Uniacke failed his at quarter time, and as a result was subbed out of the game really early. So you can make a pretty good case. Sherry and Davies-Uniacke are as good as they got, and they lose them both.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't look good for the next few weeks. Really does it for both of them. Unfortunately, obviously we know that Luke Davies-Uniacke will be missing, and I think that Sherry would be looking at the vision and the way in which he sort of moved after that. Doesn't look too good, but hopefully they're both recovering okay.
Just some numbers. You know we love the numbers here on ABC Sport. So interestingly, if you look into the Dogs, so all they can do tonight is come here and whack a team that they should beat.
Yep.
And ultimately they've done that. Final margin's 49 points. But I guess the one query on their game is how they go defensively. So I saw on Fox Footy during the week, David King presented some numbers that since round 10, the Bulldogs are the 3rd worst at winning back the footy. So basically they're the 2nd fastest team in the competition.
Yep.
They basically play like, our turn, your turn. So when we've got it, we go and score, and when you've got it, you go and score, but there's very little of, intercepting the ball in between. So I guess if the question was, how would they go defensively tonight? Well, they've conceded 80 points per game on average. They conceded more than that tonight. So as much as they scored well, defensively, they still allowed, 20 shots from the 43 entries that North Melbourne had. I don't want to talk down a 49-point win, but it's we didn't get an answer on that side of the game tonight.
No, I think sometimes you can look too far into it, and I think they get out of tonight a good performance where they get another good win and everyone gets through, and then they set themselves for a pretty big month of footy, isn't it? Against some sides who are thereabouts with them that we think are going to be really focusing on and competing against in the back half of this season, no doubt into September.
So Adelaide, Brisbane, the next 2. Adelaide here at Docklands and then Brisbane at the Gabba. Let's celebrate with the winners. A 49-point win for the Western Bulldogs. We're having a few dramas there. We'll see if we can get I think I've got him. Is that you, Ben? I'm down here. Come in.
I'm down here, Corbin, and they've just rolled into the rooms, the Western Bulldogs, led in by Tom Liberatore, who picked up his young son Oscar and swung him into the air, spun him around. He's pretty playful, both Oscar and Tom, and they're huddled up and ready to sing.
Bulldogs through and through, we'll sing. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs rock. We give our very best. We can't be the voice of the Bulldog creed with the team of the mighty West. Woo!
So young Oscar on top of his dad's shoulders there and taking it all in as they sung the song, the Bulldogs. They're a pretty happy mob. So I think we're going to have a chat to Sam Darcy in just a moment.
Thanks, Ben. Look forward to chatting with him.
Hopefully your arms are long enough, Benny.
Yes.
Have we got a stool? Someone run a stool down there.
Talking of height mismatches, that's right up there. The Dogs winners by 49 points. So 6 points at quarter time, North Melbourne led by, and then the Dogs progressively took over thereafter. It was a pretty entertaining game to half time. There were 6 lead changes in the first half. The Dogs by 13 at the long break, 22 at three-quarter time and 49 in the finish. Steve from Ballarat off the SMS. Heap of talent missing for the Roos tonight. I think Clarko is mixing all the ingredients together. When this cake is baked, they're a big watch for 2026, North Melbourne.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, you can see a lot of optimistic signs out there tonight. I thought there was plenty to get excited about, but just couldn't do it for long enough. And I think ultimately a couple of little errors and different things that don't go their way, it means that against a good side it gets capitalised against, and therefore that can really dampen your spirits. But to their credit, I mean, with the Colby McKercher goal late, they stuck around, but they just ultimately they lacked a little bit of class and depth.
The tennis, by the way, Alex de Minaur, after dropping the first set against Frenchman Arthur Cazou, has taken the second and third sets. So the Demon, the 11th seed, is 2 sets to 1 up, 4-6, 6-2, 6-4, progressing at the moment at Wimbledon. So that's a second round matchup, and there is a call available through the ABC Listen app. So all you got to do is follow along with our Wimbledon coverage of the BBC, and you'll be able to find that through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the ABC Sports Extra button. Let's go to the Bulldogs' rooms. 49-point winners, Ben Cameron.
Yeah, thanks, Corbin. I have the unicorn himself down here, Sam Darcy, after another strong performance. It was iffy for moments there. What are your immediate reactions after that win?
Yeah, just great to get over the line for Liber's 250th. It was a hard-fought battle. I thought they really brought it, the pressure and the heat, so we had to really dig deep and fight hard, and it was a good win in the end.
I was down on the boundary tonight, and there are a few North Melbourne fans getting stuck into the Western Bulldogs players as you guys came to the bench. Did you hear that? Did you get involved and give any verbals back?
Not really from the fans. There's a bit of back and forth out in the field, but I didn't hear much from the fans. But yeah, the atmosphere was pretty good out there. I'm not sure how many came tonight for they had their 100th year anniversary, so they were fired up and really brought a hard fought battle.
Tom Liberatore's 250th game, like your good self, he's a multi-generation Western Bulldogs player. I'm sure you would have seen him when you were both young lads. He's a little bit older than you, a fair bit older than you, but who is he to you, and how did you see him coming through the club when you were both relatively young?
Yeah, he's a fair bit older, but I always looked up to him being a Doggies fan. I've admired the way he go about it. He's such a selfless player. He's always about the team, and then, when I got drafted to the club, just such a caring human being, and the way he looks after all of us players, and it creates such a good environment. Loves having some good fun off the field, and he's just a ripper.
We've got some serious questions coming, but I was surprised to learn the other week that you are the biggest prankster around the club. What kind of practical jokes are we talking about from you around the club?
This is getting a good run. We'll keep them all in house. Nothing gets out. But yeah, we like to have a bit of fun at the club, keep everyone on their toes.
My tentacles reach far and wide. I'll find them, don't worry. You can hide them tonight. I'll send you upstairs. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy.
Sammy, Brett Delidio here, mate. Well done tonight. You must be wrapped with the form since you've come back yourself, but then also Aaron Norton, mate. He seems to have... his confidence has gone up too, having you beside him.
Yeah, I think Norty's been awesome. He's really presenting well and competing, which is what we can ask for. And we love playing with him. He's been really reliable at the moment. So as a whole forward group, hopefully we can keep gelling and bring in the intensity.
Mate, you kicked 20 goals as a side tonight and then 34 shots on goal. Did you feel like you were at your absolute best, or the Kangaroos really made you work for it?
Yeah, like I said, they really did make us work for it. I think we're probably a little bit off at different times, and credit to them, they really brought the pressure and probably forced us into turning the ball over and making some bad decisions here and there. And I think we've got still plenty of room to improve.
So Mark Murphy here. Congratulations on your games. I thought you were going to really pitch in with a few real late, but young West, like I know he's been around for a while. He's a bit older than you, but just his power. What's he? We discussed this in the box. What's he lift in terms of bench press and on the squat rack? Because he just powers through blokes' tackles.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I call him a Staffy. He's just a little meatball made of all muscle. But yeah, he is. I'm not sure exactly what numbers, but he's definitely up there, power to weight ratio in pretty much all the lifts. He's a bloody hard man to tackle.
And Tim English, I thought, was terrific, getting really hard, pushing hard forward tonight. Just his ability to try and test Sherry on the offensive end, I thought he was very impressive.
Chilwell played a massive role tonight. I think Zeri's a really good ruckman, probably one of the informed rucks in the comp, so it was a big challenge, and I thought he pushed him really hard both ways and gave our mids good looks and around the ground in the centre bounce, which is all we can ask for.
Western Bulldogs forward Sam Darcy is with you on ABC Sport. Sam, it's Matt Clinch here. 15 goals in 4 games since your return. I'm interested in the 8 weeks you were out. How much work did you do to try and make sure that when you returned, you were right to have this sort of impact?
Yeah, did a heap of work. I think worked really closely with our strength and conditioning staff and all the rehab guys and other guys in rehab to try and best equip myself when I was fit and available, that I could hit the ground running. And found it tough at different times since coming back, but just got to hopefully keep building and working with the guys and hopefully put together a strong end of the year as a team.
So your 4th year in the system, as you're watching on the sidelines, did you get confidence when you returned about the assets and the way in which you could have an impact on this game?
What was that, sorry?
I said your 4th year in the AFL system, with that little break, and you've had a lot of time out of the AFL, unfortunately with injuries, were you able to work on the areas of your game when you thought you returned you could have a huge impact?
Yeah, I think I wanted to put on a bit of size in that 8 weeks when I was not running initially, and keep learning my craft, and spent a lot of time. I was able to kick pretty early on it was the left knee, so right knee, did a lot of set shot practice and just all the stuff that I could do while I wasn't. So I think it might have been a blessing in disguise to freshen up and hopefully feel really good come hopefully the end of the year.
You're a very level-headed young man, Sam. It's Corbin Middlemass here. How do you go dealing with the weight of expectation and the hype around you? I mean, the unicorn tag, and I think you were rated the top 4 player in the competition by the chief footy writer at the Herald Sun during the week. How do you go dealing with all that?
It is hard to avoid it at times because I'm on social media and stuff pops up, but I think I just try and not really buy into anything that's really said externally. Just focus on all the coaches at the club, forwards coach Matt Spanger, mids coach Brendan Lade, and just receive all my feedback off them and my teammates and just focus on doing what I can and like to try and stay level-headed and always wanting to get better and to play my role for the team.
We spoke to one of your teammates the other day. We tried to say you're a right footer and they tried to correct us and say you're a left footer. Your ability to swing it on both feet, where does that come from?
I think I shanked one in the middle today, so I don't know, I might have to get back to it. But I think it's always a young fella. I always wanted to work on the left foot and I think just put in a fair bit of time on it, so it's kind of comes naturally now.
And last one, what's the view of the world like from up there when you look at the little man holding the microphone next to you and everything else? What's it like up there?
No, I haven't got much way, mate. This is what it is. It's all right.
Good on you, Sam. Well done on not just tonight, but your return to the scene. It's big things ahead. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Sam Darcy, the fastest rising star in footy. What a night again. So 4 goals too, and really wasn't even in on the party until the second half. It was looking like it was going to be a quiet night. In the end, he fills it up again. So that's 8 out of 10 games this year. He's kicked multiple goals and finishes with 4 here.
Yeah, and 15 goals in 4 games. So I was quizzing Bob Murphy a bit about him last week when he joined AFL Sunday about Marcus Bontempelli as their best player, but he's probably their biggest asset. And the impact he's had on this team since he's made his return and how they go from being maybe middle of the road sort of top 8 side to all of a sudden being, well, if they can get on a run, can they be a genuine premiership contender?
Well, and that's it. I think it's all down to how deep can they go. They can all perform together. But he was well held early today, and with not as much supply. Maybe he doesn't quite kick all those goals in the second half. But the defense sort of dropped down from the mids. The spread was much better from the Dogs, so therefore they get better looks, don't they? But he's a tough matchup.
They both help each other so much. I mean, if you've got Norton who's able to come out and do that, he's not going to do that every week. But if he's bobbing up and kicking his 2, 3, or 4, well, it's get off him at your peril. I mean, because a lot of teams would go, well, we need to get an interceptor to come across and support whoever has Darcy. But if Norton's able to get into good areas and to kick his goals, then you can't afford to do that. So then when you've got the two-pronged attack and they're both firing, they're going to be pretty difficult to stop.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clench in the box here at Docklands. The Dogs winners by 49 points. There were 6 lead changes in the first half. Dogs by 13 at half-time and then progressively pulled away thereafter. 22 the margin at three-quarter time and 49 in the finish. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774. Ben Cameron's in the winners' rooms. Ben?
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. James O'Donnell just hyperextended that leg late in the game. He's okay, according to the Bulldogs, which is good news there. The other point that I was talking about, Lockie McNeil, and whether he will back up in the VFL tomorrow, we're just waiting to hear from the club. They will let us know very shortly, but it does look like he might play in the VFL tomorrow as the unused sub in this game. I'm about to skip around to the North Melbourne rooms, and I'll get an update on Tristan Sherry and Luke Davies-Uniacke for you as well.
Thanks, Ben. Their two best players, both seemingly buzzed. So obviously Davies-Uniacke early in the game. His day was over at quarter time, and Tristan Sherry, Murph, went off in the final quarter and didn't return. I've been watching a few replays up here.
It looked a little bit ugly, didn't it, from a few of the contests after it, where he just looked like he was in a bit of a daze, and just the way in which he fell to a heap on a couple of occasions. Certainly an issue with his head. So, I think he will certainly miss a couple of weeks by just looking at that vision. I mean, it'll be... I couldn't say the doctor's clearing him after watching that.
Okay, we'll see what North have to say when Ben makes his way around there in a few moments' time. More from you as well on the SMS on 0437 774 774. Just repeating, Alex de Minaur 2 sets to 1 up and now has broken serve in the first game of the fourth set. So the Demon,
ominous.
He's 5 games away from booking a place in the third round at Wimbledon.
You mentioned defending Sam Darcy, so it's going to be interesting to see how opposition defenders go about it. There was a couple of instances where the Kangas players are trying to push him under the ball, which is obviously a delicate
hit him
position.
Hard tonight. I wanted to ask him, but I was like, maybe let's just talk about how good he was versus the defender he played on. But I think you've got to be 204. Or 203, 204, just about to even get close to it. And even then, at full stretch, you're not getting close to where Sam Darcy's arms fully extend to, but you've got to hit him with your body. And I thought Will Dawson actually did that okay tonight. There's going to be some times where you can't quite stop that, but his ability just to, in his third or fourth game to come out there and play full back, I thought he was pretty good.
He subtly hit him hard, didn't he?
Yeah.
There's probably 4 occasions where he looked like he almost tunneled him, but it was the way in which he hit him at the right time. And so he was actually
body spoils.
He was actually quite crafty in the way in which he went about it. But every defender's going to have certain techniques and ways of playing him that they'd like. Some defenders will like playing him from in front. Other teams will rely upon having 2 players who try and almost stand opposing sides to him and try and get him from the left or from the right, because he's so damaging, because he's just too big, and you just can't. There's not many teams out there who've got a big full back who is 200 centimetres.
Yeah.
So it's
that's why I asked that question. Is this the almost the model that you need to go with now to get your full backs that are going to be that big and strong? Because you look at Will Dawson, he looks like, he's only his third year, but he looks well put together, strongly built young lad. You almost, if you're not quite 208 or 206, 207 as a ruckman, learn your craft as a full back, because that you come out there and make a living for yourself.
It is. He's going to be an issue, isn't he, for the next decade?
Oh, yeah.
We haven't seen anyone quite like him. Like, I know people are saying, Paul Salmon and all these other guys, but to have someone that's so agile.
How tall was Paul Salmon?
I can tell you. But to have someone that's so agile and great dexterity and yet kicks it off both feet.
Yeah, he picks it up on his bootlaces.
How many times does he double grab or anything? Like, more often than not, boom.
Well, if he doesn't grab it the first time, it more often than not falls to the ground sort of thing because he's used to just sticking everything. You know, he's not used to some players that they're always good on the second grab because they're so used to it.
206, Paul Salmon.
Right, so he's got 2 centimetres on Paul Salmon.
I just get worried every time I see him in the centre bounce. I just would never play him in the centre square.
It's pretty gentle in there now, surely. Like they stand right beside each other and then they just go up and tap it.
I just wouldn't want someone to jump into his knee or like.
You're not worried about Sam. You're worried about whoever the other guy is.
No, I'm worried about Sam Darcy.
No, but I mean, as in, you're not worried about him doing something silly. You're worried about some big ruckman running into him or whatever.
It's just such an important cog. I just get nervous.
They go and just dance in there now. They don't even do it.
Okay.
They don't jump into it anymore.
It's a jump ball now. But I guess the other person we spoke about, Sam Darcy's impact he has on Aaron Norton, is Tim English as well realises, well, if I can sprint forward, everyone's looking at either Aaron Norton or Sam Darcy, so that gives me a chance to just fill into the hole. And it's a good enough midfield to find that loose in the forward pocket if he can present like that. How did you see unfortunately Tristan Sherry didn't finish the match, but two very different ruckmen tonight.
Well, when I said earlier, because English and Cherry were going at it, 2 goals to English, non-contest, I didn't realise that Cherry had actually had 7 touches and was leading the way for North Melbourne with 4 clearances. So overall, he finished with 17, 14 of those contested, 7 clearances, Tristan Cherry, 3, 5 score involvement. So, yeah. Mate,
he's played a good game.
The hit-outs aren't on there on our stat sheet, but he battled manfully, and he's just a big boy, isn't he? Like, he's a monster.
They were quite smart, the Bulldogs, on a few occasions, the way in which they had English set up, and they almost found him on a couple of occasions where they had a D50 or a forward 50 stoppage down here, and they had a +1 outside, so patrolling the arc, and they had Tim English, who was sitting at centre half forward, sorry, and when the ball came out, he just drifted towards goal and was an option by himself, just sitting there. So actually quite smart by the way in which they'd organised their defensive structure and then had Tim English on the far side ready for that repeat injury inside 50.
So Sherry had 30 hit-outs to English's 29. 8 of those were to advantage for Tristan Sherry, but it's his first possessions, which is where he follows up after his ruck work. So 14 first possessions, which he converted into 7 clearances, which was the second highest on the ground behind Richards with 9 and ahead of Liberatore, Simpkin and Powell and Phillips with 6.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year still to come. Just repeating, Lockie McNeil was unused as the Bulldog sub, and as Ben told us from the Dogs room, the wash up there, the hyper-extension from James O'Donnell late in the piece, which you were all over, Lids, he will be okay. So that's good news, the early indication from the Dogs. North led by 6 points at quarter time. There were 6 lead changes in the first half. Dogs edged ahead with the last 2 goals of the second quarter to lead by 13 at half-time, and then took the game away from North Melbourne after the main break. 10 goals to 5 in the second half, led by 22 at three-quarter time and 49 points in the finish. The problems on the injury front came in the North Melbourne camp. We'll get an update from Ben Cameron shortly, but Luke Davies-Uniacke and Tristan Sherry both fearing that they have entered the concussion protocols. Should we do the votes early and get on to other matters, or what are we thinking?
Yeah, let's do it. 1 vote goes to Marcus Bontempelli.
Straight into it.
25 touches, 2 goals, 10 tackles. Thought he was, at the big moments, he just stands up and gets it right. He, again, had another great game. 2 votes goes to Aaron Norton, who kicked 5 goals. Don't usually get the forwards in the Lids. I know we're all about midfielders, but he kicked his goals right when it mattered earlier on in the game. And I thought he had one of his better games that I've seen him play. And my 3 votes go to the 250 gamer.
Wow.
In Tom Liberatore, who kicked 2, had 27, 11 score involvements, 10 tackles. He just did it everywhere. Bob's up. He just been one of those players. He had the 6 clearances, as well. But as a midfielder, you'd love to play with him because he just finds you. He's just a one-touch player, clean with his hands, and makes other players around him better. So I thought he was terrific tonight and got my 3 votes.
Ed Richards stiff, but
we can't give them to them all.
No, you can't. Matty Kennedy just keeps turning away, doesn't he? Like the 25 touches again, just bobs up there, always at the top of the stat sheet. He's a really important link player that brings them all together.
Yeah.
Do you know what I find wild about Marcus Bontempelli? So 3rd time this year that he's had 8 or more tackles in a game. So this is the 2nd time in 5 weeks he's had 10 plus tackles. Like it's your prime mover, and yet if it's okay for him, it sets a pretty good example, doesn't it, for everybody else that, hey, this is what we do here. Would you say 10 tackles tonight?
10 tackles.
Did you watch that mic'd up stuff of him last week of playing his 250th that Channel 7 put on?
No.
It was really impressive. His ability to just direct and that as he's leaving stoppage and tell the players where to go, it was a really good insight as to what he is as a leader.
Yeah, it sounds like it's well worth
nerdy from me.
He sort of would
I like it.
assume the quarterback role, wouldn't he? Like from stop, where you just like, well, he's just telling blokes where to go and where to be, and he just does it all himself sometimes. But he's a great organiser, and he's a big frame for a midfielder. And I remember playing against him, I think, just how big is this bloke?
And
he's only getting bigger with his frame, and he's just. But his movement from contest to contest, if you're just watching him live, it's really impressive for someone of his size.
Any extra coins onto the contract when you just keep playing well and you're the captain of the club? And
just coins?
Wow.
Gold
What's left? I imagine he's done most of the heavy lifting in terms of how long he wants the contract, but maybe clean out the ashtray and just give him anything that's left to reassure him that you are our number one man.
It's a good point, though. 3 Liberatore, 2 Norton, 1 Bontempelli, by the way, those votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. What would you give him? So it's so unusual that the guy that...
He's on $1 million now, they reckon. Yeah. And that's all speculative. Well, no one really knows. But
it is unusual, though. I mean, you're in this game. In the past, it would be unusual to come out of contract at 30 as the number one player in the game. Like, ordinarily, you would come out at 28, 27, you would sign the big mega deal there.
26 is usually free agency, so that's when you do your big deal. But he only wanted to do a 4-year deal off that. So,
and it takes you out at a weird time where you think, sometimes at 30 you're either almost finished or you're
1-year deals after that.
And with this guy, you'd think, gee, you'd be more than happy to sign him for 4 years, wouldn't you, on pretty good money?
Well, I'll tell you, he would have been nervous having that 6-week calf injury at the start of the year, saying, well, maybe if I've done this the right way, I'm not sure I have. But, yeah, look, I would have thought he'd do another 3 or 4 year deal, maybe a 5. I don't know. 5's probably a stretch.
At 7 figures?
The cap. Well, I think front-ended. I think he will be definitely in that. But as you get older, it'll probably smooth it out a little bit more.
But the cap keeps going up and up.
It does. So the mill's not anywhere near what it used to be.
So say that's the old 800,000, 750 or whatever.
Not when you were on it.
I was never on a milli.
Just got that.
I would have given
just
half
got that
up
feeling
to get
in
you
it,
over.
Corbin. Just I tell you, it never was what it used to be.
But surely you give him, if he wants the money, give him the money. If he wants security, give him the security. Like whatever he wants for you, you're going to have to basically pay it, aren't you?
Yeah, we'll split it up the way we need to split it up and just make sure that it works out year on year. And
but you wouldn't have any hesitation, would you, signing a guy like that for 4 years?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Fine.
Neither would I.
I think he's earned it.
Yep, I 100% agree. And it's going to be an interesting watch going forward, given the fact they've got these young precocious stars and guys like Darcy that think about a team in their build is not meant to get in a really high pick like Sam Darcy. Obviously, Jamara was another one they thought they might have to pay, and obviously there's
that could either create some cap space or who knows where he ends up, but. Also, they had room for Bailey Smith as well, but then he left. So there's there's a little bit of room down there at the Dags, I reckon.
They're an interesting watch, the Dogs, not just in season, but year on year now with Luke Beveridge obviously sticking around for another 2. Dogs win wide by 49 points. Let's go into the other rooms, the North Melbourne rooms after their centenary night. Ben Cameron's made his way down there. Ben.
Yeah, so Luke Davies-Uniacke, just a regulation concussion. He's actually just walking out in the full tracksuit at the moment. Also, Tristan Sherry has just been in a room with the doctor. He's just emerged as well, but we don't have any further information as of yet on Tristan Sherry as to whether it's a concussion or whether he'll be given the all clear and be able to play next week. Pretty flat rooms down here for North Melbourne. Is worth noting, though, the potential number 1 draft pick, who I'm sure Brett Delidio would love to have his claws into as a player agent. Willem Dersma's down here. I had a little yak to Willem, but he's just having a chat to his brother at the moment down here with the whole family as North just try and get themselves together a disappointing night on their centenary celebrations.
What did he have to say, Willem?
Not much, just how you going? You enjoyed it? We were chatting about TikTok trends. Well, I can't really repeat it on air, but we were chatting about TikTok trends and his involvement in some of them. So we're just keeping up with the kids.
I was about to, yeah, that's interesting. Of course, his brother is, that's why he's down there with Zane. Obviously, played for North Melbourne tonight. His first game since round 10. No other injuries, Ben?
Not that I'm aware of. So the only other interesting point late in the game was involving Ed Richards, who was getting a little bit of feedback over the fence, which I referenced in the chat with Sam Darcy, and he bit back at one stage, and then security were looking to maybe kick out some of the perpetrators over the fence. But I don't think it was anything that was beyond the pale. I think it was just sort of back and forth banter, and Ed Richards went back at them. Security guard went and spoke to him, and the patron stayed. So I don't think there was much in it.
Thanks, Ben. So good news for Nick Larkey too, of course, who had that right knee injury strapped, but he did complete the rest of the game. And Ed Richards had an interesting night too. Obviously, there'll be some kind of an MRO follow. We're expecting that it would be cleared after sort of having the raised the high fend off. It was a free kick certainly on the spot. It ultimately concussed Luke Davies-Uniacke, but the early word is, at least from Brett Delidio and people in the know in the MRO space, is that he should be right, Ed Richards, on that front. So from a North Melbourne perspective, they lose their two best players to head knocks tonight. One of them confirmed in Davies-Uniacke, and more tests coming for Tristan Sherry. Are they on the right track, North? 4.5 wins at the moment. They play Melbourne next week, and they've got 7 games to go in the season.
What would you have given them at the start of the year to say they are?
People were talking about 6 wins. I thought they would be laughing if they won 6 games. Remember that this team has not won more than 4, so they've won 5 games since 2019.
Have they got Carlton or Essendon to come?
They got Melbourne, Sydney, Geelong, St Kilda.
There's one.
So Melbourne and St Kilda are winnable games.
Yeah, winnable games, yeah.
Then GWS, Richmond.
Yeah, there's another winnable one.
In Hobart, and then Adelaide to finish.
Oh, so they should finish with 6 and 1. Probably.
Yeah, that's what I think. 6 is not too bad.
Yeah.
Yep. I saw some signs out there today. They say, they look like they're on the right track. Not that far. You bring back some other players, and you're not putting kids in spots where they don't need to be. Then I think you'll see a bigger growth again next year.
Are their defensive key posts good enough?
I think. No, I'm not sold there, but I think what we saw from Pink and Dawson tonight, I thought they were pretty handy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they probably need another key post. I think they drafted young Whitlock to come in as that defender last year, but I mean he's pretty raw and needs undersized. So he needs to put some size on. But I think that's probably a key place.
The McKercher signature during the week, of course, positive signs. He's the only Tasmanian in the league to sign beyond 2027. So obviously the Devils are due to join in 2028, and there's a whole lot of water, obviously, that's got to go under the bridge before then. But McKercher has a long-term deal. The other guys we're looking at are guys like Sanders and Campbell and Leake and Alex Pearce and Sam Banks both come off at the end of 27. So there are a couple of the...
They're probably like paying him pretty well, I would have thought, North Melbourne. I mean, they're not probably paying a lot of others a lot of money, so they're probably thinking, well,
let's... a few there. I reckon they're paying okay.
Yeah, I just reckon there's probably a bit of money there, and they're probably up-fronting quite a bit of it.
Okay, yep. And surely, if you got a guy like that...
Well, they can't pay him any more than what the CBA is for the top 20 picks.
So what does that mean?
For the first 3 years.
So that means it's back end.
So it's more towards the back end as to what that looks like.
So if he's 20 now, and what are we, 3 years away from them coming in, he's going to be absolutely like... You would imagine he's a flight risk in terms of the fact that if you're the Devils, why wouldn't you be targeting a 23-year-old that's had 5 years in the system, that's a high pick? He's the ideal guy that the Devils would want, surely. Yep. And so for them to be able to have his signature for 2028 is a huge bonus for North Melbourne. 25,009 was the crowd. The car park was sold out. The Western Bulldogs winners by 49 points. Tom Liberatore with 3 votes in the ABC Football of the Year, 2 for Aaron Norton and 1 for Marcus Bontempelli. Don't forget, in just over 45 minutes, we'll take you to our coverage of the second test against the West Indies, Australia and the West Indies from Grenada. Obviously, Steve Smith back. He's going to bat with that splint in his glove, the little finger. So we'll be able to have day 4 coverage tonight. It's all available through the ABC Listen app. There's also tennis on there. Alex de Minaur is just doing it with a leg in the air. He's up 4 games to love in the 4th set, already leading 2-1 at the moment. So Alex de Minaur, after a little early hurdle, has he's forged his way back in.
Is 25,000 under what you thought they'd get tonight?
It's about right for me.
It's about what we anticipated. I think they said at the start 23.
Yeah.
It's interesting to have a centenary event on a Thursday night, I reckon. That's probably the only question I would pose. Whether you're putting it on a Friday night or a Saturday night, but they started the round. Don't know.
Out of the 3 we've seen this year, so it's a bit of a quirk. All those 3 teams enter the VFL at the same time in Hawthorn, Footscray, and obviously North Melbourne. I thought it was probably the most underwhelming out of all of them. I mean, they're a club that don't have a whole lot of resources. No. But I thought what they did pre-game was really nice and really great without being over the top. I thought they sort of hit the right notes. They had the premiership guys out there, but It wasn't a huge sort of all-of-club thing, was it? It was sort of 40 players and the selected people that came along and everything else. But
would you choose a bigger club, you reckon, next time if you were going to do it again?
I think ideally you'd love a home game against Collingwood or something, wouldn't you? Like what the Bulldogs did, to be able to have that. But other people have told me for a club that was technically formed in 1869, it's a bit of a fake milestone anyway, was the terminology that I heard 100 years in the competition. But you could see what they were trying to do. And I thought for all the circus and everything in the build-up, they actually handled it pretty well. Brilliant. Before we get out of here, the rest of the round. So, of course, it is an interesting weekend where the top 9 are playing the bottom 9. Is there a game, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, that grabs you from the remaining games on the slate?
There is. There's one game that I'm mildly interested in.
Yep.
And I think that's probably the one up at the Gabba, the Lions v Port.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I think that Port Adelaide just doing a few things. I like it. I mean, their midfield's absolutely flying. Great for them to get the signature of Miles Bergman there for another 2 years as well. But the Lions, I think they're sitting in second, but they've been a little bit clunky at times. But
haven't quite hit their straps, have they?
I just don't feel like they have.
Various times.
Maybe I've got too high of expectations, but they go down to GMHBA and knock over the Cats. So I mean, we got to give them credit where credit's due. They're a damn good side, but I just don't feel like they're absolutely humming because they've had the odd hiccup, the draw against North Melbourne. Obviously losing to Adelaide over there at the Adelaide Oval, but other than that...
Still sitting second, it's not too bad, is it?
Off the back of the bye, though, is probably the intrigue. They don't have much room for slip-ups. I mean, Sydney and Fremantle is one that's interesting. The Swans will be better in the last sort of 7, 8, 9 rounds.
Speaking of slip-ups, the way the SCG turf's going.
Well, that's another topic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that is an interesting game. Obviously, there's that's still to come on Sunday. They've had what do they call him? The grass god, Bruce McPhee, up there this week to try and analyse all the turf.
They're a long way back, aren't they, Sydney? Though, like when you look at it and percentage as well, the percentage is only 92.
They're a resurgent team. They look a different side and interesting.
No, they do. I agree, but they're probably going to leave their run maybe a little bit too late.
They start favourites in that game actually. So the Dockers are an underdog despite the fact they are the team in the 8. Yeah.
I like the Dockers. I reckon they've got some weapons.
Yep.
I love their front half. Big Joshy Tracy.
They're not quite Superdog eligible, but we'll get to all of that on the podcast tomorrow. Lids will join me for ABC AFL Daily. Of course, the key footy news tomorrow, Murph, comes at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Carlton up against their arch rival Collingwood. I know you'll be there. You're always at the Carlton games at the MCG, especially the home fixtures. Does this, given that the way the Blues are going, and obviously the bottom... threatens to fall out of the season. Michael Voss is under the pump, graffiti on the walls at Princes Park. Is this matchup come at a good time or a bad time? That they run into their arch rival, they're running red hot. Is this a good thing or a bad thing that this is going to be a hot night in front of a big crowd at the G?
I'd like to say it's a good thing, but when you're playing against the side who's on top and you've got a couple of injuries coming out of that side too, it's pretty unstable when they're not playing great football. It's not where you want to be.
You wouldn't want it to be Templar.
Well, there would be certain players that would eat it up. Like Paddy Cripps would eat it up. He'd love the opportunity, bright lights, response. I'm not sure. Well,
name a few names of blokes that would.
It wouldn't.
The season is live. Nothing is parked. We're going after it, was the quote from Michael Voss earlier today.
Well, you'd be very surprised if there's not a response. So,
what would you think the flatness of the start against Port Adelaide last week was? If we saw that 2 weeks in a row, that would be concerning.
It would be. I think it was probably a culmination of a few things. Probably understanding pro finals are going to be difficult to get to. A few injuries, blokes feeling flat from a lot of the pressure and spotlight. So anyway, they've got a big challenge tomorrow night.
3 cheers to Michael Walters, who retired today as well. Sonny Walters, so what a
Dom
player.
Sheed as well. What a way to finish.
Big week in the West, of course, with 2 of their favourite sons. Thanks to you, Matt Clinch. We'll hear you across the weekend. Thanks, Lids. I'll see you for the pod tomorrow.
You will, mate.
On ABC AFL Daily. Good hit out, Murph.
Always a pleasure.
Safe travels to the car. Thanks to Ben Cameron. Thanks to Stuart Hollywood Baker and Andrea Williamson. That is us signing off The Dogs winners by 49 points. The ABC Listen app, it's all there. Wimbledon, the second test. Our coverage starts in 45 minutes. You can find it all through the ABC Listen app.
Into ABC Sport, and shortly we're taking you to our live coverage of Wimbledon 2025. Don't forget, ABC Sport has all your live winter sporting action, and it's all available in the palm of your hand on the ABC Listen app. We're bringing you ball-by-ball coverage of Australia's Test tour of the West Indies. Just click on the red cricket button for uninterrupted coverage from the Caribbean. The Matildas are in action on the Sport Extra button with a series of friendly matches in WA, while the biggest rugby union event outside of the World Cup has hit our shores with the British and Irish Lions on tour across the country. Every match of the Lions tour is on the Listen app on the Sport Extra button. And of course, there's still our local footy codes each weekend. Every AFL match is available on the AFL or AFL Extra button. And for the NRL, just click on the green ABC Sport button.